To the June 7th meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Dish,
Here in Ann Arbor.
thank you. Councilmember Griswold,
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Song,
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Grand,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Redina,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Iyer,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Nelson,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Briggs,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Present in Ann Arbor.
we have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, second by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the agenda? All in favor? Opposed? Agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
Mayor, I was just going to mention that we had an instructive and fun week with A20 week last week, an opportunity to learn a lot about sustainability, meet our new ambassadors that graduated from the program. And it was a good time held by all, a lot of work by staff. Just want to take a moment to recognize them and thank everybody who participated. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have an opportunity for a communication from Dr. Jackson, the chair of our Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, for the monthly update. Dr. Jackson, as she's being brought on over.
Dr. Jackson could raise her hand. I don't see her.
Jackie, I believe Francis Tedora Hargraves is speaking tonight on her behalf.
Oh, my
Thank
apologies.
you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Frances Tedoro Hargreaves, and I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of our Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, on which I serve as the vice chair. A particular part of my role on the commission has been my daily interaction with policing in the downtown and at the many events that we have in our downtown area. Over the last few months, there have been many discussions both within our commission and across the city as to what we want policing to look like in our community and what steps we can take to start moving our police in that direction. Our commission has spent a lot of time in particular thinking about ways to have more unarmed officers in our city. And tonight we would like to propose a small opportunity from which the city may be able to gain more insight into how we could implement similar policies at the city level. We would like to hold the State Street Art Fair with unarmed private security and fewer required Ann Arbor police officers on detail. Before I get into our rationale, we first want to give a little background. Currently, the city requires events of certain sizes held within the city limits to hire officers at overtime rates to operate as a security detail. However, because these officers must be hired regardless of whether or not the event organizers choose to employ private security, we have some communications issues because it's not entirely clear what purpose everyone is serving at the given event. And here's an example. In my capacity as the executive director of the State Street Association, I oversee the State Street Art Fair. I am usually assigned 2 officers to my district to act as security detail, but we also employ a private unarmed security service. Whereas I am able to personally station our private security across the district, the 2 police officers patrol at their leisure where they feel they should be. And if we do have an incident in the district, we're told to call 911 if they're needed. During the last art fair, we had a situation arrive in which an individual was visibly intoxicated and making violent threats to people moving through Graffiti Alley. This alarmed a number of nearby artists, and I was alerted to the disturbance. Thinking that this was a situation that may have warranted police intervention, I made the call to 911. And a regular on-patrol officer arrived at the scene. When I asked why she had come, she told me she was already in the area and heard the dispatch and decided to come to the call. She went on to handle the situation successfully and resumed her patrol. But at no point did either of my assigned officers arrive on the scene or follow up with me. And this has suggested a communication breakdown between the police assigned and the event organizers. If the regular patrol officers are, as a matter of policy, available to respond to these calls, and the on-duty or the duty assigned officers do not need to, we need more clarification as to why just having private security would not suffice. As an event organizer of the fair, there's the one theoretical advantage of having police detail there is in the case of a severe incident, one which would require the use of firearms. However, Art Fair has historically been an incredibly safe event, and as far as I know, there has not been any occasion on which an officer has ever actually needed to use their firearm. In the long term, we believe that this policy, both in the extent of the State Street Art Fair and also other events in Ann Arbor, needs to be reevaluated, and there should be a vigorous discussion as to what this policy seeks to achieve and how we can better accomplish our goals. In the short term, ICPOC sees this as a great opportunity to get some real life data for the city on what an unarmed presence and response could look like in other areas of our lives, while also looking at what the police could do to properly secure the site. We know that City Council has been working on this issue for a while, and this seems to us to be a great place to start testing out these ideas, given the small scale and the event's past track record for safety. We've had some initial conversations with the police department, and we have already gotten the buy-in from the State Street Association. So the final piece of this is Council's willingness to see this go forward. Our commission would be happy to answer any questions you may have on this, and we look forward to continuing to collaborate with City Council and the police department going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. That is 942-1273-2148. Once you are connected, you will be identified. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it's your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention at the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is expired. When your time is expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Ember McCoy.
Amber McCoy, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ember, and I'm a renter in the 5th Ward. I'm calling in to comment specifically on item C1. It seems like everyone involved agrees that this ordinance needs to be moved from 70 days, so I'm going to focus my comments on two things: support for amending the ordinance to 210 days and including a right to renewal clause. There's been a lot of discussion around what number of days is best for university students, but much of this discussion has also ignored what university students are saying is best for them. The Graduate Employees Organization and Central Student Government have worked diligently, collecting stories, nearly 1,200 signatures, and releasing a joint press release that a 210-day timeline would compromise the needs of both undergraduate and graduate students. We've spoken with and received support from members of Greek Life, the Intercooperative Council, Michigan Medicine residents, and numerous students and non-students alike. Falling at mid-March, when considering that most leases begin in mid-August, this timeline would allow for a housing search before classes end, would fall within reason of incoming residents and graduate students confirming their attendance at U of M, and would significantly reduce the time between lease signing, lease end, and deposit collections. And I don't want to underestimate the significance of having even 30 more days to have the money for a deposit on a new lease. At our current rates, deposits are often at least an entire month's salary for graduate students, and having 2 deposits in landlord's hands as we wait between lease agreements is a significant financial burden. And of course, this change doesn't just benefit students, but also the countless non-students who live in Ann Arbor and are often negatively impacted by a leasing cycle that is dominated by the university. I've experienced this personally, as I was not a student for half of the 6 years I've been a renter in Ann Arbor, and as my current roommate is a healthcare worker at U of M, whose job uncertainty was the reason for our distress around the current ordinance this fall. I also want to emphasize the importance of a right to renewal, which is currently not a part of this ordinance or the proposed amendments on the table tonight. The way the current ordinance are set up does not prevent landlords from inquiring about or requiring that current tenants renew their lease before 70 days. This year, and in most of the years I've been here, my landlord asked me to renew my lease in mid-October prior to the 70-day mark and only gave me 4 days to decide. I've had friends who have been asked to renew their lease earlier and with a shorter timeline. When I expressed frustration with this, many of the landlords we've spoken with in advocating for this change emphasize that this is perfectly within the bounds of the current ordinance. So without a right to renewal clause, the proposed
30
ordinance
seconds.
change as written still allows landlords to pressure current tenants to renew their leases prior to the agreed upon date, which continues to put tenants at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Else.
Caller with the phone number ending in 988. Nick Else, you can go ahead and speak. You may, there you go.
Yes, this is Nick Else. I manage a rental property company, Wessinger Properties. We've been providing off-campus student housing in Ann Arbor since 1968, when it was started by my father, and I've been working in the business since 1997. I'm here also to comment on item C1. Through the years, we worked with both the city and the university to create and implement policies that would be beneficial to both residents and landlords. As a U of M student, my mother helped form the Ann Arbor Tenants Union back in the late 60s. We've been registered members of U of M's off-campus housing since its inception. We have been on numerous joint crime task force with the university in Ann Arbor, and my mother served multiple years on the city's Housing Board of Appeals. We consider it a privilege to be landlords in this great city, and we take great pride in providing good service and quality housing to our residents. I am speaking on behalf of our company only and acknowledge that this may not necessarily reflect the opinions of other landlords. Also, for context, our perspective relates primarily to the student market. I will start by saying we support the effort to improve the leasing situation in Ann Arbor. We witnessed firsthand the intense pressure students feel to sign leases early. We are now getting calls up to 2 years ahead for the larger group units. We feel this pressure, whatever the cause, does result in students making less informed housing decisions, potentially can lead to less cohesive group dynamics within leases, and also can result in more frequent turnover. Ironically, though, we feel this increased pressure has come about mostly since the implementation of the original early lease signing ordinance and confusion and artificial pressure put on the market at the time. But something needs to change, and certainly the length of the period of the ordinance is an option and worth a try. However, we feel the 210-day proposal is not ideal, and we would suggest you consider changing it to 150 or perhaps 180. We feel 210 could put even more stresses, particularly on student renters, for the following reasons. Most campus area landlord 12-month leases start around May 1 or September 1. This 200-day limit will push leasing right before the first semester finals and the holiday break, or right as finals are beginning and the school year is winding down in April. With intense schoolwork and a majority of students leaving town immediately at the end of the school semesters, this will lead to a very sudden, stressful, and abbreviated leasing season, possibly resulting in even higher pressure to find and sign something quickly, potentially also leading to higher rents and almost certainly not giving residents more opportunity to make informed decisions.
30
Aside
seconds.
from these lease dates, there are also other lease start dates, and as students start hearing that other students are signing leases, they start to panic and feel they will miss out on getting a lease themselves. We already don't advertise until well past the 70-day restriction, and that doesn't stop people from aggressively pursuing leasing from us. So in summary, we feel 150 to 180 days would be a more reasonable option, and we hope you would consider that as opposed to 210. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Avery Wynn.
Caller with the phone number ending in 656. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Avery. They, them. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm a renter here in Ann Arbor, and I'm a graduate student at the University of Michigan. So I'd like to actually make some rebuttals to the landlord's points, because many landlords have been attempting to refute our claims about why this is beneficial to students, and so I'll just follow up on the last speaker. First of all, I would like to point out that the last speakers used the phrase, they said that it's a privilege to be a landlord. So this is clearly recognizing that the landlords have far more opportunity in this relationship with the tenants than the tenants do. They have capital, they have knowledge of everything in the city housing market far better than the tenants do. And yeah, it is a privilege to be a landlord, and that means that tenants need protection. That means that tenants don't have the resources that they need. So this early leasing ordinance is so important because of that power imbalance between the landlord and the tenant. Also, many landlords are saying that students like to lease early because they're basically just leasing early unnecessarily. So yeah, there's no reality in which students are just doing this out of like habit or university culture or whatever the landlords are claiming. And people will call apartment complexes that are not offering leases then, because it's so difficult to get a lease. It's so difficult to get a lease that even if you don't see an advertisement for an available unit, you still need to call, because there's no other way to get housing for a lot of people where they need it besides just trying all of their options and hoping that one of them works.
30 seconds.
Additionally, 210 days is not a burden to students. This would actually put the leasing period right at the end of not the first semester, actually the second semester. So I'd like to emphasize that yeah, this is the true reality here, not the end of the first semester, and it would also overlap into the summer. So this gives students the opportunity to make choices based on their future plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nithya Aaron.
Caller with the phone number ending in 489. Nithya Arun, you can speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I think I just had some technical difficulties. But hello, my name is Nithya Arun. I am a rising senior and the student body president of the University of Michigan. I'm here to advocate for the amendments to the early leasing ordinance as it prohibits the listing, showing, or renting of units until 210 days have elapsed since the start of the lease. As the student body president, I'm tasked with being the representative voice of the student body, and therefore I'm charged with advocating for the needs of all students on campus, whether they are undergraduates or graduate students. Too many times, students have expressed their frustration with how they have been forced to sign a lease too early, sometimes only within days of moving in. I can also personally attest to a 70-day period being far too short of a time span between move-in and lease signing. It puts an abundant amount of stress on students and oftentimes results in students being in uncomfortable and sometimes even unsafe living situations. University of Michigan students comprise a large portion of your constituency, and I urge you to act swiftly and not table this resolution in order to meet the needs of students. This is not a matter of convenience, but an issue that affects the safety and well-being of your constituents. I also want to comment on what landlord Nick said earlier. As a student, as an undergraduate student, I want the early leasing ordinance to be extended to 210 days. That falls around March time. A lot of the leases that I have signed have been in mid to kind of 20th of August time range. So it would fall around March, and that is not during final season. I would also add that just the nature of being a college student is having to deal with multiple assignments and multiple finals at once. So juggling this is nothing new. I also want to comment on what Nick said about this amendment causing tenants to make less informed decisions. I would think it's the opposite, and to be frank, I don't think what he said makes any sense. I would think a longer period of time between move-in and lease signing would allow students to
30
more
seconds.
To compare their housing options and to really get to know what they're getting themselves into. They will also, as Avery mentioned, have a better idea of their plans for next year and base their decisions off of their own lived experiences. And I also want to add that students can speak for themselves and tenants don't have to do so. We are the ones that are being affected by these changes, and I urge all city councilors to recognize that. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amir Fleischman.
Caller with the phone number ending in 632. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Amir. I am a member of the GEO Housing Caucus, and I'm here to talk about the early leasing ordinance proposal. I just want to begin by really emphasizing that this is a grassroots proposal that has been brought to you by renters. We're coming to City Council right now because we're defenseless against our landlord. When they have a demand they want to make to us, when they have a change to the lease they want to impose or a rent increase, there is nothing we can do. You can help us, but you have to listen to us. Renters are not represented on City Council. There's not a single renter on City Council, despite us making up a majority of the population in Ann Arbor. That gives you an extra obligation to listen to renters when they speak to you. The way we are treated now is as if we have no rights in our own homes. This cannot stand. This is why the right to renew ordinance is so important for us. This issue is not a little nuisance that's annoying for a couple weeks one time during the year. It really harms people. There has been some concern about the 210-day number. Let me say this clearly. Renters are asking for 210 days. GEO members initially wanted 270 days. but we listened to concerns of other renters, including undergraduate students, and 210 days is the compromise. I'm going to repeat that. 210 days is the compromise. Other jurisdictions have 310 days. We're asking for like 2/3 of that. We are not entitled to fewer rights because we have the misfortune of living in Ann Arbor. Everybody I know has had problems with the way the ordinance is set up right now. It sometimes creates serious financial hardship for people. It could lead to bankruptcy. 210 is already a significant compromise. Having to sign a lease, like 7 months in advance, or sorry, 5 months in advance of when it begins is a serious financial commitment. Having to sign it half a year before it begins is ridiculous. 180 days is not acceptable to us. We just heard a landlord talk on behalf of students. I'm not sure where he gets the chutzpah to be doing that, but I'm asking you to listen to the actual students here. We're speaking in one voice, and we're asking for a right to renew for 210 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Stolberg.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534. Mr. Stolberg, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, this is Tom Stolberg. I'm calling from Lowertown, and I'd like to talk about a few items tonight. The first one would be C1, the rental agreements. As a small landlord, I do not want to speak for the students, like the last student said a landlord did, but I do want to support the students. We will be just fine with the 200 days that's proposed. We're small, we can flex. I'm not worried. I agree that the current ordinance does need to be changed. I do also want to mention that students, the callers have raised some good points, and one of them is that students need a stronger voice in this town. Renters need a stronger voice. Students in particular are not here when we have our August primaries. There's been a call in the past to have nonpartisan elections, which would end up making the decisions in November when the students are here and more of them here to vote and be educated about that vote and their choices. So I think that would be something that would be supportive of students, hopefully not speaking for them, but in support of them. I'd also like to talk about C4, which is your plan project modification. It's repealing the existing one and replacing it with other elements in the ordinance. And I think this is a very good change. In the past, it was too arbitrary. What could be and couldn't be done, with too much discretion. And now what we're doing is we're saying, here's some specific things that you can have as a developer, some increases in height or reduction in setbacks, and here's specifically what you can trade that for. So that's how zoning should really work, right? Some very specific things and not have it arbitrary. And what it does is it creates a direct way to address our community's goals, be it affordability, sustainability. Developer contributes some extra to those things and they get something in return. So then I'd like to move on to C3, which is our TC1, our transit corridor zoning. I've been wanting to see a transit corridor zoning for quite some time. I was hoping it'd be a little different than this one. And in particular, I was hoping that it would have, again, some direct trade-offs. The way we're proposing to do it is essentially saying that anything on a transit corridor can have an upzoning without a trade-off for a direct addressing of our community's goals. It's more indirect, and it's hoping that somehow we'll get it, be it a supply side economic theory of let's provide bonuses to those who are already, the landholders, developers, and developers' attorneys are going to get a freebie here. They're going to get a bump in wealth without being a direct trade-off for something that would support our community goals. And I wish there was something tied in like you're doing with C4, the plan project replacement. I'd also like to talk about DC6. There's some expected consequences here, not unexpected consequences, but expected consequences. I think you should remove this item from the agenda. It's a slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Haber. I'm sorry, my apologies. Our next speaker is Ann Bannister.
And Bannister? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello. Hi. Sorry, I have a little delay on my system. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I am calling in regards to DC 6, and I am urging council to reject this resolution. I see this as a thinly veiled, ongoing attack by Mayor Taylor and his allies to regain their 8-vote supermajority so that they can continue to be overly permissive with developer interests in the city of Ann Arbor. And I am against it. I think that attacking Councilmember Hayner in this way has a very chilling effect, as it's intended, for anyone to even run for council if you want to truly represent your residents and be a dissenting, thoughtful, independent voice separate from Mayor Taylor and his allies. This is a form of voter suppression. Councilmember Hayner was elected legally by Ward 1. He beat the other candidates in 2018 and has served us well, particularly with regards to the Gelman plume. And yet, like all of the mayor's opponents, he has been severely attacked, viciously shunned by the community, and has ongoing trouble from the community. So I want to point out some of the double standards. In 2019, when another council member was arrested for driving twice the legal blood alcohol limit, the council at the time, we allowed him the full measure of a benefit of the doubt and professional courtesy. Even while behind the scenes, this council member took 5 weeks to be removed from the Police Oversight Commission and refused to be removed from Planning Commission, even though he was serving for over a year after the majority of council had voted against his reappointment. That's a huge double standard that we look the other way in certain cases. And even now, we have another council member who's facing credible charges about sexual harassment at her workplace and false information statements on campaign literature and influencing a FOIA request. And yet we look the other way on all that. And yet with Councilmember Hayner, we're out to ask him to resign, which is voter suppression. I ask you to make lying wrong again. And as President Biden says, reject the culture where facts themselves are manipulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Haber.
Mr. Haber, phone number 083. You can press *6 to unmute yourself. Mr. Haber, if you press 083, excuse me, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Phone number 083. You can go ahead and press *6 if you want to speak. Here, the caller's phone is muted.
Mr. Haber, your phone is muted. We are unable to hear you. Are you confident that that's Mr. Haber's number?
Yes, that's the number we were expecting him to call in on.
Mr. Haber, please press *6 to unmute yourself. *6 to unmute yourself.
Mayor, I have another caller on the line with the same number. I'm going to try that one.
Thank you.
Mr. Haber, for phone number 083. Mr. Haber, go ahead and unmute yourself. Caller 083, can you hear us? Mr. Haber?
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted and we can hear you, sir.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Are you there now?
I think we lost him, Mayor.
Let's go to our next caller, Mr. Smith, and then we'll try to cycle back with Mr. Haber after nominal number 10. Our next speaker is John Smith.
Mr. Smith, caller with the phone number ending in 231.
Hello. I have a resolution I'd like the council to consider. I'm speaking in regard to DC 6. It's a resolution to request that the mayor resign from the Ann Arbor City Council body. So I'm going to read it off. Whereas on July 16, 2018, the Ann Arbor City Council affirmed its leadership in One Community Initiative and its commitment to dismantling institutional inequalities and biases due to ensure that race, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, gender identity, or disability does not determine one's chances in life. Whereas on July 20, 2020, the Ann Arbor City Council declared racism as a public health crisis. Whereas the Ann Arbor City Council strives to be actively and consciously anti-racist in our policies and practices. Whereas the former racist HR director was allowed to hold a position of authority over the hiring and firing choices of the city and held that position for a number of years, while CM and later Mayor Taylor was oblivious to the situation. That was only corrected after the new council majority in 2018 was elected. Whereas the current chief of police was almost removed by former city manager Lazarus using trumped-up accusations. This move was intended to undermine ICPOC by eliminating the person most qualified to work with it, while representing the police department. Only the firing of city manager Lazarus saved Chief Cox. Mayor Taylor remained silent during the initial suspension of Chief Cox and only became animated when decrying the firing of city manager Lazarus. In other words, he got upset when the guy who was trying to get rid of Cox was removed. Whereas Mayor Taylor has neither denied nor apologized for use of this harmful behavior. Whereas this mayor has demonstrated a reckless disregard for democratic process and respect for diversity of elected opinion. Whereas members of this community most directly impacted by this language and actions have voiced concerns regarding the harm caused by this. Whereas the actions of Mayor Taylor are unbecoming of a mayor and council member, and whereas the presence of a mayor who unapologetically voices contempt for democratic process creates harm to the community, distances community members from their government, and degrades the efficacy of local government. Resolved, the City of Ann Arbor Council requests that Mayor Taylor resigns from his elected position as mayor of Ann Arbor as soon as possible. I will end here. Have a good night, you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mylan Lewis.
Caller with the phone number ending in 619.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am a resident of Ward 3, and I'm calling about DC 6 because of the threat to the rule of law and democracy. On the surface, this issue may seem to be about criticizing the behavior of a member of council. However, the real problem is the process the mayor and his allies are employing in order to remove a duly elected member from council. The accusations against our council member are a distraction from the ongoing problem of the changes in the rules in order for the mayor and his allies to consolidate power. Whatever your problem is with respect to proper behavior, I am. For a member, no, she said press star. I did. I could hear her on the phone. For a member of council, let's please separate this problem from the process employed to address it. This has been well documented in council member Nelson's blog at bit.ly/A2democracy, all lowercase. At question is the process determining which are the legal mechanisms that may be employed to remove a member of council. Recent moves by the mayor leave, quote, undefined behaviors, unquote, subject to censure, leaving it up to his discretion as to what is acceptable behavior or not. Democracy without the rule of law does not protect us from the whims of the despot. You might approve of Mayor Taylor's positions on issues, but let us all work together to ensure we do not implement processes that will work to the advantage of a future mayor with whom you might disagree. This would indeed be a bad precedent to set. As Elizabeth Nelson points out in her blog post, most recently, council approved rules that dramatically expand the rights of council to marginalize and punish a duly elected colleague. Vaguely phrased rules like conduct that is unbecoming of a council member are open to interpretation by whoever has the power to use them. This is by design. It creates the maximum opportunity for a majority of council to target an individual member at the absolute discretion of the mayor.
30
These
seconds.
rules could also work to the advantage of any mayor. We must respect democratic elections and rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Haber on the line?
Mayor, I believe he's back.
Very good. Our next speaker is Alan Haber.
Mr. Haber, you can press *6 to unmute your phone.
*6.
You
Am
got
I
it.
unmuted?
We can
It says
hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So frustrating. So yes, I'm speaking also about Jeff Hayner. So I'd rather be talking about something else, but Jeff is a friend. I know him as a cabinet maker, as a woodworker, a manual worker. I know the integrity of his work. There is nothing racist, nothing homophobic about him. And he's made excellent contributions to the city council. Maybe if there were more workers on the council dealing with the actual material world and having to make things actually work, you'd have a better appreciation of the character and value of direct talk. He is a direct talker. He quotes a quote characterizing the press as biased and lying. What the mayor himself, he called beneath contempt. The upset people are upset because he uses a banned word. Little did I know. The message, though, is lost, hidden in the upset. In the big picture, educated people should be aware that the press does not always tell the truth or follow the story to where it may lead. For instance, Mr. Oswald is still seen as a lone killer who brought down the president. I could say more. Anyhow, Jeff also then quotes a song with another banned word. And I forwarded to you from the exegesis of the context of that quote. But the narrow myopia of the administrative committee wanting to get this guy is what it seems like, indulges outrage without really looking at what you're talking about. When I was a student in the 50s, before many of you were born, the United States government banned the books of Wilhelm Reich and had a public book burning here in the land of the free. They did not want you to read the book, The Mass Psychology of Fascism, from 1937, which now the administrative committee majority wants you to act out. If there is a problem, the proper mode is to see it as a teachable moment. This is your responsibility in this community to explore restorative justice, truth and reconciliation, healing the breach. Tolerance is a quality of this community. There is an indulgence. There's an indulgence of fragility, as one Black writer called it, the amplification of the hurt self as if to nullify the reality in which we live. Insofar as anyone on the city council uses your authority to indulge this cancel mentality, you demean the higher values and ethics which you are supposed to represent. The administrative committee should withdraw this wrong-headed resolution, and anyone who votes for it will bear the stain of its ignoble content. You should not be doing this. There's a higher way to function as a city government. Perhaps a resolution that you ignored last week or so to actually have some counseling as to how to function as an effective city government would be much better for you. Please ignore this resolution. Just stop it, withdraw it. Don't do it. It's foolish. And it demeans a very good person on the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I have some Ward 4 news. Well, of course, the resurfacing at Baldwin and Brockman's started today. And starting this Wednesday, traffic going south on Industrial, the construction is changing traffic patterns. So if you are going south on Industrial, you will not be able to turn right on Stimpson. And coming up on an August agenda, we will be talking about connector walks in Ward 4 between Moorhead and Delaware. There's one on either side of 7th, a connector walk that's going to go north of Delaware into Lawton School, and then a connector walk from the end of Delaware Court to Ann Arbor Saline Road. So these are things that are coming up. Thanks.
Councilor Dish.
Thank you. I just wanted to second City Administrator Crawford's mentioning of A20 week, which I wish I had been here for the whole thing, but I was with my mother, which is always a good thing. But a piece of A20 week continues, and that is the reusable takeout food container pilot, which you can make use of at 4 different local restaurants: Zimmerman's, Miss Kim's, El Harissa, and Detroit Street Filling Station. And you can get certain dishes or any dish. Each of the restaurants do it differently. You take it out in your reusable container, you eat it up, you rinse out that container, and then you return it to a drop box, and you can get more food in reusable containers to take home and eat again. I won't continue describing the cycle, but this should run for the end of the month, and I hope that everybody takes a try at it, because I think we're all feeling really guilty about all those things we recycled and threw in the trash as we tried to feed ourselves during COVID.
Councilmember Griswold.
I want to draw your attention to a resolution that's before the Environmental Commission, and it's on the agenda as E7. And we passed a resolution in January of 2021 regarding a notice of violation for the MS4 permit for the Allen Creek. I don't want to get into the weeds too much, but I do want to say that the request was for Gelman Sciences to revise its Allen Creek drain monitoring plan in response to a notice of violation of the MS4 permit. The Environmental Commission discussed it. There were some discrepancies that need to be resolved, and the Environmental Commission is willing to hold a special meeting if necessary. At this point, I've requested clarification from our legal team on some of the specifications in the resolution. More importantly, I want to thank all parties that have been involved in this. It's really an example of ideal collaboration between state, county, city staff, and elected leaders, CARD members, and a number of very knowledgeable community members. I'm optimistic that this will be resolved without court intervention. This is a major step in terms of standing up to Gelman and requiring what is the best plan for our citizens to maintain clean water. And part of it, Eagle has already rejected Gelman's monitoring plan, and they're mandating permanent shallow groundwater monitoring wells in the area. So you'll be hearing more about it. If anyone wants more information, they're welcome to contact me or Councilmember Hayner, who has a lot of expertise in this area, or Councilmember Lisa Dish, who is also on the Environmental Commission with me. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
I'd like to invite folks to take a look at the Ann Arbor District Library's recent book discussion on Carol Anderson's White Rage, the Unspoken Truth of Our Racial Divide. There's an excellent recorded book discussion. And I think it would be a good point of discussion considering what's on our agenda, what's happening within our community. And if you dig a little bit deeper on the Ann Arbor District Library's work, they've also covered the color of law. This month also introduces the United Way's 21-day challenge. And if you listen to WEMU's piece today, you can learn a little bit about the equity challenge, and hopefully folks can participate. I know the city of Ann Arbor has participated. I know City Administrator Tom Crawford has encouraged this in the past. Other institutions are participating and supporting this, and I hope folks in our community will take this on as a challenge personally as well. Some of the exercises, the daily exercises, include revisiting your personal racial identity, reflecting on your personal and implicit bias, what is privilege, what is white fragility, trauma to healing, and how to be an ally. So I encourage everyone's participation.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I believe, is our first official meeting since the beginning of Pride Month. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that tonight. I assume that after 2020 and canceled celebrations throughout the country, that with vaccines on the rise, I expect that many in our community will seek to celebrate Pride again this year. So I encourage everyone to do so safely and responsibly. But I also just want to point out a little bit of our history. Most of you probably know that Ann Arbor has a unique connection to Pride because we were the first city to formally recognize gay pride in the United States. But 3 years before that, what we know as Pride Today was born out of the 1969 Stonewall riots, which was a direct response to constant and targeted police harassment and violence against the LGBTQ community, but disproportionately against the Black and Brown transgender community, drag queens, and gay men of color. So as we look to celebrate safely and responsibly this summer, I also ask that we reflect on this history and continue to think about the work that needs to be done as we continue to work towards equality and justice for all. Thanks.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I encourage all residents to look to our parks website. Pretty much every week, we continue to open up more facilities and opportunities both inside and out. So that's incredibly exciting, and they still are doing an excellent job really working with the county to make sure that we can do that safely. But as conditions change, also provide more opportunities to recreate in our community, including lots of volunteer opportunities as well. And I just want to congratulate especially and tonight was the last graduation, but it was really thrilling after the year we've had to see all of our high schools, 5 high schools in Ann Arbor, to have graduation ceremonies that were in person. So congratulations to all of those graduates, including one very special one who was a child of someone on this council.
Communication from council. I'd like to recommend the following nominee. I should say there is a resolution, CC1, to appoint Chris Vanderbrook, Evan Redmond, Juliana Oriol, and Yangwen Zheng to the Environmental Commission. I assume is for our consideration in our next meeting. Is that correct? Thank you. I I've got Councilmember Dish and Ramlawi. Is that in connection with CC1? CC1, Councilmember Dish. You're on mute, Councilmember.
Sorry, I was thinking that Councilmember Griswold would do this, but Mr. Redmond is going to be moving to Illinois. So we will be finding a replacement for him, but all of the others we will be voting on at the next meeting.
Thank you. Ramlawi, that was your message. Thank you. I'd like to recommend the following nominations for your consideration at our next meeting: to the Ann Arbor Public Arts Commission, Marianetta Porter; to the Building Board of Appeals, Hugh Flack and Robert Hart; to the Elizabeth Dean Fund, Lynn Nibel; to the Housing Board of Appeals, Angela Rasmussen and Lisa Stettler; to the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, Jason Talley. Further, a resolution to appoint Jamal Bufford to the Ann Arbor Public Art Commission, all for consideration at our next meeting, our next regularly scheduled meeting. We now come to the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of the consent agenda.
Mayor, we have Mr. Hupy here to answer some questions for CA1, if you'd like to hear that.
You have the con.
Good evening. I'm Craig Hupy, Public Services Area Administrator. And the question was asked regarding the use of temporaries versus permanents. And to clarify that these temporary hirings are for seasonal work. They're not used in a permanent type position. And we only use the outside agency when we are not able to acquire our temps through our own recruitment.
Further discussion on the consent agenda. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Well, Mr. Hupy is here. I wondered if I could ask him to answer a quick question about CA8 to clarify the temporary or extended temporary nature of those contracted employees, I assume, or contracted services. CA8 speaks to some 6.6 million for approximately up to 3 years of construction inspection services. And this is in lieu of using city inspectors is that my understanding?
We do use city inspectors to inspect construction, but because of the seasonal volume of work, we don't have enough full-time inspectors to do that type of work, and then to keep them employed the rest of the year. So we use these firms to do inspection during the peak construction period.
And then that would be not just residential commercial building construction, but any kind of construction, right? Our road services and anything.
Yeah, well, we would generally not use them for residential building construction. These are for road, utilities,
okay.
The municipal type construction projects.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clear that up. I wasn't quite clear on that. Thank you.
Further discussion on the consent agenda. Councilmember Breyer.
I'd like to pull CA1, please.
CA1. Further discussion on the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA1, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda with the exception of CA1 is approved if 11 council members present all vote in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA3, CA10, CA11, CA12, CA13 has been removed from the consent agenda, CA23, CA25, CA26, CA27, CA29, CA1, One, resolution to award a contract to Manpower, Inc. of Southeastern Michigan for temporary staffing services for public works, moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion, please, at CA1, Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I'd like to move to postpone this to our next meeting. So what is that, the 21st?
Seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion of postponement.
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you still have the floor, Councilmember.
Thank you. Yeah, no, just some late breaking questions came up from members of the community, and I have some additional questions as well, just in terms of ensuring that these temporary workers are, that the way that we're filling these positions is not in conflict at all with council policy to essentially not outsource our public works staff. So until we can get some further answers to some of the more detailed questions, if it pleases the body, it'd be great if we could just postpone this for 2 weeks. I don't think it'll make much difference in terms of the contract. Thanks.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I need to ask our city staff and our administrator whether postponing this will create any hardship, problems. How will postponement affect our ability to fulfill our obligations?
We will need to divert workers from other public works activities in order to complete solid waste collection. We're using temporary workers right now to assist with compost and in parks trash because we have staffing shortages, and because we use temporary workers, we've used them for more than a decade now on a temporary basis to help seasonally. And so we won't have those workers to help with compost.
So would this affect collections?
No, what we would do, because this is a core service, we would just defer work in other areas. So work like hydrant flushing would be delayed. Other utility operations, street maintenance could be delayed while we pull workers from those areas to cover.
There was, I guess, questions that perhaps weren't, or I'm not sure if they were submitted and the answers were inadequate. I'm just concerned about causing this type of inaction in some areas. What are these? I mean, could you answer those questions that Councilmember Iyer has now? Or is it going to take time to research and require a postponement? Or can we simply answer those questions and concerns here?
I'm not sure what the questions are, so I can't answer that.
Were those written questions, or I'm not sure what were the questions? If I can ask the chair, or I'm not sure, but this is a little.
For my part, I don't know the answer. I don't know the questions that were asked. I guess, rather than having crosstalk, perhaps what I hear you saying, council members, your vote on the postponement would be helped if you knew what the questions were.
Thank you. Yes.
Councilmember Regina.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I also submitted some questions and apologize to Mr. Hoopy and other staff because I did come in late. And so I think I probably prompted that staff introduction. A few of my questions were similar to the ones that Councilmember Iyer already pointed out. And I think I got one answer to probably a couple of the questions, a few of the questions that I asked. Specifically, I was wondering, let's see here. This appears to be a contract for temporary staffing services, but I believe that standing policy as established by council resolution in May of 2018 opposes privatization for solid waste services not being performed by an outside contractor and directs the city administrator to end that practice of using temporary employees on a long-term basis to forestall hiring permanent employees. I wanted to know how the contract essentially was not in violation of that standing policy of council, or what the reason was for why we would need to make an exception. I was also looking for what length of time we would anticipate any individual temporary employee from consecutively holding the same position during that 3 to 4 to 5 year contract period. Considering that's a 5 year period, a temporary employee for 5 years doesn't necessarily seem like a temporary employee to me. And so that's something that I also wanted to have a better understanding of. And then I also wanted to know that if this workload was filled by permanent staff, how many additional staff would be needed within the Public Works Department? And so those were a few of the questions I asked. I don't know if Councilmember Iyer had others, but I have a few concerns around this as well, particularly with regard to established council policy, and just wanted to have a better understanding before we move forward. And I guess I would also just add that I hope that particularly for things like this, if they're urgent and a couple week delay might delay the contract, that maybe we see the contract a little bit earlier in the future. Thanks.
Councilor Nelson, I may have called upon Councilmember Radina ahead of you on the queue, whereas I think you may have called in first unless.
I didn't notice.
All right, well, very good. My earnest apologies. Councilmember Nelson.
I just want to thank Councilmember Radina. I'm glad you spoke first, actually, Councilmember Radina, because I appreciate you mentioning that 2018 resolution, because this is legitimately, I fear, against council policy. We really are trying to discourage these kind of temporary worker situations. And so I am happy to support a postponement, because I have some questions about just how effectively we're attempting to recruit. I appreciate your question about people taking these jobs consecutively. This is a good thing for us to ask a few more questions about this, and so I am happy to support a postponement. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, on the postponements, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Radina?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the item on the agenda. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you are connected and we are in the public hearing has been called in which you wish to speak, please enter *9. *9 to indicate that you wish to speak at that public hearing. Having entered *9, your hand will be raised and our clerk will let you know when it is time to speak by identifying you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Once you are called upon by the last 3 digits of your telephone number to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is expired. When your time is expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend section 5.15, 5-15-2, and sections 5.16.6 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, accessory dwelling units. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 663, do you have a comment?
Hello, am I unmuted?
We can hear you, thank you.
All right. Hello, I'm here to speak in support of this resolution about the expanding accessory dwelling units, the ordinance change. I think that this is one of the best things that Ann Arbor can do to make housing more abundant and easier to live in Ann Arbor. Because Ann Arbor is a beautiful city and we want more people to be able to live in it. So I think that increasing the amount of detached small homes that are allowed, to the things that are provisioned for in the current resolution that we're having the hearing on, really allows for a lot more flexibility, and it really makes Ann Arbor an easier, a more friendly city for people to live in. And I can think of many examples for which many examples for which this can be beneficial. For example, if you have if you create multi-generational households, you have like parents who have a young child who grows up and graduates and wants to continue to live in Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is really expensive to live in for a young person. Now, if they were able to collaborate with their parents and build something on their parents' property, they'd be able to have their own place to live, and it would be like a multi-generational household where it would be like a small community that everyone could benefit from in that transaction right there. And there's so many different things that an ADU can help, and there's so many different things that an ADU can help. And there's seniors, this like way to create more housing options in Ann Arbor is ultimately going to lead to a tighter knit community. That's ultimately going to lead to those soft benefits that we can't really quantify, and it's also going to lead to quantifiable benefits. It's going to lead to people being able to making it easier to live in Ann Arbor, making it less cost prohibitive. So there is so many benefits here, and there really are no downsides. So I really would love to see the council resoundingly support this. I yield my time.
Thank you. Georgia, you're muted.
Caller with the phone number ending in 327, do you have a comment?
327? Yes, I do. We are adamantly opposed to the Valhalla Glen project. I think it's not a wise idea in the slightest.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. This is the Valhalla is the next public hearing. This is a public hearing with respect to ADUs.
Okay, so how do I get in at that point?
Great question. Thank you for asking. So you can just take off *9, or rather, a clerk will lower your hand, then stick around until this public hearing is over. I'll announce that this public hearing is over, and I'll say that we're in public hearing number 2, blah, 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 and I'll mention Valhalla, and then you can enter *9. Okay, how long do you think that will be, or do you have no idea? I don't know how many people wish to speak. Okay, so there are 5 on the queue now, anywhere between 10 and 20 minutes. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to public hearing number 1? Yes, thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 250, do you have a comment on this hearing? Caller with the phone number ending in 250, you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi. Pardon me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'm Loretta Codrington. My husband Joseph and our 4 children arrived in Ann Arbor in 1990. Our 4 kids, Charmaine, Clarissa, Mari, and Eddie, were educated in Ann Arbor schools, and we have maintained jobs and small businesses here. As happens with most families, our children grew up. Some moved away, some are still here. Unlike others, we've only owned this one home and are now looking at the possibility of moving, maybe within Ann Arbor, maybe out of town. The home that we live in is what is called a bi-level. The bottom portion is a 1-bedroom apartment, which, when allowed, we rent it out. And we were told that in order to develop the space into a fully functioning one-bedroom apartment and rent it out, we would have to stay either upstairs or downstairs and add a deed restriction. It dashed our hopes of possibly following one or more of our children and still being able to live. So as a result, I am in support of the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board's request that City Council approve the accessory dwelling unit changes proposed by City Planning staff. I want to thank you all for your service to our community. I truly appreciate it, and I follow each one of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment? Phone number 677, go ahead.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes, and I am calling in support of the ADU amendments. I think that this will provide a useful tool for getting more housing and to allow people to stay in Ann Arbor through certain life changes. It'll allow more people to live in Ann Arbor and share this wonderful town. I wish we could have more housing than this, because I think there are some people who are worried that the ADUs would cause a big disruption to the town, and I really don't think we'll see a large number of ADUs being built even with these changes, but I would rather have these changes bring the small number of ADUs that they will bring and give people choices that fit their lives, rather than continuing our current ADU process in which very few are built. So yeah, please allow these ADU changes that are proposed tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ann Bannister, do you have a comment?
Hello, yes, this is Ann Bannister calling again. And about these ADUs, you know, granny flats sound wonderful, and people think, oh, what's not to like about a granny flat and an accessory dwelling unit? But I will say that this particular ordinance is not ready. It has some severe limitations. The 3-foot setback needs to be given much more thorough thought. The owner occupancy requirement being removed needs much more thought, and the protection for the trees needs a lot more attention. You know, we've discussed this last week or so ago. The Environmental Commission looked at it, yeah, and people said, well, not that many will be built anyway. That's a very bad policy, that we should never approve a bad policy under the pretext that not that many will be built. There was discussion that, well, we can plant new trees. At the Environmental Commission, we spent the first hour and a half of the meeting talking about how mature trees are exponentially, in many cases, more valuable than new trees, depending on the tree. So just planting new trees does not help us. We heard that, well, only 7,000 properties will be impacted. That is not true. We are effectively eliminating single-family zoning when we allow 2 separate detached units in the previous single-family zoning categories. So that's very serious, and 20,000 properties are impacted with this significant change, and the public doesn't know. People came to the public hearing, but they represent 1% of the impacted property owners. And we hear, so enforcement is another issue. See Click Fix, Ann Arbor Fix It is not up to speed yet for us to track complaints about ADUs and map them and see which developers are abusing the ordinances. So we need to get enforcement in place. So we heard other things, reasons that, stormwater is not part of this ADU discussion. It's being handled elsewhere. I reject that
30
because
seconds.
we know that try as they might to do a good job, city staff is still making significant mistakes in stormwater management. And just because we think it's not going to cause a drainage and stormwater problem, we're finding that many of our changes actually are. So I'm calling this greenwashing, and that we need to go back to the drawing board to improve these granny flats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 755, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 755, press star 6 to unmute yourself. Caller 755, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment? Caller 534, press star 6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead. Caller 534, please unmute yourself to speak.
Hello, this is Tom Stolberg again, calling from Lower Town. I can support about 99% of what callers have already said and simultaneously ask you to not pass this ordinance tonight. The reason why is that the ordinance as proposed creates a very broad spectrum of possible outcomes. Some of those outcomes are good. Some of those outcomes are very problematic. The problem is this would create a by right situation that does not currently exist for over 20,000 residences, the vast majority of them unaware of the full spectrum of the possible outcomes. The vast majority of people are unaware of most of the possible outcomes. Even council members seem unaware of some of these outcomes. Councilmember Song, you mentioned the color of law. One of the things that book does is deal with the historic and systematic injustices in our system, lending and housing policies that have denied certain groups the opportunity to build intergenerational wealth through home ownership. One of the unfortunate possibilities under this new ordinance proposal is that we're no longer going to have an owner occupancy requirement for at least one of the two units. What that can do is have cash investors buy up modest homes so that they can turn that home into a rental and build a separate up to 800 square foot home in the backyard as close as 3 feet to the lot line, creating two rentals. I'm a real estate broker. I've been one for over 25 years. I take this very seriously. Buyers on the lower end of the market are going to get shut out by cash investors. Prices on the lower end of the market are going to accelerate at an even faster rate than what we see as feels very alarming right now. While we do not know exactly, we can't compare exactly, income to different groups. We know it would disproportionately impact certain groups that we're really trying not to negatively impact. 2 years ago, we raised the issue that there should be more notice if we're going to do this. We've had 2 years to give people notice, specific notice to the 20,000 plus residences that are impacted by this. And educating them and engaging them would be helpful, but we've declined to do that with 2 years. There really isn't an excuse for us not doing that. There was a gentleman who presented at Planning Commission who has an ADU, but he wasn't aware that the owner occupancy requirement might be removed. He didn't think you could build as big of a unit in the backyard as you can under the proposal. And he was one of the presenters at Planning Commission. Imagine what 99% of those over 20,000 residences are unaware of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 644, do you have a comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Boris. I live at 1726 Charlton. Mayor, City Council, and fellow Ann Arborites, when considering the proposed amendments to Ann Arbor's current ADU ordinance, we should ask ourselves, who benefits from the proposed changes and who might be disadvantaged by them? Back in 2016, when Ann Arbor City Council approved an ADU ordinance, making it possible for Ann Arbor homeowners to add ADUs to their properties, it was a mom and pop affair. ADUs could be added to the main house or set up in a pre-existing outbuilding, and property owners were required to live in either the main house or the ADU itself. But the proposed amendments to the ADU ordinance that you are considering tonight change the picture completely. The most significant proposed change is to allow a second detached habitable structure to be constructed in the setbacks in all single-family zoning categories. That means that a second house could be constructed by right as close as 3 feet to the back and side property lines. Is this acceptable to the Ann Arbor property owners who would be affected by this change? No one knows. No one knows because the owners of the more than 22,000 affected properties were not sent a postcard to notify them of this effective elimination of single-family zoning, according to which 2 detached houses would be allowed where only 1 house was allowed previously. Neither have property owners been notified that the 2016 ADU ordinance restriction requiring owner occupancy of either the main house or the ADU may also be removed. Real estate investors, however, are keenly aware of the changes being proposed to Ann Arbor's ADU ordinance. Perhaps they even suggested them. Keep in mind that regular folks, especially folks who are having trouble paying their mortgage or property tax, cannot afford to build new detached ADUs. Investors, on the other hand,
30
can
seconds.
afford to build them. Moreover, it would be extremely lucrative for them to do this and rent both the original house and the new ADU at market rates. Add to that the fact that investors will buy Ann Arbor's least expensive home and properties to work this scheme to their greatest profit, and you will see that it will push our lowest income residents out of town, which of course is the opposite of what we want. Please ask yourself why we should create more opportunities for realty investors by allowing 2 detached houses on each single family lot.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 965.
Hi, my name is Joe Spalding, and I live in Holland, Michigan, but I'm a housing activist, and I spend a great deal of time working in the Bay Area. And frankly, I've gone to city council meetings virtually and in person at probably 17 or 18 different places over the last year, and ADUs come up in literally every single one of them. I can say for certain that none of the terrified rhetoric, the scare tactics, should be given any credence whatsoever. We are in the middle of a housing crisis that is now expanding nationwide. I've been saying this in different places across Michigan for the last 3 years, and starting at my own local spot over here in West Michigan. And the reality is, any type of delay is both throwing gasoline on that housing crisis. But furthermore, let's be honest about what greenwashing is. And I know that there's some issues with some folks being honest because they personally lied, to the press about me while they were on council. But anyway, let's talk about greenwashing there, because it's climate arson to delay the addition of the opportunity for more housing. And any type of concern about the environment outside of that, or that doesn't take that into account, is a shell game. And that's the reality, and the data plays that out. And the last little bit I want to talk about, since it got brought up, is the color of law. And the thesis of the color of law is quite simple, and it was not what was mentioned earlier. It's that after redlining, after the Fair Housing Act made it so it was direct housing discrimination was illegal, cities zoned completely single-family only in order to lock in that existing segregation. In Ann Arbor, we can see that with Washtenaw County being the 8th most segregated county in the country. And we're looking at the effects of that. So when we talk about delaying, I'm as a person of color, I'm sick to my stomach hearing some folks come in and white folks come in and try to speak for people of color here, and then in the other side of their mouth turn around and start defending a city council member who has no problem saying the N-word to a person of color twice, when no white person should be saying that, period, let alone an elected official representing a huge chunk of people inside of Ann Arbor. So let's get our act together. Let's build the housing we need. And when it comes to ADUs, like, come on, man, these are granny flats. No one's going to get run over by a truck if we put these up. No one's terrified of these things. Let's build them. They are the housing that our state now needs. It's a statewide problem. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 250, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Loretta Codrington calling again. I just want to second what the previous
sorry.
caller.
Ma'am, my apologies. There's only one. Only people are permitted to only speak once at each public hearing. My
Sorry
apologies.
about that, Mayor. Caller with the phone number ending in 556, do you have a comment? Phone number 556, if you press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name's Ralph McKee, 1116 Red Oak. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I have a couple of comments. I would like to echo what Mr. Stolberg said and what Ms. Bannister said and what Ms. Boris said. I think I'm in favor of ADUs, so I think some of the comments back and forth here have been, I think, perhaps misinterpreted. I think many of us would like the ADU opportunities to be expanded, but not quite as far as has been proposed. I think a reasonable setback limit of 10 feet, 15 feet would enable many, many of these to be built without risking quite as much of loss of the tree canopy of the mature trees. So I think that's a tweak that could be done without a whole lot of delay. The other piece I think that we need to recognize is we do have a housing shortage. Yes, we do. But these are expensive. At current construction costs, it's going to be, I think the consensus among proponents and opponents of this would indicate that they're going to cost $200,000 to $250,000. And at typical landlord profit pieces, you're going to be looking at about $2,000 a month and up to rent. So we're not really helping with affordability if the small number of units that the proponents are saying would be built, not really doing anything there. The concern that I have with the owner occupancy requirement being removed is the same that Mr. Stolberg and Ms. Boris referenced, so I won't repeat that. What I would like to dispute is the argument that I've seen several times that older folks would be able to build these, and who are struggling financially already would be able to build these and thus provide income to enable them to stay in their houses. As a longtime bankruptcy lawyer and as having worked with a lot of elderly clients and a lot of financial advisors, that to me is financial Russian roulette. And I would never ever advise an old elderly homeowner to borrow 250 grand to build something on the IFCOM. If it works, great. If it doesn't, if you have a delay in construction or you have an unexpected repair or a vacancy, you have a foreclosure and you have lost your house forever, period, end of story. And so I think that particular argument is specious and should be taken off the table and not used in support of this proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 755, do you have a comment? Caller 755, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the phone number 755, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 217, do you have a comment? Caller 217, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Do you have a comment?
Hello, yes, am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I will admit I'm a little less informed on this issue than perhaps I should be when calling in. But one thing that has really stuck out to me about every comment every caller made, every comment that every caller made on this issue is that everyone, even people who didn't support this, and in fact, especially people who didn't support this resolution, seem to agree on the fact that landlords and real estate developers are going to behave in a predatory manner as far as these ADUs go and as far as driving up housing prices go. And I wonder if that is, the most productive use of that time and energy when we're all in agreement that, landlords coming in and jacking up rent prices to the point where no one can afford to live here is wrong. And we have a housing crisis. So why are we attacking the measure to build more housing, have more flexible housing options? Why are we pushing back against that instead of working to perhaps regulate landlords, rent prices, real estate development? It just kind of seems like perhaps in the pushback against this ADU measure, or ordinance, we're kind of barking up the wrong tree. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 367, do you have a comment? Phone number 367, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, this is Brian Chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm calling in favor of the ADU ordinance. We do have a housing crisis. I went back and I looked at the U.S. Census data for the American Community Survey that they do on an annual basis and looked at the distribution of household income. And single-family home ownership and renters for occupied housing in Ann Arbor. The greatest increase, as we all know, is with those households earning $155,000 or more. It's been consistently increasing over the past 10 years. We've had a decline in the distribution of houses going to renters below $50,000 a year in income. These are the macro trends. So right now, house prices are increasing over the past 12 months at about 5.8% as of Zillow data. I use what's available, right? So prices are escalating. There's a housing scarcity on the market right now. You can look at the Federal Reserve and they track this. We have it explicitly here in Ann Arbor. So here's an opportunity to improve the housing stock across Ann Arbor. Yes, it affects single-family zoning. I don't understand why we need to maintain the character of single-family zoning on an absolute basis. I've never understood the call for that. I've never understood the need to maintain single-family home ownership across Ann Arbor as a thing in and of itself. It's certainly, right now, 70% of the parcels across Ann Arbor are single-family home R1 parcels. We don't have a single-family home problem in Ann Arbor. We have a housing scarcity in Ann Arbor. The ADU ordinance is going to free up single-family home parcels to be able to increase housing stock across Ann Arbor. This is a good thing. I don't understand the naysayers. I really don't understand the naysayers on this. I encourage you to support it. I encourage you to support other land use proposals that will increase the housing stock across Ann Arbor that are also on your agenda. And certainly the ADU amendment should be supported.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 828, do you have a comment? Caller 828, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kathy Stratkin. I live in Ward 1, and I just have a question I'd like to pose. I would like to know the impact of an ADU on property taxes, and if that could be clarified somehow in this ordinance. I'm not sure that that's normally how it's done, but I'm wondering if one of two things will happen. If you add an ADU to your property, it will affect your taxes likely in one of two ways. Either there's going to be no change, or most likely your current rate will be uncapped to the current market rate, which might make a huge jump in a person's property taxes, which that aligned with the cost of building the ADU would definitely impact the price that you have to charge to rent it out to break even. And so I was just wondering if it's possible to put in that ADU ordinance how that will affect people's property taxes, because I think that will be a very big factor in whether someone decides to do that. And I personally don't know how building an ADU would affect my property taxes. I can only think that they would go up, but it would be really nice to have that clarified exactly how will my property taxes be affected by building an ADU. Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up for this hearing.
Thank you. I've been received an email from a caller at 755 who wishes to speak.
Mayor, I've called on her several times. I will try again.
Thank you. Just keep do your best.
Caller with the phone number ending in 755. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the phone number ending in 755, please unmute yourself. Press *6. Caller with the phone number ending in 755, can you please unmute yourself?
I see them as remaining on mute as well.
Mayor, I do have a few other callers with their hands up at this point.
Please go on to them. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 764, do you have a comment on this hearing? Caller with the phone number ending in 764, press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, John Floyd, 519 Sunset Road. I'd like to echo comments from Tom Stolberg and some others about the process of notification of the public. It's a straw man argument that wanting notification by postcard of the property owners in town means you're against the ordinance. It simply means we have a process that hasn't informed many people. This issue came up at Planning Commission where it was simply ignored. This is an important issue of process, and I think that taking the time to actually notify people end up with a stronger community support and a stronger ordinance. There's no reason to rush this without actually finding out what people want. But thank you. That's enough for me tonight.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 693, do you have a comment?
My name is Wendy Carmen. I live at 2340 Georgetown. The ADU ordinance that you will vote on tonight effectively rezones all single-family properties to duplexes in the name of providing more affordable housing. Ironically, the last-minute change to remove the requirement of owner occupancy from one of the two units will likely increase the chances that outside investors will be the ones profiting from this and simultaneously raise prices on the most modest homes, making it even harder for lower income families to live in single family homes in Ann Arbor. If you were actually to create a special zoning category that allowed both a single family unit and a smaller secondary unit, and then move to rezone single family properties to the new zone, there would be a strong risk that owners would have opted to legally oppose that, which would have been their right. With the approach you've used, you simply changed wording in the definitions to say that an accessory use can be in a second unit, and voila, you didn't even have to notify the 20,000 affected households. I'm not sure why this is a legal approach. Like many other big changes occurring with our land use ordinances, it should have been the result of meaningful community dialogue, but it wasn't. It should have been part of the master planning process, and it wasn't. Instead, there were hypocritical excuses about why that wasn't necessary. This is being done without meaningful public involvement. Instead, those who wanted to ensure participation of most affected owners in this process were shamed. The issue is that if you have a great idea, you should have no reason to use this approach because you would have thought everyone would agree with you. But not only do you not know whether that's true, I don't think you agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 630, do you have a comment on this hearing? You can press *6
Hello.
to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is John Godfrey. I live on Brockman, and I'd like to offer a comment on the proposed ordinance. I urge the council to engage first with Ann Arbor residents before voting on these proposed changes. There is little public awareness of the proposal and its implications, and a carefully considered policy for permitting ADUs is important, but more needs to be known and discussed, and many facts have not yet been fairly acknowledged. I'd like to share some of these concerns. We've heard conflicting statements from supporters of this proposal. We've been told that lifting restrictions on ADUs will bring down rental costs by adding to housing supply, but little actual evidence has been shared that supports this claim. In fact, in cities such as Seattle, ADUs are promoted as investments that benefit from high rental rates. It's very reasonable that the same will happen here. Ann Arbor's population growth has been a very modest 4.2% since 2000, but the growth of the university's student population has driven up demand and fueled construction of high rises with high rents. And this, in turn, has reset rental rates across the city, making it very difficult for younger workers to find affordable housing. As seen elsewhere in the country, facilitating construction of new rental ADUs is unlikely to improve rental affordability. We've also heard assurances that further deregulation, including allowing both primary residence and the ADU to be rentals, will not have a significant impact on neighborhoods. We've been told that in peer cities, only 1% of homes have built these units, and investors won't find them attractive. On closer examination, the story is far more complicated and deserves greater public awareness. In high-growth, high-cost cities on the West Coast with emerging ADU markets, almost all of these units are built for rental income, not as granny flats or housing for other family members. Design-build firms are eager to push these markets forward. A quick count shows at least 8 Portland firms specializing in ADUs, 12 in Seattle, and more than a dozen in San Francisco, one of which now employs a recent member of this city council. These firms offer inexpensive modular ADUs, and at least one provides homeowners a ground lease option. Under this arrangement, the firm provides the ADU and manages the property at no cost to the owner, who receives 25% of the rent. It's not difficult to imagine the same in Ann Arbor, affecting certain neighborhoods more than others. And a warning comes from San Diego, where
30 seconds.
deregulation has led to a proliferation of ADUs and created incentives for speculators to buy up properties, tear out trees and yards, and build as many units as possible. And a backlash to the unanticipated effects of loosening regulations, hundreds of San Diegans are now demanding a moratorium on ADUs. I urge the council to pause and engage with the residents to evaluate the potential long-term benefits and risks. Let's assure that all residents have a chance to participate in an informed discussion of our shared goals for the city's future. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you.
Brandon Dimcheff, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hi. I will keep this quick. I know it's going to be a long meeting. I just want to say that I support these changes to the ADU ordinance. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm happy to have more neighbors. I'm not worried about all of this doom and gloom, and I think this is a good step forward. Thanks.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up for this hearing.
Number 2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 9.8 acres from TWP Township, R1C Single Family, and R1A Single Family to R4E with conditions. Multifamily Dwelling District with conditions. Valhalla, Ann Arbor, conditional rezoning 3150577797981071451551551559 Valhalla Drive and 20652099 South Main Street. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 297, do you have a comment? Caller 297, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Dan Atkins on Mara Drive, speaking concerning the Valhalla project for residents of Meadows and the Country Place condominiums in Ward 4. Since learning about this project, we have viewed all relevant meetings of the Planning Commission, the City Council, and have had 30 different meetings with the developer, Pioneer High officials, the mayor, city and traffic planning staff, and most all council members. We documented our findings and material was sent to all of you, and we thank you all who listened and shared our concerns. Tonight, we are asking you not to approve the R4E rezoning and the Valhalla site plan but rather to wait for a proposal consistent with the master plan and the city planner's recommendations. Here are our three primary reasons. First, the rezoning of these parcels to R4E is spot zoning, and this is a well-documented, dangerous, slippery slope that violates strategic master planning with robust community input, actually a theme we're hearing tonight. This project violates Ann Arbor's master plan, which you have approved within the last 5 years. It goes against the advice of our professional city planners. They recommended R1D zoning with up to 84 units, and this developer is requesting a density over 5 times that. This is inconsistent with the location and parcel size and requires over-engineering to make it work, or try to make it work. This is the first proposed use of R4E zoning intended for high-density development on major traffic corridors. And ironically, this project doesn't meet the definition of R4E since Main Street has not been designated a transit corridor for high density development. Many council members have told us that they rely completely on the professional judgment of the city traffic engineers. Why then would you not rely on the professional judgment of our city planners? Secondly, the traffic and safety issues have not been adequately resolved. The entrances and exits for this development for up to 1,000 people are not aligned with existing signalized intersections. This creates constraints on entrances and exits and thus unresolved congestion and safety issues at increasingly busy intersections near a high school and Michigan Stadium. Hopefully you have visited the Valhalla site to make a judgment for yourself. A city traffic engineer actually told us that congestion is good because it slows down traffic. Has this become city policy? Our safety concerns were sharpened when one of our residents was recently hit by a car in a crosswalk at Main and Valhalla. And third, only 3% of this proposed units contribute to affordable housing. The Bowen Housing Needs Assessment you recently commissioned documents a demand for affordable housing. This project, at the high cost of spot zoning, makes a minimal contribution to this need. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 107. Do you have a comment? Caller 107, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Jean Holland. It seems in recent years, the city has gone on an accelerated building crusade, often with mixed results. This can be reflected in the handling and outcome of many projects familiar to you, such as Lower Town, Trinitas, 2857 Packard, and the Garnet. None of our group is opposed to construction commensurate with sound planning and the constraints that regulate land use. What we do object to is that land use planning has been ignored. This is not a case of not in my backyard, because this project is in everyone's front yard and has far-reaching effects well beyond the nearby neighborhoods. The notification rules worked very well in your favor because the 1,000-foot distance only required the developer to notify residents within that radius. I know that the public meeting was very small for a project of this impact and magnitude. The fact that the report from the developer indicated that the residents were generally in favor was grossly misrepresented. I read the report and it was not the experience that I recall. In fact, no one I talked to that night was in favor. Then the pandemic last year put the clamp on effective communication. Zoom, while convenient, does not provide the same impact that an in-person meeting would have provided. Both of these situations greatly enhanced the City Council and Planning Commission's ability to allow this to proceed virtually unencumbered. Regardless of whether callers are in favor or opposed to this project, there is one element of this whole thing that cannot be ignored. The City Council has taken it upon themselves to override the master plan, override the initial recommendations to deny this dense construction, and to establish a new zoning code never before assigned to any development in Ann Arbor. This is the abuse of self-appointed power. We do have precedents regarding this type of violation, and it cannot be ignored. I am requesting that this vote be deferred or denied until such time that the master plan be updated, using the rules already in place for such modification in order to align the project scope with the land use plan for the area. Should a vote be taken tonight to approve this project, we will take legal action against the city for violating its own rules. If you did not
30
defer
seconds.
your vote, we have no other choice. You do not have the authority to approve this zoning, nor do you have the authority to approve a project of this scope. Once again, I respectfully request that you defer your vote or deny and do this the right way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 663, do you have a comment? Caller 663, go ahead.
I'm here to speak in support of the this resolution to rezone the Valhalla parcels. And I find it really strange that, you know, people come in and they say, oh, we're in support of building, you know, housing, we're in support of, you know, people coming into Ann Arbor, but then they always qualify that right away by saying, you know, we're not in support of changing the rules, we're not in support of, you know, we're not in support of housing that isn't affordable, in like scare quotes. So what I think is necessary is for Ann Arbor to realize that Ann Arbor is a city that is being choked by its own regulations that are put in place many years ago. It's being choked by these zoning regulations that are not allowing it to grow. One of the callers before me said that Ann Arbor is only grown by 4.2%, even though the population of University of Michigan students has ballooned. I am a University of Michigan student myself, and I can tell that when I go to Ann Arbor and I look for a place to rent, the rent is so expensive, and I'm always looking for places that are close to campus. Now, even if you look outside of places close to campus, places on the way far edge of North Campus, for example, or places south of the campus in Ann Arbor, rent there is still enormously expensive. And why is this? Is it because, you know, there's like a law that in Ann Arbor rent must be expensive? It's not because of that. It's because there simply isn't that many places to live in Ann Arbor, because of the restrictive zoning laws that have made it so the segregation in Ann Arbor can no longer, you know, that basically institutionalized segregation that was built in Ann Arbor before, like one of the callers said before, with the Fair Housing Act. Now, what's the solution to this? To take dramatic action to fight the housing crisis that faces Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is a city that, it's not that people don't want to go to Ann Arbor, it's that they can't go to Ann Arbor. University of Michigan students aren't, like, the ones that want to stay in Ann Arbor can't stay in Ann Arbor because they just can't find a place to live where they can afford it. They have to go somewhere else. And now when you say, oh, we don't want to rezone this because, you know, it's like against some rules, you know, there is a council that has the authority to do this, and that's why they're doing it. You know, this is like parliamentary procedure. They're allowed to do this. This is part of their like, bylaws. And so what I think is that, you know, this Valhalla property will be rezoned. It's going to create tons of, it's going to create over 400 new housing units. There's going to be parking spots on them too, you know, for those people that are concerned about parking minimums, you know, and there's going to be a place where more people to live. It's going to be more neighbors. There's going to be more people coming to Ann Arbor. You know, supply is going to increase, and it's going to be closer to the demand that's sky high in Ann Arbor right now. So it's just going to be a small change. It's going to take us one step closer to solving the housing crisis facing Ann Arbor. I yield my time.
Time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 965, do you have a comment?
I do. Once again, this is Joe Spalding. I wanted to speak out strongly in favor of this specific rezoning. And I guess the only thing that I wanted to say on the side of that, because I think the things about density and the need to fight the housing shortage, which is driving up the cost of rent, I think that's pretty obvious. And I think folks understand that. And, you know, the writing's on the wall politically down the road, that idea doesn't have any any pushback that's going to get popular. The only other side of that is paired directly with words spoken by Donald Trump when he was playing Chicken Little about the suburbs falling. So I do think that this is an important step forward for Ann Arbor and, again, the state of Michigan here. The one thing that I did want to say specific to Valhalla and the opposition here, when it comes to litigation, I have no ability, and I don't think anyone here really has the ability to influence the outcome of anything like that, or I don't think anyone wants to speak to their ability to influence the outcome of a court case. I certainly know some folks that have the ability to have some influence on public opinion. And I think that the people of Michigan, everyone has the right to know that at the local level, there are people standing up and suing cities to try to block new housing in the middle of a housing crisis. And I think that's not a hard sell. And I think that even folks in newspapers are going to be talking about that stuff more and more. They're already running stories about the housing shortage and the impact on low-wage workers, and then also the filtering effect. So I think that hearing other folks call in, college students specifically, speak in favor of this in terms of the historic impact of zoning and the, just how this is going to really impact people's lives in positive ways, is moving. And I want to commend the city council members that vote in favor of this ordinance as it moves forward. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 327, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Is this the appropriate time to talk about the Valhalla project?
It is. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. As I was trying to mention before, we are adamantly opposed to the Valhalla Glen project. 454 units is significantly larger than the number 84 units that was originally recommended. And this would be unnecessary and I think irresponsible density considering where it is, with significant traffic and safety concerns. We live just off Scioto Church Road and we use South Main daily. And the traffic between 4:30 and 5:30 is intense, with U of M employees leaving work and heading to I-94. And that stretch of road is busy most of the time. It's absolutely impassable during the fall when there are football games, and that's just a specific time. But I think that sort of density would be just irresponsible, as I said before, and would affect the housing quality and prices of homeowners in the area. I don't think it would improve Ann Arbor. I think there are other places that that kind of housing can be planned, and we urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Trudeau, do you have a comment?
Yes, hello, Council. I'd like to address a couple of points on this one. I enthusiastically support this project. One of the complaints we are hearing consistently is about concerns about traffic with this many people living at this intersection. And I'd like to point out that if we choose not to build here, we choose to only allow less to be built here. Those people won't disappear; they will go somewhere else, and they will commute into our city with all the other people who have been priced out or can otherwise get access to the city, and coming up that same route on Ann Arbor Saline Road to South Main Street, in increasing the traffic anyway and driving even more. I'd also like to challenge the idea that we've had a building crusade or a building boom in recent years. If you look at any of the statistics, our rate of building has been historically low over the last decade. It may not feel that way, but it is. We're building a lot less than we ever have. And lastly, I'd like to point out that the R4E zoning that is proposed for this was created about a decade ago. It hasn't been used, but it was created out of input from our master plan specifically for this kind of purpose, intended for, from the code itself, intended to permit high density multifamily development along signature transit corridors, which this is, with nearby access to public land, which this has, schools, which this has, shops, which this has, and personal services outside of the DDA boundary, which this is. Elements of land use planning and site design should ensure that the impact of such intensity use on adjacent property and on the community as a whole is minimized, which it does. It's on the golf course. It doesn't have an impact. So it's a perfect application of this zoning, and it achieves many of the goals identified in our master plan. And it reduces impervious surface by building multi-story buildings. It's density immediately adjacent to transit. It supports our sustainability goals and all the goals outlined in our 820 plan with full building electrification. So I think this is a slam dunk. I think there's no reason not to support it. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes, and I'd just also like to enthusiastically support this development. I think that I'd like to see more housing to help us dig ourselves out of the housing crisis. And this is a great opportunity to build a whole lot of housing at once. I'd like to share this town. I'd like to have more people move here and fewer people move out of here. I think that also when we build big developments like this, it lets people live closer to their jobs, and that means that we're not going to have so many people driving in and out of town at the exact same time as everybody else, because they'll be, even if they drive cars from this apartment complex, they'll be using the city streets, and they'll be using it in a different pattern from the people who are driving in and out of town. So, and they'll be driving a shorter distance. So that's great for the climate, and that's great for the safety of our roads. And it's, I love to see it. I love to see more people living in Ann Arbor. I think it's great for the neighborhood character of all neighborhoods in Ann Arbor. Anytime there's people who live here. Every person who lives here is someone who might have a dog. They might post about their dog on the internet. I might be able to see pictures of that dog. There's somebody who might make wonderful contributions to this town, and I would like more opportunities for people to live here and be a part of my community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 532, do you have a comment? Caller 532, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ariel Ryan. I'm a resident of the Westover Hills neighborhood. And the last time I spoke before you guys was in opposition to the Lockwood development because of all the ways they didn't address our concerns. And so I'm enthusiastically supporting this rezoning because I think the developer has gone above and beyond to meet the really stringent requests we have for sustainability and affordability and accessibility to multiple options for transit. I'm impressed by the LEED Silver standards they've listed that they'd like to reach with their green roof and their solar panels. I'm impressed with their ability to see that we would need additional sidewalks and hopefully a new shelter for the closest bus station. While my house isn't super close or adjacent to the development, I'm a distance runner and I'm over there as a pedestrian all the time. I have family members over there. My husband works there and we're a single car family. And so we drive that corridor often. And so I feel I'm a part of what would happen there, and I see more benefits than concerns about extra cars on the road. If traffic and congestion is really the biggest concern, I would ask other residents of Ann Arbor to give up their multiple cars to allow people to move in who might need cars. There's multiple ways to deal with traffic, and one of those is current residents giving up their multiple car household. So thanks for listening. Again, I enthusiastically support this, and I would love to see it go through. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 561, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So my name is Nicholas Ryan, and I am a homeowner here in Ann Arbor, and I definitely support approving the Valhalla project. I live close to the proposed site for a couple of years, and I still drive, bike, and walk by this location frequently as it's on my route to work. So I will personally be impacted by any project at this location. From a sustainability perspective, as was mentioned at the very beginning of this meeting, and this is a very important aspect for me, this project has done an admirable job preserving natural assets on the property and building to a higher standard than is really required of them by reaching for that LEED Silver certification. The project will have green roof space, car share options, electrical vehicle charging stations, in addition to the solar panels that they plan to put on. So the whole project will be able to generate a significant portion of its own power needs. I would love it if all Ann Arbor projects demonstrated a similar level of care. And this type of mixed use for the land as both housing and power generation is something that we need to normalize to achieve our renewable energy goals. And I'm grateful that this project contains several considered sustainability choices. From a location perspective, I'm really having a hard time imagining a better location for a mixed housing project in Ann Arbor. So many amenities are within walking or biking distance, and the site enjoys close access to public transportation. And any argument against the site in terms of access or traffic really doesn't hold a lot of water for me, as we tolerate U of M gate traffic multiple times a year through that same area. Not owning a vehicle may also be an attractive option for Valhalla residents, given that they will have close access to needed services, public transportation, and those car share opportunities. With below ground parking, any cars the residents do own will not be an eyesore, and this even helps with water retention on the site. There are other benefits worthy of mentioning, but to keep this short, we're facing a housing crisis and a climate crisis, and this project will add a much needed set of housing options in Ann Arbor while also taking sustainability into account. And nearly all of that care appears to be voluntary and not required of the developer. If we can't find a way to approve a housing project like this that has met or exceeded every demand we can reasonably place upon it, and is on a site that is as perfect as it can really get based on city requirements, and I believe fits with the goals and values that we have as a community, we're harming ourselves and we're looking foolish while doing it and digging ourselves even further into our own housing crisis. Thank you.
Molly Kleinman, do you have a comment?
I do. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. My apologies.
Thanks so much. I live in Ward 4, and I'm calling in support of the Valhalla rezoning and site plan. As many other callers have mentioned, we are in a housing crisis, and we're in desperate need of more housing of all kinds, including market rate apartments. This proposed development is on a major transit line. It's walkable and bikeable to downtown, groceries, and other amenities, and it's directly across the street from Pioneer High School. It has plans for solar power generation, it includes affordable units, and it plans for all electric appliances. This location, to put all these apartments here, could actually reduce traffic through this corridor because, as others have mentioned, lots of people have to drive through there because they can't live closer to town. And so they live far away and they have to drive through. And if they could live here, they could be taking the bus or walking or biking to work or school. As far as I'm concerned, this plan is very well aligned with our stated sustainability goals and our transportation goals, just our, being a welcoming and inclusive community goals. And so I encourage all of you to vote yes on this rezoning and the site plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936, do you have a comment? Caller 936, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, Council. So glad to meet you guys. I am speaking on behalf, I'm Nancy Wellman, of one of the members of the family that lived on that property since 1965. Talk about seeing growing in that area and growth and building, and oh my goodness, what else is happening? We have seen it. It has been a wonderful, wonderful piece of property, but it has literally gotten swallowed up with all the building that is going on around there. I am so for this project because I firmly believe it will be a beautiful building that people will be able to come and see when they come off of I-94 heading into the city. And this is really, it's I don't know what else would go there. This has been a wonderful, wonderful place for our family to grow up in. And we park cars, we walk to schools, Lawton and Pioneer. We walked downtown, we took the buses, we rode our bikes, we did everything. And this little special piece of island that is now coming into the city, living there, but that was just what you did when you lived in a little part of Pittsfield Township. But it's so bizarre listening to everybody decide what should happen with that property that they don't really know what that's been. It's a beautiful piece of property. And I think it will be a great, great asset to this town that I've lived in. I was born in 1959. That it's like, come on, folks. I don't know. All of a sudden, everybody's coming out of the woodwork. Oh, we got to do this. We got to do that. No, this is what happens, and life goes on, and building goes on. We've seen it. We've seen it. And this, all I can say is, I support it, and thank you, council, and everybody that has worked so hard on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donnell Weish, do you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Council. I'm Donnell Weich, the Reverend Donnell Weich, and I live on Scioto Church. I live about 2,000 feet from this proposed property. So I want to enthusiastically endorse it. Here's why. Density is great for people's wallets. One of the things that we get is a lot of benefit when we get some density. Things like providing services can drop dramatically. We also get the enhancement of social connections. While we were trapped in our house during the last year under the COVID lockdown, one of the things that I witnessed was more of my neighbors walking in front of my house. I hadn't seen so many neighbors walking in front of my house. And I was delighted to sit out actually and have my work office be in front of my house so that I could meet my neighbors. So I want to say as enthusiastically as Nancy just did that I am in support of this development. Density also helps our environment. We will see lower emissions. We will see more energy efficiency. Density can improve health outcomes because the space is walkable to bushes, to the dry cleaners, to the vet, to the pharmacy, to the schools that are there, both Lawton and Pioneer. Density also does something that Ann Arbor prides itself on, progressive politics. It moves us in a progressive direction. And I want to end by saying density is fun. Please, please, please build more housing in the city of Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 231, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello.
231?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. I wanted to comment. I've analyzed the situation quite a bit, and one of the things I'm appalled about is that the University of Michigan created this problem
by adding 7,000 undergraduate students. Now, I'm very happy to hear that 7,000 additional undergraduate students will be attending the University of Michigan. But the fact is that the University of Michigan threw a giant turd into our lap. Basically, they made the decision to force the rest of us to deal with a problem they created, and they are not offering any resources to help manage this problem. Why is that? You know, I did a calculation. I tried to figure out how much additional revenue they get into their general fund with 7,000 additional undergraduate students coming in. And the number I came up with is, and you should note this down, I figure that U of M is realizing a net of $100 million a year from these 7,000 students. Okay, and that's after paying the instructors and after paying the administrators. And that would include, and one of those administrators would be Lisa Dish, who gets $200,000 a year for 9 months of work. Now, why are we not going to the state and asking them to put pressure on U of M? I mean, the state gives U of M money. Why are we not asking them to help to put pressure on U of M to offer resources to solve some of the very real problems that have been created by this? I'm all for, you know what, it's clear we need housing. We have a rental vacancy rate down around, in the low single digits, and that means rents in Ann Arbor are increasing faster than people's income. That is disrupting the social contract. That is not fair. That affects every renter. That was a decision U of M made without consulting anybody, and they simply threw the problem into our lap, and they're basically telling us to go deal with it. That is not right. That is not just. I would love to see the city and the university work together, but if the university's position is we create the problems and you go solve them for us, that's not working together. That nobody has raised this issue. U of M is the elephant in the room, and I think it's true what these people are saying. There's a definite shortage.
30 seconds.
I'll end there. I think I said enough. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 786, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller 786, press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Julie Kroll. I'm the applicant's traffic engineer. We have been working on the traffic study for this property for over 2 years now. So I just wanted to add a little bit of commentary to some of the comments that I've heard tonight and maybe a little bit of clarification. So we have worked closely with the city staff for over 2 years to put together the traffic study that was presented and was reviewed and approved by city staff and your traffic engineers, transportation engineers at the city. One of the things that we were concerned about with the city was looking at to improve safety. And one of the things that we're going to be doing if this project moves forward tonight is working to improve safety along South Main Street in front of the property where there is a median opening. So that's part of the next phases on this, is to actually improve safety along the corridor in conjunction with the development site access that's proposed. In addition, I wanted to note that the trip generation that we used for this study was for the multifamily residential development. It did not include any reductions for modal split, which have been noted tonight. A modal split are reductions in trip generation for using buses, biking, and walking. This development is on a bus route. There is going to be increased pedestrian connectivity. They're going to be adding additional sidewalks to connect to the south. So you can walk to the grocery store. You can now, there's bike lanes. You can ride your bike to campus. You can walk to Pioneer High School. That further reduces the traffic impact associated with this development by having that modal split. So being that it's on such a multimodal area, that we're seeing less traffic impact than we would see if we were to take this development and put it, say, in a suburban location. So the traffic impacts associated with the 454 units is significantly less than we would see in another location in the city.
30 seconds.
So I just wanted to point that out, and I will be on the call if there's any further questions later tonight, able to answer those specifically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 942, do you have a comment? Press star 6 on
Yes, good evening. This is Brad Strader. I'm a planning consultant. To look at the master plan implications, I did want to point out, first of all, somebody brought up tonight a spot zone. So clearly this is not a spot zone. A spot zone is a very small site, which this is not, and it's where the spot zone is inconsistent with the surrounding land uses, and this is not the case either. In fact, I helped write the STIP manual on spot zoning with Marty Overheiser, who was the planning director of the city of Ann Arbor. So we went through all the different criteria for spot zone, and this is clearly not a spot zone. So, but on the master plan, so as you've seen in some of the reports, the master plan for this site was created in 1990, so over 30 years ago. The city identified 12 areas in the master plan for special study, but this site was not one of them, and that's not unusual because this was designated in the Pittsfield Township Master Plan and in Ann Arbor's Master Plan as a future annexation site, and it's very normal to just leave things the way they are until somebody comes in and promotes a rezoning for a higher density, just as we're doing tonight. The master plan, by the way, was not followed on a number of developments in the immediate area over the last 20 years. None of them, by the way, were single family. A number of them, such as this Brookdale Senior Center and the Main Street Apartments, were shown as single family in the master plan, but they developed with the uses that are there today. So, you know, the master plan is very outdated. It's supposed to be updated every 5 years, and it hasn't been. And that's why the Planning Commission voted in looking at all the factors here overwhelmingly in support of this project and the rezoning, because they felt, and their job is to look at the master plan, was looking at all the factors, not just the future land use map, which is just a small part of the master plan, but the master plan is also the city's policies and goals. And as you've heard from some of the other speakers tonight and guests tonight, the proposal is very consistent with the city's modern goals, such as affordable housing, adding density along a high transit corridor that is within walking and biking distance of the high school and downtown, and grocery stores and restaurants and shopping. I mean, this is the perfect place to have this type of density. And it doesn't abut single family homes. It abuts the U of M golf course and commercial corridor. The single family homes are on the other side of the road. So I just want to make sure that you're considering all the comments here tonight. I think the outdated master plan map should not be artificially influence the decision. And instead, the land uses being proposed is consistent with the development trends in the area and the city's needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment? Caller 534, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Tom Stolberg, calling from Lower Town. I'm glad I followed that previous caller. He did an excellent job of describing a lot of the process and how the master plan relates to this area, to this site. I'm neither in favor nor opposed to this particular development. I've known somebody who lived on Valhalla for quite a long time. It was always known that this site, these houses, would be redeveloped. I do think it's a good site for a higher density development. What exactly, what's the number? What level of density is appropriate for this site? We have a current master plan. It has not been updated, in my personal opinion, and that opinion is given as somebody who's done development, as somebody who's done rezonings, as somebody who's participated in a master plan revision for one of his own rezonings, where the community said, we like what you're proposing, but you don't meet the master plan. What we'd like to do is do a master plan revision for the immediate area, which they did. And after that subsequent master plan, my project then met the master plan and was approved. The key is that they did that evaluation for the immediate area, not just my parcel and my parcel alone. It allowed an evaluation of traffic and other issues that impact that immediate area so that we can make a true plan. So I do think it is appropriate to update the outdated master plan for this area prior to the rezoning. I do think a dense development is appropriate there. I don't know what the final number for density should be, and I think the community has the right to participate in that decision. We've heard a lot of good points from people in both directions, for and against this, and those are the exact kind of communications we'd have if we did a master plan revision for this area, but it would include other parcels. There's some parcels nearby that I believe are being put together into a common ownership. It may be an option, may have already been done, but that'd be really appropriate to evaluate that parcel in this revision at the same time. I'd like to mention that Lockwood, when it was on Jackson Road, didn't meet the master plan and was turned down for that reason, not for other reasons that have been hyped and for political gain. But had that master plan been revised, that project might have, the community might have said, we do want that project. And nobody went back and visited a master plan revision for that. That could have been done. I think if we follow the process, we all come out better in the long run. It takes a little longer to do it right, but we reduce the errors and we make our decisions more legally secure so that we aren't saying, hey, this guy over here already did it, or that person already there already zoned it something else. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. Do you have a comment?
Hi, Ralph McKee. I'll try to keep this brief. It's going to be a long night. I would echo what Mr. Stolberg said, and I have a couple of additional points. The caller who called in about the U of M being the elephant in the room, I would note that some states, including California, require the university when they up enrollment to build housing for the increase in enrollment. We could certainly have some of the statewide activists that we hear on this comment period regularly, maybe put that on the list of something to look at, number one. Number two, on the relationship between the land use plan and the relationship of that to our developments, I think we ought to really evaluate that. Because if as Mr. Streeter said, we're routinely approving projects that don't meet the revision or the current plan, we ought to revise the plan for the whole area so that we're not just routinely rezoning to override what's on that plan without the significant public input that the land use plan for a specific area, which wouldn't take 5 years and wouldn't take a huge amount of budget. That's just how we should approach this. I know that's frustrating, the delay, but that could be done if a development came in at the beginning. If that was done right out of the gate, it probably wouldn't delay the process hardly at all. And I think we ought to take a hard look at that. I know that's not a popular idea, but I think that's what we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 348. Caller 348, do you have a comment?
Hi, yes, this is Mort Cohn, 2249 South Main Street. I live right across the golf range from the proposed development. And I'm not an expert on developments, but I'm just a guy whose life will be impacted by this thing. And I agree with the Reverend. I'm all about density. Density is fun. I chose to live in a condo community with 48 units all close together because I believe in a planned community, and I think that density is the best for the environment. But 454 units is a lot of density, and it's going to blot out the sky 100 yards away from me. And so it's kind of a big deal. I take walks in the evening with my dog, and I've got arthritis and don't get around so well anymore. And this is going to be an impact. So just wanted to share my comments. I'm against this development. I mean, I want some development. I want something built there, obviously. 84 units sounds great, or 100, but 454 is just, I think, outrageous. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 299, do you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. This is Michael O'Keefe. I'm on Gulfview Lane. And thanks again for the opportunity to speak on this project. I think it's my third or fourth time. For the record, I'm not against development, even in my own backyard. I support affordable housing. I even support the ADUs you talked about a little bit ago and the benefits of more density. And really all the traffic, doom and gloom we're hearing about, or the unicorns and rainbows that some callers seem to think this will bring about, are really not what I'm here to dispute. Since those are just guesses and hopes, and in some cases fears. I'm really calling about a request to vote this down or delay it, really due to other reasons you've heard before. Our city government has a process to adjust, update, and rework the master plan for the city. Approving this one parcel now without seeking or responding to the broader community that surrounds it, which would happen with a rework of that plan, is taking an inefficient and illogical approach to development in the city. So this particular council likes this project today. A future council may decide a different density or usage next door because that's the project they like. This quilt-like approach to long-term development planning is not how any of you would make long-term decisions to how you may run your own businesses, how you would lead teams through long-term strategic planning, or make big decisions for just your family. You'd want to approach things from a more holistic point of view before making a series of disconnected and sometimes one-off decisions. Or, like earlier today, Council Member Iyer and others requested Council to pull from consideration of the consent agenda, item number 1, because it may or may not conflict with how the city should or should not use temporary positions for solid waste jobs. Please use the same consideration to a longer term issue like this huge development that is a known conflict with the master plan as you are putting towards those temporary positions. Do the right thing, pause this, and seek to involve the wider community to get our input on the city's master development plan and understand not just what this one development might do, but what everything else you may want to accomplish in the city in this particular area, instead of just considering them from a one-off point of view. I appreciate the time tonight, and I am done speaking.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number 968, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead. Caller with the phone number ending in 968, you can go ahead. Caller with the phone number ending in 968, you're unmuted, but we don't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. This is Brad Moore, one of the architects on the project. I just wanted to assure council that we have followed all the required procedures, processes that are required of any development in Ann Arbor, including a thorough review by multiple staff. Going through planning commission multiple times. We were there at least 3 times to work out every detail and make sure that this project does comport with the goals of the master plan. As Mr. Strader stated, the fact that there was a single family label on this parcel only reflected its existing use at the time the master plan was done as a single family neighborhood. And there's been no planning efforts that have ever suggested in a holistic manner unzoning or rezoning single family homes to something else. By having all of these parcels combined into one parcel, it gives an opportunity that didn't exist before. And as to density, council has approved plans with greater density. I had a plan approved by council over on 2050 Commerce a couple of years back that had an approved density over 69 dwelling units per acre. And this one is just 45.4 units per acre. So the density is not uncharacteristic of plans that the city has approved before. We have all of our experts in every discipline here at the meeting tonight. So if you have any questions, we're able to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone
Mayor,
else
I
like
don't
to
see
speak?
any other callers on the line.
Is there anyone else like to speak at this public hearing? Being no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 3, resolution to approve Valhalla Ann Arbor Site Plan and Development Agreement 31505777979810714714714145 147 151 155 159 163 Valhalla Drive and 2065 2099 South Main Street. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 4, resolution to adopt the Ann Arbor Moving Together Towards Vision Zero City of Ann Arbor Comprehensive Transportation Plan. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Molly Kleinmans, do you have a comment?
I do. Sorry, give me just one second. Hi, I'm Molly Kleinman. I am calling in support of adopting the new Comprehensive Transportation Plan. I serve as the chair of the Ann Arbor Transportation Commission. The commission, as well as the Planning Commission, both unanimously recommended the plan's adoption at their joint April meeting. At the time, commissioners observed that the plan aligns with the city's sustainability goals and our Vision Zero goal of no serious or deadly crashes in the city, and it prioritizes safety, equity, accessibility, and sustainability. This plan was created with extensive community engagement and participation, and Transportation Commission had several opportunities to review drafts and make suggestions. Personally, I really appreciated seeing the way that the consultants who were working on the plan made revisions and additions in response to feedback from city residents. Speaking only for myself, I want to live in the Ann Arbor that this plan envisions. The Ann Arbor of this plan is designed for people, not cars. It considers the needs of everyone who uses our streets, including disabled and elderly people, families with young children, people who can't or don't want to drive cars, people who choose to get around by bike or on foot, and many others. It recognizes that the ability to move around safely and easily is fundamental to creating a livable city. And I encourage you on City Council to adopt this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see anyone else with their hand up for this hearing.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 677, do you have a comment?
Hi, it's Michelle Hughes, and I too am excited about the transportation plan update. I am a person who tries to do as much of what I can do by bicycle as I can, and it's very clear when you're outside of a car that the city is not designed for people who are outside of cars. Nevertheless, like this, Ann Arbor is one of the better places to get around not by car, and that's what attracted me to living here in the first place and why I've stayed here for the past 20 years. I want more of that. I want more people to be comfortable getting around without using a car. I want more destinations that you can get to without using a car. And I want it to be safe to get to those destinations without using a car. I want people to think nothing of allowing their kids to walk or bike to their destinations, because I want the city to be that safe to get around. And it's just wild how much we take for granted the assumption that everything has to be designed for cars and that cars have to move quickly and a large number of cars have to be moved. And I am excited that this transportation plan puts us into a position where we're thinking more about the people who are not driving cars. So I can't wait to see it get updated and approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up at this time.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. It's 9:51. Let's take a short break, returning at 10:01. Thank you. We are back after a short break. A1, we have before us the work session minutes of May 10 and the regular session meeting minutes of May 17, both 2021. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Umlawi, second by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion? Councilmember Nelson, was that a discussion or an aye? All in favor? All opposed? It's approved. B1, an ordinance to amend section 5.15 and table 5.15.2, section 5.16.6 of chapter 55, Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, accessory dwelling units. Moved by Councilmember Graham, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Dish.
Okay, so I don't want to take up too much time. We have so much on the agenda. So as we all know, Ann Arbor adopted its first ADU ordinance in 2016, and it hasn't yielded, even though that ordinance itself has been made, it has been relaxed prior to now. We still have fewer than 24 or just about 24 properties that have applied, people who have applied for permits for ADUs, and fewer than that have been constructed. So the current ordinance that we're working from allows approximately 15,600 properties to host ADUs. Under the proposed amendments, these properties will have greater flexibility, and it's going to add approximately 6,750 properties newly eligible to host ADUs. So that does give us a total, as many callers actually mentioned, of 21,000 properties. Now, maybe this is a big change compared to going from not legal to legal, which is the first change we made in 2016. Or maybe it's a small change because going from legal to not legal to legal was the big leap. Maybe this is an even bigger change than moving from not legal to legal, because the revisions we propose here would allow detached ADUs to be built on 21,000 properties, whether they are owner occupied or not, and whether they had a detached structure on their property or not prior to the adoption of the first ordinance. I think these things are disputable. We can all argue over which was the bigger move to make. The concern that I want to address is the concern that many residents expressed regarding the idea that these changes will provide an incentive for investors to buy up low-end market properties, rent them, slap an ADU out in the back, and get 2 rentals for on a lot that would otherwise be designed for 1. It's really important for us to remember that developers are already buying low-end market housing. Sometimes they are putting down all cash offers for that housing. That is happening whether we liberalize our ADU laws or not. The question is whether a liberalized ADU law will accelerate and intensify that. It is very hard to predict the future. But we can see from the past that we've had very few people bite on the ADU opportunity. And we know that ADUs are expensive to build and difficult to finance. They're also a really poor return on your investment. Rather than buy a modest home and build a smaller one out back, a rational investor would be more likely to buy a second modest home that would have more bedrooms and more living space, and therefore yield more rent. So,
Remember?
Am I there?
You are there.
Good.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. I have a lot of concerns on this, and it's unfortunate because I don't believe it's going to be clear if this passes as it's proposed. There are many things here I do favor. There are a lot of changes that are going to be occurring. We're removing the minimum of 5,000 square feet of a lot. We're removing the requirement that any new entrance be located on the rear or the side of the structure. We are removing additional parking requirements. We are doing a lot in order to facilitate more of these being built. It's very perplexing and muddled, this conversation has been, because of all the different competing interests and concerns that have been put forth. Affordable housing. Well, these aren't going to be affordable in any stretch of the imagination because of the lending requirements and restrictions, the cost to build them, on top of the fact that, correct me if I'm wrong, that the property taxes will be reassessed once these are constructed. And if anybody, and not if anybody, but a lot of people know that one of the biggest hindrances to affordability in Ann Arbor is your property tax bill. That's why many people choose to live in the townships. So that argument of affordable housing, I find less compelling. The issue that I have here is protecting what is existing that remains to be affordable. And it is predictable what's going to happen. In fact, we knew that very few of these were going to be built because of the costs associated to them, along with the restrictions. The prior meeting, when this was first brought up at the first reading, I introduced an amendment to require the owner occupancy of one of these dwellings. And I asked our city attorney whether that same amendment can be proposed here tonight again. And so, Mr. Postma, could you let me know if that same amendment can be proposed again in this case because of the discussions that the community has had since the first reading?
Yeah, I think you can bring it again, and it will be subject to the same voting procedures, but there's no direct prohibition on that.
I would like to make a motion, if it's possible at this point, to offer that amendment.
What is the amendment?
I will pass it to Ms. Beaudry right now. It's exactly the same that wasn't supported the first time. Simply asking.
Ms. Beaudry, do you have it around?
I just sent it.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Griswold. Councilmember Malawi, you got a little time on this?
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have the?
Yeah, I mean, you were at 2 minutes and change on the first on the main motion, and now you're at a new clock on the amendment.
Thank you. So again, we've heard it from many people in our community, and I am one who subscribes to that concern that not having an owner-occupied requirement with these ADUs will put more pressure on what is available for folks in the lower market of the real estate. And as we know, that is how intergenerational wealth is transferred and actually created, is through home ownership. Now, I'm all for all types of residents being here, not just owners of residents, renters, people that coming in, visitors, whoever. But we have a systematic problem in this country of inequity, huge inequity. And that inequity has only been exacerbated in the last 10 years because of commercial investments in real estate of residential properties. That will continue to be the case as we go forward, and we're dumping fuel on the fire when it comes to the gentrification of our community. I will point out as an example in Waterhill, what happened in that area. Maybe it's just a correlation, I'm not entirely sure. But once the setback requirements were changed in the Waterhill, that area experienced great gentrification. And I feel this ADU ordinance will do, unfortunately, the same to other parts of our community that now people find affordable. That this is going to be more pressure on those larger lot sizes with smaller homes that people will come in with cash offers and buy them and create more investment opportunity and shift people out of home ownership on top of all the other concerns that we've heard.
Councilor Briggs, you were on the queue before. Are you on the queue now? Councilor Briggs?
Thank you. I think we heard earlier during public comment, Fifth Ward, African-American Fifth Ward homeowner call in and speak directly to the issue of how removing these owner-occupied occupancy requirements would actually directly help and her family at least be able to build an ADU, and how the restrictive nature has been discouraging them from building one. We, a few years ago, made the change to allow ADUs in our community. I'm reading from an ARP report that I will read more from it later, perhaps on another later, but one of the rules that discourage ADUs is specific regulations that don't also apply to primary dwellings, e.g. owner occupancy requirements. If we're going to allow for ADUs in our community, I would think that we wouldn't be simultaneously discouraging them. So I will be voting against this amendment.
Councilmember Dish.
Thanks. I want to follow up on exactly that point. Planning Commission did not land on the decision to lift the owner occupancy requirement to benefit developers. We are guided in this by AARP's model ADU ordinance, which cautions that the owner occupancy requirement could be especially burdensome to seniors or to people who lose their job and have to move to take a different one. These kinds of transitions can be difficult to plan for. And if you have an ADU on your property that you are renting out and we have a requirement of owner occupancy, then you would not be able to rent that primary residence in the interim between when you needed to move and when you're ready to sell it or when it's ready to be sold. Or say you're a senior renting either the principal residence or the ADU to a caretaker. If you need to move into assisted living, your tenant would have to vacate. The uncertainty as to whether a lease might be abruptly terminated would discourage tenants from renting. So those are the concerns that are motivating us, not a desire to line the pockets of developers.
Councilmember Romali.
I appreciate those concerns, and unfortunately, we're always having to choose the lesser of two evils. There's never an absolute generally. I shouldn't say never, I should be speaking in absolutes, but rarely is there a case. And I mean, there's going to be a couple here tonight that we're going to vote unanimously with very few reservations, if any. This is a case where it's a balancing act between competing interests and concerns. Our comparable cities, if you're looking at Bloomington, Indiana, Madison, Wisconsin, Pittsburgh, PA, even our neighboring communities require owner occupancy. I think our housing crisis is a nationwide crisis. It's not just a local issue. And in fact, we're addressing it. We should be addressing it regionally. And, the neighboring communities, Dexter and Chelsea, who have just recently revised their ADU ordinances, also included the owner occupancy requirement. I just feel that we are going to create more pressure on folks who can least afford it, who actually own homes. And unfortunately, this might lead to greater gentrification in a city that can rarely afford any more of it.
Councilor Griswold on the amendment.
Yes, I think that we need to look at what's happened in other progressive cities on the West Coast that are further along than we are. And I agree, it's a balancing act. I would like to approve ADUs, but I'm not ready to give up the owner occupancy requirement tonight at this time. I'd like to see it play out first. I realize there's some difficulties with doing that, but I think that on balance, that's the right way to go. We're also compromising in terms of trees and many other issues. And so I'm not concerned with starting out with this amendment and after we've evaluated it for the next year or so, then moving forward. It's called a phased implementation. It's done in many corporations, in many governments, and I think it's the smart way to go. Thank you.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. I do see this as phased implementation, what we're doing this evening. I'm disappointed that after having this fail one time that we're having the same discussion over again. To me, it's actually quite simple. We can go with the expertise that Councilmember Briggs and Councilmember Dish brought up, or we can call it evil and go with speculation. I'm going to go with best practices, vote no on this, vote yes on ADUs and these changes that were really well thought out based on best practices and insight from our staff and the Planning Commission. You know, it's just disappointing to me that we're having this conversation again when we have so many important housing and other things that we need to talk about on our agenda this evening.
For the discussion of the amendment, roll. Councilmember Griswold.
Sorry, I just want to say, I think that we're having this discussion because we did listen to the community, we did listen to our constituents, and we're trying to compromise. So that's the reason I'm supporting this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Roll call vote, please, on the amendment, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Radina?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. Since staff is here and we were just told we're relying on the expertise of our staff, I was wondering whether the setback recommendations from 3 to 5 feet were part of what staff had recommended or who recommended that, which was not included in this amendment. Now that is not a sticking point for me, but just want to understand if that was recommended by staff as well, but was not included.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Brett Leonard. I'm the planning manager. Staff did not recommend an increased setback. The basis for the 3 feet is that we would be treating these types of accessory structures just like we would treat any other accessory structure that is permissible to build. So we didn't create new dimensional standards for accessory dwelling units, but rather we applied the same accessory structure standards that would apply to any such development in one's yard.
Thank you for being here to answer that. Well, unfortunately, because of the prior vote and not having the owner occupant requirement for this and the concerns that I have that it will increase the gentrification and reduce home ownership for folks who can least afford it, I cannot support this ADU ordinance in the way it's being proposed tonight. I think we can do significant progress and advancement with having that, and without it, it just opens up a lot of unknowns. And I think the people that are going to be paying the price are the people that can least afford it when it comes to home ownership and again, increased gentrification in the city.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to run down through a few things here that residents have reached out to me to talk about. There's some things missing from this that are of concern, and some callers said it and some people who called me said it, that there's no consideration for tree preservation or solar rights or privacy rights in this ordinance, whereas letting these things sit right on the property lines. Yeah, they will be expensive to build, even if you use a prefab SIPs type construction. or another prefab system, they're still going to be expensive to build. So I'm just going to wash the notion that there's any affordability associated with ADUs. The question of when did an accessory dwelling unit change from an accessory to the building to an accessory to the lot has never been satisfactorily answered to my consideration. In neither instance, either when we did the initial ADU ordinance revision for the 15,000 plus houses, or this one before us today that brings the total to 21,000 plus lots, did we properly notify residents? You know, zoning ordinance are local laws and they're subject to judicial review. And you know, in a rezoning, an additional requirement is notify nearby property owners or affected property owners has to be met. And well, this isn't, this is effectively a rezoning of all of our zoning residential zoning districts from R1A through R4E, with the exception of mobile home parks. And so, you know, this is essentially a rezoning of all those. And I feel that it really did need some kind of proper process and notification, and that was all poo-pooed by our planning commission, I know. But you know, the truth of the matter is, if we're looking for diversity and diversity of voices and opinions and ideas, a snapshot of our planning commission makeup may not necessarily provide that. I don't know if everyone else received the email I saw today of a very well spoken argument for increasing diversity on our planning commission in keeping with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act rules for what a planning commission is supposed to be. I think we might get a different picture and a different outlook on who is affected by these changes that are brought forward from planning commission. And so those are legitimate concerns that people have had, and I'm going to reject any supply side claims that this is going to, again, increase affordability. Now, a caller did have a good question that I have yet to have a satisfactory answer to also, and that was the impact of an ADU on property taxes. And so if it's possible, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Crawford or anyone else who would be able to answer. What will be the impact of constructing a second, say a standalone ADU where an accessory building did not exist prior under our new laws? What will happen to someone's property taxes?
I think Mr. Chang looked into this.
Yeah.
Yes, and in fact, I have it up. I'm going to read exactly the response that I got from the assessor's office. And so what it's saying is, when there are multiple units on a property, including an ADU, the property is no longer eligible for a 100% PRE. That's a principal residence exemption. This is true whether it is rented or not. It could be completely vacant, rented for free, or used by the homeowner for another purpose. And as long as there are separate units on the property is only eligible for a partial PRE in accordance with the value of the unit occupied as the principal residence. It goes on to state, and this is stated best on the principal residence exemption affidavit itself. It states, if you own and live in a multi-unit or multi-purpose property, you can only claim a partial exemption based on that portion that you use as your principal residence. If the parcel of property that you are claiming has more than one home on it, you must determine the percentage that you own and occupy as your principal residence. A second residence on the same property is not part of your principal residence, even if it is not rented to another person. So the overall assessment is a compilation of the value of the land and all of the physical components of a property. If there is a detached ADU on a property, the value for that separate building or portion of building is subtracted from the overall value of all of the property's physical improvements in order to determine the value of property improvements that are eligible for a PRE. That determined percentage applicable to the principal residence is the overall portion eligible for a PRE.
So Radish.
And in layman's language, it means you can't claim 100% homestead exemption. Mr. Leonard, I'd like to ask the question whether it is correct to refer to this ordinance as a rezoning. And I'm done talking.
No, this is a text amendment. And regarding notice, we followed the prescribed procedures that the UDC instructs us to do. Staff is very careful to not subjectively or arbitrarily modify that. So we follow that direction. And so all the notice was performed appropriately.
Councilmember Song.
Can planning help me understand how many single family homes are in our community that are currently non-owner occupied?
I can try. I think that there are approximately, I'm just looking at numbers and trying to do quick math in my head, but roughly 3,000 non-owner occupied single family homes in the city.
And so this is not a new issue for us to have non-occupied homes, which is what I hope we can consider as the ADUs serving as homes for folks who are commuting in, for folks who are looking to expand home options. For me, the requirement for a home owner occupancy limits folks' ability to secure loans and actually construct ADUs. And this has been pointed out in a number of articles in the AARP study, Sightline Institute. So if we are going to say that it's an impossible solution in a crisis because of access to capital, then we have to acknowledge that this is a requirement that impedes access to those kind of loans. So I will be voting in support of this ordinance and hope that we can get more ADUs to serve ongoing needs. Thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I mean, it's clear that the majority of the body that sits at this table is in favor of any and all development. I have yet to see anything even questioned. And you know, that's all well and good. What I guess I would ask is when this passes tonight, that, and this is, I guess I can make it a formal request with a letter. But my question is there some way that building and development can keep track of new ADUs and so on and report back to City Council at a certain time in the future? Because these decisions that we're making for the entirety of our community outside of a comprehensive land use plan process, I think we deserve to consider what the efficacy of our changes to our zoning ordinances are. I think we need feedback on if this is working. And the thing that supposedly precipitated this entire discussion and text change to this ordinance, which does effectively act as a rezoning for 21,000 properties, maybe not in word, but in deed, it needs to be evaluated. And it was evaluated and said, oh, it isn't sufficient. We've only gotten a handful of them. So let's do this and make it more open and more easy to build. And so I just want to know what mechanisms do we need to put a mechanism into place outside that wraps around this ordinance? Or can we just have someone's word that they'll track this and report back to council in some timely manner? Because otherwise we're making decisions in the dark. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes. I know that many neighborhoods have deed restrictions that would require greater setbacks than this ordinance is going to require. Does the city have any visibility to the deed restrictions in the neighborhoods within the city of Ann Arbor? Are we aware of them, or would we just wait until a neighbor possibly pointed out that there was a deed restriction in an ADU? And what I'm trying to avoid is that people spend money on planning and even on construction without knowing that there is a deed restriction on that property.
Yeah, Councilmember Griswold, I can address that. The short answer is the city is not party nor has any role in enforcing those deed restrictions. That is the challenge of that, though, is that you'll note that our current ADU ordinance does require a deed restriction because that is an efficient mechanism for us to convey when such a requirement exists to a person purchasing that property, similar that they would have to acknowledge any other deed restrictions. But the short answer is we enforce the city's development regulations. We do not track and enforce or even have knowledge of all the varying deed restrictions that might apply uniquely to neighborhoods and subdivisions across the city.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just want to avoid any missteps and wasted effort and funds in this process. Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I'm glad that this is going to be moving forward. I believe it will be, it's proper to give, homeowners the ability to have to expand the homeowners' abilities to have an ADU. It will expand housing choice within the city, and I expect it to be an incremental net positive. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Ryer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Radina?
Yes.
Motion carries.
B2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code, rezoning of 9.8 acres from TWP Township R1C Single Family and R1A Single Family to R4E with conditions, multiple family dwelling district with conditions, Valhalla and Arbor, conditional rezoning, 31505777998107145147155155159163 Valhalla Drive and 2065 and 2099 South Main Street. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Ryer. Discussion, please, of B2. Mr. Leonard.
We did have a council question on this. I'm happy
Please.
to address if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to, the question was, I would like to request paid staff from our planning department give council an explanation on the planning department position it has on the Valhalla rezoning for the agenda resolution for June 7th. Rezoning decisions incorporate a degree of discretion based on factors such as the master plan designation, current conditions of the site and area, and other attributes of the project. As a result, rezoning decisions such as this one can be considered in different views. For this proposal, staff believed that it was viable to consider other densities at this location. However, the proposed zoning and project scale deviated substantially from the master plan recommendations without evidence of changing conditions or substantial compliance with other master plan goals and objectives. As the Planning Commission considered staff's recommendation and the petition, the rezoning application evolved, where the Planning Commission made a favorable recommendation. It is not frequent, but it is okay that staff and the Planning Commission to reach different conclusions. And based on their role as the recommending body to the City Council, I would encourage you to elevate their recommendation at this time.
Discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. We have a lot of land issues here tonight, and I'm sure that the narrative is going to be painted in a way that makes it seem as if I'm against all types of housing. I'm just against the process that this is all happening under, whether it was the preceding ADU ordinance or even this one. We are skirting our responsibilities of revisiting the master plan. It's way overdue. And there's very little interest or discussion by this body to do that undertaking. And instead, we are just, taking different parts and pieces that ultimately alter the land use plans for the entire city. Here we have something that staff had recommended, something with 84 units. And we're looking at something that is 5.5 times denser than what staff has recommended that would be consistent with our land use. And there's obviously some benefits to this project. And all electrification is definitely a plus, but that can happen at any density. That doesn't need to happen only at 454 units. There are severe traffic concerns. The traffic patterns coming in and out of that development are irregular. There's folks saying that there's all sorts of amenities nearby. There's only one shopping center that I know of that's within walking distance. The rest is a pretty big hike. But anyhow, I have just not been convinced that this is the best development for this site, and that we have some goals of ours that are superseding our master plan and all our other disciplines that we should have when we're making decisions like this. Again, I would support something with density that is in line with what was recommended by staff. But in this case, I guess some may not choose to follow that advice.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. With all due respect, I don't think that it's this council body that has been delaying the master plan or comprehensive land use plan update that happened under the previous council. We have certainly been advocating for that process to move forward. I would like to perhaps, I was on Planning Commission when this was approved. And so I certainly want to note that we wrestled a great deal with this project, and there was a fair amount of back and forth with the development team to work to improve it. And it is no small addition that it is now going to be an entirely electrified site. 454 units that are electrified is huge for our community. It's huge for our climate action goals. We need to remember that we cannot require this of any development. This is a voluntary addition, and so we would not get this likely out of many separate developments. And what we can see, even though this is not going to be all clean energy when it first comes in, we will have the ability to transition to that in the future, and that is significant for our community. I also want to speak to the process piece of this and sort of the expectation of what might come out of this, the land use plan update. At least as the previous discussion went, there aren't going to be, the planning was not that there were going to be site-specific recommendations that were going to be coming out of that process. So I don't think that we could go through this, when we begin this process, I don't think we come out the other side of it with a specific recommendation for this piece of property. What we would be left with is certainly a much more updated plan, but I would hope and expect that we would have many of the same values articulated in the upcoming plan as we've had out of many of our recent planning efforts, particularly our carbon neutrality plan and our transportation plan, which is much of which was what Planning Commission was using to justify our support for this when we approved it.
Councilmember Song.
I actually used to live in this area behind what it was then Mervyn's, now Whole Foods, and really enjoy being able to walk to the bushes that still remains there. knew the dry cleaner owner who supported a lot of the Pioneer Musical Theater Arts programs, covering scholarships and tuitions for students who couldn't afford to participate in the amazing award-winning, 7-time Grammy award-winning musical arts program at Pioneer High School. So I've spoken to Ann Arbor Public Schools where, you know, it sounds like the appeal to attend an award-winning school in music, arts, and sports wouldn't diminish anytime soon. That school has produced Olympians, Broadway performers, including one who is currently starring on Netflix. And I'm sure we can point to a number of what used to be Ann Arbor High alumni who've distinguished themselves in our community. I would love to see this as an opportunity for future families to be able to shop nearby, walk nearby, work nearby, and send their children to schools nearby. And I hope that we can be a welcoming city. We are part of a program in the state that designates itself as a welcoming city. And if we are the welcome wagon, then I hope we can vote in that manner tonight. So I am support.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I'm going to be fairly brief because I spoke at length about this project at a previous meeting, and we've heard from a lot of folks in the community who certainly pointed out a lot of the project benefits. So I'll just say, you know, I'm going to be supporting this project because I believe it will be a positive development for our community in many ways. Because we have a housing shortage in Ann Arbor, and because we need not just hundreds, but thousands of new housing units like yesterday, I started my own personal deliberations on this development from a place of, can we make this work? I've spent many months researching this project, asking questions of staff and of the developer, and talking with concerned residents. All of the concerns raised have been addressed to my satisfaction, and it's important to me to note that our city's public services, engineering, and planning staff all say that our infrastructure will support this project. Beyond providing much needed new housing units, this development supports many of our progressive initiatives in the city, including A20, transit-oriented development, affordable housing, and increased multimodal transportation. As one caller rightly pointed out, this is also exactly the type of area that the R4E designation was created for. And last but not least, this development will provide much needed new tax revenue as we continue to face a structural budget deficit. Personally, I want to say over the course of the past months, and especially in the last couple of days, I've communicated with many residents both for and against this development. As I said to voters many times during my campaign, we may not agree on every issue, but I will approach issues thoughtfully, be forthright in my reasoning, and take actions that I believe are in the best interests of the city. And for me, the Valhalla project fits that bill.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I thought it was especially interesting, the caller who pointed out, and rightly so, that the concept of long-term planning, that we kind of make a patchwork of decisions as a body, that there's a lack of holistic approach to our planning and rezoning decisions. I think that was pretty accurate. I think they hit the nail on the head there. And we do that a lot. We do have a patchwork approach to long-term planning. And one of the things that's been pointed out on several occasions by myself and others on council and in the community is that, you know, we failed to do any kind of regional planning whatsoever. Now, this project is as close to Pittsfield Township as it is anywhere else. In all the essence of, in all our projects, we fail to do regional planning. I mean, has anybody asked Pittsfield, what they think about this? No, Pittsfield's just going off and developing it. I think the future that some people see for our city, and it's kind of embodied in these plans that we always seem to refer to, the 820 plan, the transportation plan, our affordable housing plan, such as it is, and so on. And for some reason, we never talk about the comprehensive land use plan or master plan as informing our decisions. But, we keep referring to the every other plan, and, this meets them in some ways and it doesn't in other ways, but all of those are regional plans. And, we're not thinking regionally. And when you put them all together, the essence of it is that, we're asking 40 to 80,000 people to move to the city in the next 10 years, basically essentially doubling our permanent population. And some people can't wait for that to happen. And others are concerned about, say, just for an example, the capacity of our wastewater treatment facilities. Anyway, setting that aside, I think it's sort of an open secret that this project was held up for a favorable council makeup, and that's why it's going to pass tonight. And that's all well and good, but I don't think it's appropriate that it does under that reason. When you go from 8 to 98 to 450 units and think nothing of it, it's an eye opener for people. It's an eye opener for people, and they see what's happening to our community. And, the university, this offered a unique situation where the university completely surrounds this property. And so they didn't file a formal complaint that would have triggered a supermajority vote. And the folks who are just a little bit further away couldn't either. And so once again, as a caller said, the university is kind of turning a blind eye to the demand that they have created in our supply and demand equation that is our housing, part of our housing costs. And so, just dumping more in here may or may not resolve that. 3% affordable housing in this.
Councilmember?
These items.
Councilmember?
Well, I'll speak a second time then.
Councilmember Nelson?
Thank you. I think that this is a really good example of why we have council members who are elected from specific wards to hear the interests and understand the interests that are local in our neighborhoods. This is an area for people who maybe aren't from Ward 4 that has a number of township islands that are going to be developed in the near future. And I've had, because it is in my neighborhood, I've been able to visit a number of times and try to wrap my head around this number of units. And I have also had a lot of thinking about how this could possibly work. And I think this is going to be an unfortunate situation where, of course, it will be framed as any opposition to 554 units is opposition to housing generally, even with a recommendation from staff for something, a more reasonable proposal. I heard a couple of things from callers tonight that if we don't make these housing units here, then people are driving in. And I think that ignores a basic reality about Ann Arbor, which many of us should be aware of. Our access to 94 and this location's access to 94 means that it also functions, Ann Arbor functions as a bedroom community for other employment centers. To pretend that everyone who finds housing in Ann Arbor is headed downtown is not very realistic. We have to look at how these housing units are going to function the way Ann Arbor functions. How many people live in Ann Arbor and commute out? My husband does, or did, before he started working from home. And I guess the other thing I want to push back on is the idea that every one of these housing decisions, a decision about the number of units that are going to fit reasonably well in different parts of the city, under different conditions, in different contexts, in different situations, all of those decisions equate to being welcoming. I mean, that's a wonderful word that has lovely positive connotations, but it's not fair to apply that to a decision that really is based on a whole lot of facts on the ground. It's not a warm, fuzzy decision we're making. We're making a decision that's going to have a huge impact, and we have to take these decisions seriously. And the only other thing that I would bring up is, Mr. Postma, I look forward to having a conversation offline because I don't want to extend this meeting any further about the idea of a member of our staff directly telling us and encouraging us to elevate the position of our volunteer commissions. Because as I see the reports that we get on our agendas, we are given a full range of information, reports from staff that are one perspective, reports from boards and commissions that are another perspective, and we're asked to weigh those. We're asked to weigh those. And I do appreciate that there is movement afoot to take away our opportunity to weigh these issues. And I just want to go out on a limb and say that I will oppose any effort like that, because the last week for me has been an opportunity to hear from a whole lot of residents that definitely wanted representation in Ward 4, and they wanted to be heard.
Councilmember.
Thank you, I'm done.
Councilmember Griswold.
Question for staff. If the Valhalla project were to fail at some point during the planning process, given that the zoning is R4E, what would be the maximum number of units by right without any extras such as electrification, affordable housing? What's the maximum number of units just for sort of a vanilla R4E on that number of acres?
So a regular R4E could be up to 75 dwelling units per acre. This proposed conditional zoning would restrict any development to no more than 50 dwelling units per acre. Mr. Kowalski, I don't know off the top of my head the size of the lot, but that would just be a calculation then based on how many acres, up to 75 times that.
Yep, I was looking for that right now, the exact acreage on it. I'll have that.
Oh, okay. Now, isn't it like 9.6 acres, just under 10 acres?
So if it was, if it was a 10-acre site, it'd be a maximum of 750 units.
Oh, okay. I just want to know going in what our risk is if this wonderful project were to fail. What would another developer be allowed?
Well, I want to clarify the proposed rezoning that's being proposed here is R4E with conditions. So the conditions that are being proposed would apply to the rezoning of the property. What that means is any subsequent project, be it this one or another project, would have to abide by those conditions. So I want to be clear that by rezoning in that nature, it wouldn't mean that if this project wasn't realized and another project 2 years from now would be able to go up to 750 units, it would still be restricted to that maximum density of 50 dwelling units per acre.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last phrase. It would be
it would still be restricted to the maximum 50 dwelling units per acre, the maximum height, the fully electrified. It would still require the affordable units and all of the other provisions in that conditional zoning. So those would be memorialized as part of the zoning for that property. So no project apart from a rezoning could occur without satisfying those.
Oh, okay. And that includes the electrification?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'm really excited to support this project. I want to thank the Reverend Weiss. I wish instead of signs against this project, we saw signs that just said density's fun, because I think that should be a new catchphrase. I do want to address a couple of conspiracy theories that have been thrown around. One, there's no movement afoot to get rid of council approval of rezoning and stop. There's this was not delayed due to getting a new council and some of these blanket statements about, there's just no matter what, every development goes. I think really doesn't speak to the amount of work that went into the iterations of this project that bring forward a lot of the positives that we see today. When I do look at some of the concerns, because we see it, because it was on a postcard that was sent to 2,500 residents to try to get them to vote against it. And I want to thank Ms. Holland for sending that out, because it really did help solidify why I do actually like this project. Am I concerned about it on the golf course? No. About the density? No. I think we've heard a lot of great arguments about why it's appropriate. Traffic? No, I think that was rightly addressed, and we heard from callers. Are we concerned about the building that will greet newcomers? No, I'm not really concerned about people looking at it. I am excited having a child that goes to Pioneer and who plays field hockey on the field right across the street from where this sits, and where I make lots of trips that she may be able to have classmates who can now walk across the street. someday, or when my son goes there, and come to that school and have opportunities to really take advantage of what's in the area. Because when I think of a welcoming community, I think of a place that gives a variety of housing options where kids can and families and others can take advantage, but including families can take advantage of living and housing directly across the street from a couple really terrific schools. And I want my own kids to go to school in a place where there are a variety of housing options around that school. So I'm enthusiastic about this and really just thank all the work that from both the development side and the planning side that went into this.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a quick clarification based on a comment I heard earlier about why don't we hear more about a comprehensive land use plan or the master plan. And we hear so much about the carbon neutrality plan and transportation plan. I just want to make it clear to folks in the public and to all of us that the master plan is a compilation of many documents and resource documents. And so when we talk about the master plan, we're not talking about specifically the land use element or one document. We're talking about a stack of many, many different plans have been compiled over time. And so it is both regional and very localized in nature and very specific depending on what those resource documents are. One of the challenges and one of the reasons that we want to update our master plan document is that there are some conflicts within it, but then there are a lot of repeating themes as well. And so we want to make sure that moving forward, we're able to point to this document and have greater clarity both for ourselves and the public at large.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Yeah, Councilman Briggs, you're right. There are some conflicts in that. I think that's why I've been suggesting that we take a look at it. You know, I mean, we had a council body who just passed it without even questioning it. Kind of, you might say, and in consideration of our area's plan, our lower town plan, and that horse had left the barn. Approved a project completely out of keeping with that master plan recommendation, and they just said okay, and they we happily apparently approved it with leaving that in there. And so it's crazy how out of date that document is in many instances. So to finish what I was saying before, when what we have here is a developer that's asking for something outside of what typically through existing zoning or even a type of mild up zoning would be allowed. And yes, we don't have the right to demand developments, but we can't require electrification. We can't require green roofs. We can't require some of these things. We can require some of them. And we're going to talk about that with planned project modifications down the road here, and TC1 also. But I'd like to think that if we are true to our plans, like our A20 plan, that these things are not requirements. They should be expectations of this body. We should expect that somebody who's going to build a building, especially residential housing in our community, that they expect to stand past the year 2030, builds it in such a manner that it's consistent with those plans. Now, we can't ask them to, we can ask them to, we can't force them to. But it should be an expectation, and we should be driving that expectation as a body, that if your building is going to be standing after 2030, it needs to meet those 2030 goals. And so things that come before us that don't should be given additional scrutiny. I think that's legitimate. And
Councilmember,
shovel-ready projects, if you want to Google cutting city council out of the loop.
Councilmember Song.
I took a quick look at Spark's top regional employers that was updated past January, and of about the 30 major employers from the University of Michigan with 35,446 employees, all the way down to JAC Products in Saline with 500 employees. Almost half of them are in Ann Arbor. So I think from what we understand with how we are a commuter destination city, we can expect demand for this particular kind of housing to remain unchanged. even especially as part of our recovery from the pandemic. I urge folks to take a look at this. It ranges from U of M, General Motors, Ann Arbor Public Schools being the third top employer with 2,600 employees who work within the city. I think it's worth reminding us that when we complain about traffic, what we're actually looking at are mostly computers coming into town, and it's worth considering when we think about housing. Thanks.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Dina,
Yes.
motion carries.
DB1, resolution to approve Valhalla Ann Arbor Site Plan and Development Agreement 315057779981071451471511551559 Valhalla Drive and 2065299 South Main Street. Moved by Councilor Dish, second by Councilor Iyer. Discussion, please, of DB1. Following up briefly on this, I didn't say anything about the first. I just wanted to touch briefly upon the second. I'd say that this is, obviously been a topic of a fair bit of conversation, at council and the community, and I honor and respect that. I believe, however, this is going to be a net positive for the community, both the proximate community and the community as a whole. Ann Arbor does need housing, and this will provide housing in an area that's fairly far away from other residences. It's an area I think that's suitable for dense zoning, and I'm incredibly excited by the extent to which that this hits our 820 goals. It shows that it can be done, and it ought to be done whenever we can obtain it. Councilor Griswold.
We talked about children living in these units, and I'm just wondering what are the plans for accommodating children in this type of dense housing? And
Mr. Kowalski, staff.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Wait, did you have a second question? Okay, I could say there is a playground that is planned. There's kind of they have some playground equipment as part of the review of the project. We do look through Parks looks at Parks looks at this proposal, and again they weigh in on kind of the play equipment and things and general location and goals like that. So they did look at it, and they are proposing a small play area. It's kind of towards the center of the site, a little bit on the eastern side, closer to in front of one of the larger buildings on the eastern side.
oh, okay, thank you. And the reason I'm asking this question is because we've had issues with different building types over the decades, and probably the most extreme would be the south side of Chicago, where we know that high rises are not conducive to a healthy childhood. And so I hope that that's being considered. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
motion carries.
DB2, resolution to adopt the Ann Arbor Moving Together Toward Vision Zero City of Ann Arbor Comprehensive Transportation Plan, moved by Councilmember Briggs, second by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of DB2. Councilmember Griswold.
This is really an exciting evening, given that we've been talking about Vision Zero for many years, and I've been talking about it for, it seems like, a decade. So this is really a data-driven plan, which is exactly what we need. I feel that some of the detail in the actual plan that's very colorful and cutesy and has all kinds of little people and characters is somewhat aspirational. And I'm a bit concerned about that, but I'm willing to approve it tonight. And let's try to focus on the data. And let's realize that streets are not playgrounds. Streets are extremely dangerous. The fatality rate is up, and we can all pretend that that's not the case. And I just get the impression from this plan that we're not taking it as seriously as we should. And my other comment is, in doing some research, we've talked about the need to be equitable, and complaint-based systems such as streetlights that are out or overgrown vegetation are not equitable. Certain communities feel much more comfortable complaining and lodging a complaint that a streetlight is out or that there's vegetation blocking the crosswalk sign and visibility. And so if we're going to truly have an equitable community, then we need to be proactive in those areas. And I know that there's a mention about visibility at crosswalks. And so I hope that's interpreted more broadly than just lighting at the crosswalk. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. So again, this is another thing that's likely to pass, and that's fine. I just would like to point out that when I add up everything that's in this plan, I take a look at what's in the CIP, and that is referred back and forth between this plan and our CIP, that approving this plan is the preamble to committing to about $750 million worth of transportation infrastructure revisions over the next 8 to 10 years. And so I think it's important that somebody says that number out loud. That's what it adds up to in our CIP right now. And that's what this plan focuses on. And so that's a big commitment. It's $750 million over the next decade. And, by such means do we go seeking increases in tax revenue. And I think some parts of this are excellent, and I think some parts of this will be shocking to people when they're trying to implement, like additional fees for driving in certain areas of the city. I don't think people are going to know what to make of that, and I don't know how we would ever really consider implementing that. And so I imagine, as Councilwoman Griswold said, many of these things are aspirational, not necessarily practical or practicable. And, that's fine. You can go ahead and vote for this and move forward with it. But I just want to point out that it's a commitment to something that unfortunately likely to never happen, especially when we don't have a federal commitment to things like Europe does, at changing the shape of vehicles in our community, and various safety standards like that. So it's a lot. There's a lot in here, and I wish it would be successful.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I share Councilmember Griswold's excitement for this plan, and completely concur that in many ways our streets are dangerous, and that is what our this plan is aiming to improve. The reality is that we have built streets that have speeds that are too high. and often too wide to and encourage behavior that we don't want to see. And so this plan may be pretty, which I think is a good thing if we want people to read through it, depending on how aspirational it is, how serious, we're not taking it seriously enough. That's up to us around this table. I think we demonstrated strong commitment to taking it seriously in our budget adoption at our last meeting. We allocated additional resources that were not previously identified to suggest how committed we are in this coming fiscal year. So I hope to see that happen year after year. I don't know if Councilmember Hayner's calculations are correct in terms of the CIP. I think that CIP may shift as we move forward and we start putting in additional elements that are incorporated into this plan. In terms of the commitment, yeah, it is a commitment. It's a commitment to best practices. It's a commitment to what our community wants. And I hope and I'm excited to see us beginning to implement it.
Further discussion? I'm really glad that this is going to be moving forward. Obviously it reflects a great deal of work from our volunteers at the Transportation Commission, and I thank them for it. We hear time and time again that folks want to be able to get around our community safely outside of a car, whether it's as a cyclist or a pedestrian. It plays such an important role in our quality of life. It does and will play such an important role in our achieving our carbon neutrality H0 goals. And I'm glad that we will be able to have an operationalizable document moving forward. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't mention something that a couple of my constituents had asked me about and to mention. And that is that when we look for equity to provide equity and equitable actions across our plans and actions, that we seem to continually bend towards youthful vigor, especially when it comes to transportation. So, I mean, just to be frank, somebody said that they read through this entire plan and they found it to be very ageist. They can't ride a bike to work. They can't walk to work. They have transportation needs that require a vehicle or a van with a lift or another consideration. And so I just would encourage us to keep in mind that not everybody in Ann Arbor is a 24-year-old recent graduate who wants to ride a bike, nor can everyone in Ann Arbor ride a bike or walk. And so as we narrow down the cars, I expect that there will be considerations granted to those who have needs to have a motor vehicle, electric or otherwise, in our city. And that's elderly, folks with ADA considerations, the service industries, and things like that. I think we need to keep an open mind that vehicles are not going to go away in our community, no matter how much we wish we lived in a vehicle-free utopia. And so I just want to put that out there in front of the public that we need to watch for our ageism when we move these plans forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I would like to try to be clear. This was not developed as an ageist or ableist plan. It was very much developed with equity in mind in a variety of different ways. This is not about becoming a car-free utopia. The reality is that many folks are going to continue to drive. This is about giving freedom to folks and creating a safe environment for people to be able to walk and bike and use transit. Our roads are still going to exist, and it's about accommodating multiple users in our transportation network. And so it's about building out our system to better fit the needs of our entire community rather than a smaller segment of it. In terms of equity, the second biggest cost in folks' households beyond housing is transportation. And so when we improve our transportation network, we are absolutely hitting our equity goals. And many of the roadway reconfigurations that we are making, such as road diets, pieces like that, what we can see from the federal highway data is that the people that they impact and help the most are actually senior drivers. The road reconfiguration that I don't need to return to previous projects, but they will help to benefit our elderly drivers oftentimes the most, because they are the ones that are, when we look at the data overall, the most likely to have crashes for certain crash issues. So I think this will impact and help everybody in our community, from those who find that they need to drive to those who would like to leave their cars at home.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I just want to focus on key mobility strategy number 5, enhance safety and visibility at uncontrolled crosswalks. I want to acknowledge that staff did provide illumination at one of the crosswalks. I was out of the state for a few days driving back home after midnight, and it's like, oh my goodness, there are lights there now. So it was a good welcome home. However, we have to realize that we had 10 years of a streetlight moratorium, and we haven't recovered from that. Staff was spending additional money trying to make that up. They're not doing it this year, and I agreed with that. However, we turned around and took another $100,000 out of our budget. So we can't have these strategies and sort of feel good feelings if we don't put the money where the on the strategies and what needs to be prioritized. We still have many, and I can't get a number from staff yet, we have many extremely dangerous crosswalks with no illumination within 100 feet. This is not the case in most communities. They just don't even do this. So sorry to end on a negative note, but we paid $500,000 for this plan, and I hope that we're going to actually implement it and be data-driven in the future, and that means illumination for our crosswalks. Thank you.
Further discussion? I will say, just by way of quick, with regret in my litany of thanks, I neglected to thank those who I neglected to thank staff. You know, nothing we do at the city, and I say we in scare quotes, you know, that nothing we do in the city doesn't involve staff, front and center. And so, you know, I'd be remiss and was remiss by omitting my thanks. So Mr. Hess, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Leonard et al., and Mr. Crawford, of course. Thank you. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Motion carries.
C1, an ordinance to amend section 8530 of chapter 105, housing, entry to show premises and time for rental agreements of title 8, building regulations of the Ann Arbor City Code. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I am going to ask to postpone this to the second meeting in July. But before that, I guess I just want to acknowledge how many people we heard from and how important this issue is. And I just want to say that we heard from people who are currently renting, who had previously rented, who are homeowners, who are tenants. We just heard from a whole lot of people, and this is an issue that matters. And I need to say also that this is an issue that we recently, just in the last few weeks, have started talking about in terms of a right to renew, which is somewhat different than the ordinance that we were originally planning to amend. And the right to renew, the idea of just cause for eviction, is a policy that has been implemented in a number of places all across the country. And so the task of pulling together all of the different moving parts of how it has functioned in other places is something that we're still wrestling with. And I've gotten assistance from all kinds of legal advocates from organizations outside of our city hall. So I am looking forward to coming forward with something more substantive in the second meeting in July. And I also want to just thank everybody who has worked with me on this. Councilmember Dina, of course, the folks at GEO, CSG. I've had conversations with Jennifer Hall. I've exchanged emails, gotten information from Avalon, legal services at the University of Michigan. There's just a lot of balls in the air, I guess. And I currently, Burlington, Vermont is actually working on this like right now. So we are in good company to be contemplating a policy like this, and I just look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thanks. Actually, Councilmember Nelson said most of what I needed to say anyway, but I just wanted to add my thanks also to everyone who's reaching out and contributing to this conversation. Obviously to Councilmember Nelson for the significant amount of work that she's put into this so far. I think that we are moving in the right direction, and but there's still some work to do. And so hopefully we can finalize this and bring something back relatively soon. But yeah, I just wanted to echo the thanks and the continued engagement on this. And I hope that we can bring something back relatively soon that will be more substantive for us to discuss.
Councilmember Dish.
I wanted to say that I made contact with a number of student organizations about this, and I was really impressed with the efforts that they made to determine a proper number. And I think if we've all been monitoring our mailboxes, I think we were a little bit confused by some of the communications that we got, like, oh yeah, sure, 240 days would be fine. That'll be mid-March, which it isn't. And in fact, they acknowledged to me, yeah, we weren't counting when we endorsed that. And so they've reached this 210 number, which I don't think is in the resolution that was on the agenda, but I was assuming that probably Councilmember Nelson was going to change, amend that or something. And that for them represents a sweet spot that works really well for undergraduates and graduate students. We had one landlord call in and say that it would work well for him tonight. I'm hoping that we can have a process, if we've got this extra time with this amendment, I'm hoping that we can have a process where we could get a couple more landlords speaking up about this not really posing too much of a problem for them if they feel that way. Because I'd like this to, it's important that we have some stakeholder support here as much as possible. And I want to reflect, because the students, the undergrads whom I spoke with, did emphasize this to me, that they feel very urgent about having this relief in place in the fall. So if the just cause eviction provision is going to tank the entire ordinance, I think they would prefer to divide the question. So my 2 cents.
Councilmember Alawi, let me suggest if we're going to postpone this, that perhaps we move to postponing it so that we can move on to other matters. Councilmember Alawi.
Yeah, thank you. To the postponement, and it piggybacks on what Councilmember Dish just spoke to, the fact that we'd like to have something in place before the return of the students this fall. I guess this may be a question for our legal staff, whether pushing this to July 19th as a first reading, given the need for a second reading and the publication of any changes, etc., are we in danger of not having something that could go into effect for the fall semester of 21?
Potentially, you've got your first reading, then the second reading, and the second reading, you'll have a public hearing. And then if it goes into effect, then it'll be 10 days after the publication, which is a couple days. We just ran into this tension a little bit in the third-party delivery, if you remember that.
Yeah.
So it'll be close.
But the current ordinance, I guess, based on the fact that it already has the tenant is already protected by 70 days to begin with, they'll still be protected with those first 70 days. So if there is an ordinance change, we still are working with 70 days into that lease that was signed in August.
Right, but I think some of the leases are the middle toward the end of.
Well, I would just, I know it's a moving target, but we are running against the clock. I would just say to the sponsors and others that hopefully we can come to some sort of consensus on dates and days so that this can go into effect to give the relief that I think many of us want for folks who are affected by this.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, just to that final point, I agree. I've heard numerous times that there's a desire to get this into effect for this coming year. Is there a reason that kind of you're hoping for the second meeting in July versus the first meeting in July? Is there, could we do this a little quicker? Through the chair.
There's not yet been, to my recollection, a motion to postpone made, but Councilmember Nelson?
Okay, well, to Councilmember Briggs' point, I'm basing this timeline on how quickly we have moved thus far. I think that that's a realistic timeline, the second meeting in July. It's based on the number of weeks that I've been working on this and where we are at. I would like to formally make a motion to postpone to the second meeting in July.
Seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion of postponement. All in favor? Opposed? It is postponed. C2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 111, pardon me. C2, an ordinance to amend Chapter 112, non-discrimination, Section 9151 of Title 9 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor to add a definition of race to include prohibition against race-based hair discrimination. Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of C2, Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I prepared a little bit here tonight because there are some numbers that I want to make sure I get right, but I want to just start by thanking all of the Black community leaders who participated and weighed in on this ordinance amendment prior to its introduction, to all of the co-sponsors who weighed in and contributed as well, and also to the human rights commissioners who had a really great, robust discussion on this at our last meeting and offered their unanimous support for this as well. This ordinance amendment would add local Crown Act language to our non-discrimination ordinance to prohibit race-based hair discrimination. The language that I'm proposing tonight nearly mirrors language introduced by state representatives Sarah Anthony, Felicia Brabeck, Yusuf Rabi, and others at the state level to Michigan's Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. It's nearly identical language to that's been adopted by 9 states and other local governments throughout the country. And the reason that this is important is because BIPOC people, but especially Black people and Black women in particular, are disproportionately burdened by policies and practice that single out natural hairstyles. This includes disproportionate levels of discrimination, especially in the workplace. In 2019, a research study was conducted by the Crown Coalition and Dove, which found some fairly concerning trends. Black women are 30% more likely to be made aware of formal workplace appearance policies. 80% of Black women expressed a need to change their hair from its natural state to fit in at work. Black women were 1.5 times more likely to be sent home from work because of their hair, and Black women's hair was 3.4 times more likely to be perceived as unprofessional. So just in the last couple of months, we also saw a high-profile case right here in Michigan that demonstrated that this isn't just a workplace problem. After a 7-year-old biracial Mount Pleasant girl returned home from school after having her curly, unsymmetrical hair cut by a school staff member without parental permission. This small change to our ordinance will add a necessary protection for Ann Arbor residents and will hopefully provide a boost in momentum to the state level efforts to amend Elliott-Larsen. So I hope you will all join me in supporting this amendment to our local NDO.
Further discussion, Councilmember Amani.
Thank you. And thank you to Councilmember Radina and others for bringing this forward. And of course, the Human Rights Commission, who does much of this heavy lifting in lengthy, long meetings. When it comes to complaints and enforcement, I know our Human Rights Commission takes up those. Is there other channels that members of our community should lodge complaints and enforcement on this ordinance change? And what are the consequences for violating this ordinance?
Mr. Postma?
I'd have to get the exact language up, but as far as other places they could go other than this, certainly if it's work-based, there are provisions in the Michigan Civil Rights Department. There are other avenues for complaints, but within the city, again, I don't have the exact language, but like all of our human rights ordinances, a violation of this can be investigated, can be prosecuted through our office and through referrals here. Actually, the Human Rights Commission does a good job of taking complaints. They've resolved complaints that have been out there, and they can also look at it in the first instance, but they can refer it here and it can be prosecuted. Yes.
And now, Councilmember Radina talked about residents of our community. Does this protect employees? Many of our employees obviously do not live in Ann Arbor. That protects them as well, correct?
Yes.
Residents.
Yeah, the exact fine is $500 a day.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering those questions and giving that information out to the public.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the sponsors wanted to respond or mention about, we had received, I think, maybe one letter around expanding this to deal with sort of religious discrimination based on religion, and specifically around sort of head dresses and things like that, but also if there were any thoughts on that, if the commission discussed it at all.
Councilmember Radina.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Briggs, for bringing that up. I've actually already forwarded that recommendation along to the Human Rights Commission. My suggestion was not to try to amend this on the fly tonight, because obviously with ordinance changes, we want to make sure our attorneys have time to review, but also with it being a specifically religious headwear, things like that, it would likely fall under a different definition section of the non-discrimination ordinance. And to Councilmember Omlawi's point as well, I think to the extent that there may be other avenues, this is why I will use my public platform to encourage the state to adopt an amendment to Elliott-Larsen as well, to make sure that this protection is passed statewide, and that the State Civil Rights Commission has a lot more authority with this. So yeah, I hope that we can help lead that change.
Further discussion? Councilmember Omlawi.
Can I be added as a co-sponsor, please? Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I'm delighted that this is going to be moving forward. This is obviously an area that we should be taking action on, and I'm glad we're going to be doing it. And it is also to a set of protections that ought to be made at the state level. And I want to echo Councilmember Radina's hope that this provides some momentum for that important effort. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. C3, an ordinance to add sections 5.12.9 and to amend sections 5.15, 5.16.3, and 5.17.4 and 5.20.4 of Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. New zoning district TC1 Transit Corridor, moved by Council Member Gish, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of C3.
Mayor, we had a couple of questions on this item. Planning Manager Leonard is here to speak to them.
Thank you. Mr. Leonard, you have the con. Or would.
He's coming over now.
Surely. Thank you.
You'll all be so proud to know I was actually just talking into my computer without being part of your meeting. So the questions posed were, why would we implement these amendments without first determining requirements or incentives for sustainability, affordability, and public open space? Would we determine those requirements and incentives before we apply the zoning to specific areas of the city? Is there any conceivable situation where we would apply the zoning anywhere without first determining those requirements and incentives, wait to see what gets built, and after things are built, realize that we should have required or incentivized terms regarding sustainability or open space? And how long would it take to contemplate these ideas and compose recommendations for what would be required or incentivized? So the proposed ordinance, staff and the Planning Commission does achieve sustainable and affordable development without specific quotas or incentives. The proposed zoning would eliminate minimum parking requirements in areas with lower land value than downtown, both potential to reduce the development cost that could translate to lower rental or sales costs. It provides a mechanism for new investment in previously underdeveloped corridors. These are areas with existing impervious areas near supportive infrastructure that's already existing, and would occur on existing transit corridors, which would accelerate the potential for bus or non-motorized transportation options towards a sustainability goals. If further investigation of more specific incentives were directed, I would estimate a 6-month time frame for us to bring back some more specific incentives or targets.
Thank you. Discussion, Councilmember Dish.
So council's been talking about this, looking at transit corridor zoning for a while. And the ordinance that we have in front of us, or responds in many ways to concerns that were raised earlier. So the proposed ordinance includes a height minimum that requires buildings to be at least 2 stories high. Currently, this district is by request of the developer. It is not fixed in certain areas of the city like D1 and D2 are. It's located along corridors that have frequent bus service now and can accommodate additional buses as the user base expands. It aims to encourage infill development, promote housing development in areas of the city that simply cannot command the kinds of rents that the downtown market allows, at least not currently. I like to think of this ordinance as taking us out of the era of strip malls and into an era of corridors that are interesting to walk along. And in a specific response to one of the major concerns to the earlier version of this ordinance, this one provides for graduated height restrictions that require lower height the closer a development is to a residential neighborhood. I'm not going to specify what those are because you can all read them. I wanted to let you know that I expect to bring a resolution when we look at this again, and that resolution will ask staff to look specifically at the State and Eisenhower area. And well, that's all I'll say. And no, that's fine.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you. Questions on parking, as we can have a very circular argument as to the future of automobiles. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole, but I do believe they'll be around long after the internal combustion engine is long gone. That being said, how do we calculate the parking maximums? What's going to be used? And I apologize if this is somewhere else. But how will the parking maximums be calculated?
So two ways. Parking maximums that for some uses are specified in our ordinances where we provide minimums and maximums. In those circumstances, the maximums are going to set that level. And then in the case of residential units, this proposed district also sets some overall limits based on the number of units on a per unit basis. I think it's 0.5 spaces per residential unit. I'm looking at Alexis for her to correct me if I'm wrong. So one max is calculated on number of residential units. Other ones would point to existing standards in our code and drop away the minimum requirements that are currently specified for those uses.
Drop them to zero, or
we would drop the minimum. We wouldn't prohibit. We're not setting a minimum number of parking spaces. We are saying that you don't have to provide parking for those uses. However, you can't go among the specified maximums that our ordinance already designates.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds and plays out once the rubber hits the pavement. My concern with this is the issues that we see in other parts of our city, where you have development, and people still choose to drive or own automobiles. Maybe they don't have available space to where they're living, or maybe they're just trying to save a few bucks and not buy the additional parking permits that are required to park their car where they live. And you have the external costs borne by the surrounding neighborhood and residents. I feel as this goes forward, we're going to need a much stronger program when it comes to parking permits, residential parking permits, enforcements, and so on. I think that there's going to be some undue consequences, unintended, and that's a big one. And as much as we've said earlier tonight, we'd like to be more like our European counterparts and not drive such big and massive cars and have two per household. That's going to be a hard habit to break. So that is my concern going forward. I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. This is a first reading, and so, it's worthy of passing on to a second reading with the caveat that I think the second reading, we should have our definitions in order. When you look at, just as an example, when you look at the allowed permitted uses or exception, special exception use tables, we see that if someone wants to take up TC1 as a use, I mean, this is neither here nor there really in this case. ADUs are not allowed. Let's just set that aside for a second. But if one wants to take up a TC1, that office is not allowed, a restaurant, bar, and food service is not allowed, retail sales is not allowed. Now, how are we going to make up mixed use if those things aren't allowed? When you look at the tables, those are exempted. Blank cell means not allowed in this district. And so to suggest that restaurant, bar, or food service is not going to be part of a mixed use transit hub or transit corridor, and that's the second discussion, is that this is sort of a broadcasting of this. It really isn't a transit hub. We haven't necessarily coordinated with our transit providers. We have 0 foot, 0 inch setbacks, which I don't find comfortable as a pedestrian myself. I think it removes the future use of, microtransit as an example. Where do you go? Only into the roadway. I've also had concerns over the years about our mixed use definitions, which have become to be any two uses and any percentage on the same parcel. So we can have 99.996 residential and 0.04%, nail salon or something. And so I have concerns about this. I'm going to vote to pass it on to the next reading, but I expect to bring concrete answers and changes to the uses in these tables with me.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Is it
Mr. Reiner,
possible
did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that a lot of those uses are actually permitted in the TC1. I don't know if for some reason the PDF version wasn't reflecting that correctly, but I'm looking at the version in the Legistar packet right now, and those uses are identified. We're happy to follow up though and clarify with you the uses that are included in that zoning district.
Yeah, like page 14 pulled from today's packet doesn't show several. That's one example. This is one page I looked at. So yeah, we'll have to follow up offline on that, but it's not, there's no way that it could be proper. I mean, I just can't even imagine.
Page 14 is the accessory use table. So there are more of that, but the primary use of retail, for example, is included in the primary use table, and that's a permitted use there.
Why wouldn't it be part of the accessory use also?
Because typically they tend to be parking lot based, and with the configuration of these types of building typologies, they're going to have a closer relationship with the sidewalk, more like almost like a downtown setting. So you probably won't have as much flexibility for setting up sort of sidewalk sale tents for those properties. So I'm sorry, I know the vote occurred. I just wanted to clarify that, and we're happy to follow up with any questions on the use table.
No worries. Ms. Bojan, do you want clarification on something?
Oh, sorry, Mayor. I was just letting you know that Councilmember Griswold has alerted me that she's not feeling well and she's signing out for the night.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure I completed the vote, so in an abundance of caution, let's roll with a vote. All in favor of what number is this? C3, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. C4, an ordinance to amend sections 5.18.3, 5.18.4, 5.17.3, 5.37.2.a, and 5.37.2.s, and add sections 5.19.6 and 5.33.6, and repeal sections 5.30.1 and 5.30.4.b of Chapter 55 Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion, please, of C4. Councilmember Dish.
I wanted to say that I am proposing an amendment to this ordinance that will add a payment in lieu option to the affordable housing component of the ordinance. I circulated the amendment language in advance and I will read it here. So I'm going to read what's in it, and then with the proposed amendment and the added language, the amendment language begins with the word "or." So this would be in the section called affordable housing component. When and where at least 15% of all dwelling units or 15% of all floor area is devoted to affordable housing dwelling units, comma, amended language, or when a payment in lieu has been made to the Affordable Housing Fund in the rate or amount established by resolution of the City Council.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Grand. Is that friendly to the body? I'm deeming that friendly to the body. Thank you. Councilmember Dish, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to discuss my amendment, but where are my notes on that?
The amendment has been adopted. You may discuss it if you wish.
Yes, okay. I mean, oh, right. Oh, but now we're talking about the motion as amended. We're talking about the ordinance as amended. Right, that's what so I wanted to explain to you why I'm doing that. And I do not know why those notes disappeared, but I should be able to find them. Yep, got it. Okay, so This amendment is motivated by at least two desires. One is to ensure that the strategies we're using as a city to create affordable housing units are serving the city's vulnerable and special needs populations. And two, to ensure that our land use decisions are aligning with and advancing our DEI goals. So we need to be able to see whether the units that we're getting through private development, the affordable units that we're getting through private development, are helping us become more or less diverse and inclusive, and to understand who in particular gets included and excluded by those private developer units. And right now it's hard to make an evidence-based assessment of that because we collect a lot less data on the private developer provided units than we do on the publicly funded units. But income can give us a good measure of how the two compare. Based on the data that we have available from Beekman and the City Club apartments, we can say that these developments are providing a benefit. They are designated to serve people at 60% of the area median income, which is about $44,000 a year. And, but in contrast, the city's publicly funded affordable housing and housing provided by mission-driven nonprofits like Avalon serves significantly higher numbers of households with extremely low incomes, and extremely low income is half of 60%. It's up to 30% AMI. So we are serving more vulnerable and special needs populations. And there are some other crucial measures, but I bet I'm running out of time, so I'll stop and let you all chat.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing this change, Councilwoman Dish, and I think it's necessary to nail this stuff down. When we talk about the rate or amount established by resolution of council, we need to bring that forward post haste, I assume, right? And establish that rate. And I would just urge us, when we do establish that rate, to recognize that, I mean, I'm not a super big fan of saying affordable housing or sustainability, because it is likely, I don't like to pit those two things against each other because we need them both. But just to speak to the affordable housing component of it, because that's what's open there for interpretation by resolution of city council, that, you know, we have private housing has an effect on the market. We can ask private development through plan project modifications to provide affordable housing or payment in lieu, and the social housing that we build as a city is the other effort that we make to come up with affordable housing. And that needs money, of course. And so there's your payment in lieu. But I would say it not necessarily be one or the other. It could also be both. And so when we consider what that resolution would be, we should say private housing can be built because there is a benefit to having it actually built and existing. Although we saw with Beekman that it made it extraordinarily difficult, and the rules around it allowed the leasing agent to pick and choose from a list of qualified tenants. And so Jen Hall rightly says that she'd rather have the money to affect social housing through her programs. And they're both good. And I think that a third choice is either or and, right? So and could be both. We could say you can build some because then we have some immediate benefit. We can point to it and say something has been built. And you can also make a contribution to the Housing Commission. And so I just wanted to add that in there and say that we needn't be so binary on issues, that it may be all three. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Mr. Leonard, do you have a contribution?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Hayner. I just want to clarify that the City Council has adopted that payment calculation. So that references to an ongoing calculation that the City Council may revisit based on market conditions on some more frequent basis. The current rate adopted is $126 per square foot.
And that is completely up to our discretion to change in the future, correct, as needs change? Okay.
Correct. We have several provisions of the UDC that point to that resolution. As council updates that, that has applicability to all those sections that reference it.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm excited to see this coming forward. I think the plan projects will be improved by the greater clarity around this and in terms of our objectives. am hoping that when this comes back to us for second reading, that if there's any concerns that staff might have around this, that legal staff might have around this new amendment language, that might come to us. I know this is kind of, I assume this is all right. I know we've kind of debated back and forth around the benefits of having affordable units versus payments, and that was kind of a point of discussion within planning staff. And I think there's we've heard over and over again the benefits of having payment in lieu. So I'm very supportive of if that's a direction that we can be headed.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. And since Brett touched on it, I just have a question. You spoke to the payment in lieu equaling $126. What is the unit again?
So we do it in two ways because depending on some zoning districts, we classify by floor area ratio. And so in those circumstances, we would apply a percentage of the floor area on a per square foot basis. When we are converting it to units, we simply determine what the average size of units is in the development, and that would be in our residential zoning districts. And we would multiply that per square foot factor by that unit size. So we use that same formula to apply to both our zoning districts that are regulated by a density, units per dwelling, or units per acre, excuse me, as well as those that are regulated by floor area ratio, where we don't, the development review is not based on a cap or limit of number of units.
And that number has stayed static at 126?
No, it had stayed static for a long time prior to that. I think the last time it was adopted prior to that was 2007. So from 2007 to 2019, it was stagnant. And so 2019 was the last update to it.
And there's no annual increase?
It could be done on whatever frequency that council elects to do so. It is both the Office of Community and Economic Development tends to do that analysis and bring it to City Council. I know that their aspiration is to do it on a much more frequent basis. I think that they are considering bringing an update based on last year's data for consideration to the City Council. I don't know specifically, but probably in the next 2 to 3 months, perhaps.
All right, thank you for that information.
Councilor Brand.
Thanks. I just wanted to provide a little more background to this. This came out of a conversation that I had with Jennifer Hall, where usually when I ask her, is there anything I can do for you? She says, no. And this time she said, well, actually, there's this one thing. So Councilmember Dish and Mr. Leonard and Ms. Leo and Mr. McDonald and I were all able to meet about this, knowing that these revisions were coming forward. It just seemed like just the right confluence of things coming together. So there will be, to Councilmember Brick's question, you should be able to get some legal advice if you need it, because we had this discussion. So thanks for the question.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution to appoint Kristen Schweighofer to the Housing Board of Appeals, moved by Council Member Hayner, second by Councilmember Amlawi. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'll just be real brief and say I've had the pleasure of sitting on many meetings with Kristen because she sits on the CARD group as a county health official. And she has even chaired that group for a while. And so I have a lot of respect for her perspective on public health matters. And I can only hope that it will, serve us well on housing and human services. So thank her for Housing Board of Appeals, rather. And so, I appreciate her putting her name out there to serve.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Is approved. DC2, resolution establishing a council subcommittee for the purpose of studying and setting parameters for a payment in lieu of taxes program for the city of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Rumlowy. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. So we didn't get into this too much last week, but the essence of this is that many communities take a look at this. It serves various purposes. One is to create a better understanding of the relationship of nonprofit entities with a community. It's a good way to understand and tout the benefits that nonprofits serve in our community, even while they own property that is tax exempt. And so many of these benefits are direct, outside of paying taxes, or indirect in another way. But either way, I think it's an opportunity for those benefits to be recognized. It also has the potential to provide some level of much needed tax revenue for our community. And it's just something I've been looking at for quite a while. And it's, it's a good project. It's not going to take away, from anybody's time, especially. And it's just something we can take a look at and see if it would be a fit for our community like it has been for others. And I think it's, wholly appropriate in light of some of the public comments we received today about some nonprofit entities in our community kind of, being involved in our mix and creating, benefits and problems. And so I brought this forward at our budget session because it is related to the budget, because it's related to payments in lieu of taxes. And these things already exist here in the county. They don't exist in the city, but they exist in the county. The state DNR, as an example, has a program they call PILT. They just use a different acronym, but it's the same thing. And they pay communities for tax exempt lands that they have. And this has a much greater impact in rural community, as you might imagine. But Washtenaw County does receive PILT payments from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, as an example. And so this isn't without precedent in our greater Ann Arbor metro area. And we're asking for a couple of my council colleagues to sit down for a few meetings with our assessor, our city administrator, and anyone else who's interested, and have this conversation. So that's what it is. It's pretty straightforward, and I'd appreciate your support.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. In perhaps different times, I would be somebody who'd be really interested in sitting on such a committee. But I have and I appreciate the postponement to give us an opportunity to read through many of the links that were provided in this. I learned a lot going through those. But I do have some significant concerns about how the resolutions put forward right now. One being the timeline, which is to produce this report by October 18th. I think that given the variety of priorities that are kind of facing our community right now, and where we should be having staff spend their time, this seems like a very ambitious timeline to work on this. It also, given the fact that this would be ultimately a voluntary program, to bring this forward right now in times where one of our biggest nonprofits is facing really significant potential cuts of University of Michigan with 12% potential reduction, with our nonprofits struggling from the pandemic. It doesn't feel like the sort of a partnership approach at a time when our community is struggling. And so, if this had it's not typical to have a really long timeline on something, but I can understand the fact that you never really get anywhere unless you get started. If this was a couple year timeline, I know that seems really long, but sometimes you get to move towards something. That would make a little more sense. We'd start making our way towards that, and maybe the economy would be a little bit better, and we'd be in a better place to have discussions with our community partners around this. But as it sits right now, it doesn't feel like the right time or the right approach to moving forward on something like this.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I share many of Councilmember Briggs' concerns that she raised. I also just have concerns about staff time being allocated to an effort that that at my core, I think I'm fairly pragmatic about things, and it just doesn't strike me, given some of the other priorities that we have as a city, which are many, that I really want staff chasing at this particular windmill right now. So I think it, I appreciate the intent. I just don't think it makes sense to support it at this time. I don't really see any differences from the last resolution. That I know it was just a postponement, but I think there were some questions raised that weren't answered as well. But mostly, even looking ahead to DC5, for example, and some of the opportunities that we have for known funding that's coming down the pike, I'd rather see staff focusing their efforts there.
For the discussion, Councilmember Amlali.
Well, I appreciate my colleagues' concerns on how we direct staff. We do have a bare bones organization, but I don't think that right now, with what we know, should be a deterrent. I know Mr. Crawford in the last meeting used the word significant, and we weren't sure as to what the word meant, significant. I know we can work around some other things simply by moving and amending the recommendation to council, pushing that back a couple months. I believe that something like this is going to take many months, if not years, to enact. This is putting together a task force to simply look at this, look at the feasibility, the possibilities, the pitfalls, and everything else associated with it. We're not taking action necessarily. We're exploring. This is an exploratory phase of a program that would be in place for many, many years. One that at no cost to the city, other than looking into it. So I'm kind of shocked to hear the pushback on this, considering the financial outlook of our city. We have a structural deficit that continues just to only get worse. But we're told the way to fix that is just to build, build, build. There's more than just one way to skin this cat. So, Mr. Crawford, could you elaborate on how much staff time would be required?
Well, and Mr. Markey, feel free to pipe in if you like, but it really depends on how deep you want to go. If you look at it, a model like they had in Cambridge, that's going to take a bit of time. You can do some high-level estimates on numbers, but developing a program would take some time, conversations with the entities, that kind of thing. So, I would envision it taking, a couple of weeks worth of time of an individual spread out.
And if I can elaborate a little bit, is that something that this can be in phases, done in stages, so that it's not too comprehensive to begin with? Can we scratch the surface just to get a better understanding of what the total commitment would be if we wanted to go into it further, rather than committing all that up front?
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry, if I could, Tom, speak for you, or with you, I should say. Staff has done some research, partly directed by the State Tax Commission, has mandated that we identify tax exempt parcels within the city of Ann Arbor, in fact, all assessors in Michigan. Staff has initiated a land value analysis, and we've completed that. Roughly 500 hours, staff hours was put into it. We're looking at 950 additional hours spread out throughout this tax year to identify the building values for the tax exempt parcels. There's 894 parcels in the city of Ann Arbor, and I can break it out in quick detail. U.S. government has 14, state of Michigan has 9, parks 23, cemeteries are 2, miscellaneous 123, Ann Arbor schools, 49. Churches, 109. Ann Arbor City, 209. Pilot parcels, similar to Avalon, 84. County, 18. University of Michigan, 254. So we would take staff time scattered throughout this tax year to identify using resources available from other departments and the taxpayers themselves to get a high level idea of what at least the insured value possibly of the buildings are, and then more driven down what the actual market value would be separate from that. But we anticipate being done if we follow our aggressive schedule by December of this year to at least get a decent idea of what the building values are for the tax exempt parcels. Thank you, Tom, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Gary.
So that's the state tax commission driven work, I believe, for all places. But on top of that, what we're talking about here, if I understand Councilmember Hayner's intent, is really understanding what entities, developing a program where entities can describe what their benefit is to the community. That's an offset to this. You've got to understand what their ability, the ability to implement is very different than just a high level, what's the math going to be, right? I mean, that what could it be is not really what it could be when you factor in whether or not the likelihood of getting the monies and the difficulties and processes to get it.
Councilor Hayner.
Thanks, and I want to thank Mr. Markey for laying that out. And the essence of this was that it was going to piggyback on that required work. And we've really been fortunate in the staff level. We've had a couple of excellent assessors in my time here at City Council. I've learned so much from Mr. Perry prior to this and Mr. Markey also. And so thank you for that. I mean, this has a political component, but it's really a study in what makes up our community. Folks have had a couple weeks to ask questions. I haven't heard any questions from anybody. If you don't start at some time, you don't finish. And I'm not asking for a task force to be formed. I'm asking for a council subcommittee. A couple of us sit down, follow the work that Mr. Markey and others are doing, take a look at what other communities have done, and just come up with something. And I think if the hang up is that it's too soon, and clearly it will be, because as Mr. Markey says, they might not be done till next spring. So perhaps I can amend it and to strike the October report back and just say, sometime in 2022, for all I care. I just want to get going on this. I don't want to chase staff down and force staff to meet deadlines. I just think it's something that a conversation we should be having as a community. And so I would happily, I would move to amend this resolution to strike the reported date back and just substitute the date of October with the word sometime in 2022.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ramlawi. Is that friendly to the body?
Mayor, no, it's not. It's not to me, because I part of my concern is that the parameters are not fully thought out here. So I'm not okay with just some amorphous sometime in 2022.
All right, discussion of the amendment. Or perhaps a vote on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Vote is fine with me.
Can I make an amendment to the amendment?
You have the floor.
A more date specific, like March 31st, 2022.
There a second to that amendment to the amendment? Councilmember Hayner, is that friendly to the body, that amendment to the amendment? It's friendly to the body. Is that amended amendment friendly to the body? The amended amendment is friendly to the body. The motion now refers to March 31, 2022. Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember
Mayor, that was March 31st.
Yes.
Correct. Councilmember Ramlai.
Thank you. And I understand the concerns that we have with using precious staff time, but I also believe that this is something that's worthwhile. One that for many years could bring benefits to the city. One that we haven't explored yet. And another is the work is going to be complementary with what's going to be done anyhow. I really feel this is an opportunity to try to look under every stone and try to find what we can in order to benefit our community and organization. And I do think that this is a worthwhile effort. I hope that there's enough support on this body to move this forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Grand.
Thanks. I still have concerns. You know, I think when we've looked at other task forces or council subcommittees, it's been clearer about, you know, who's going to serve on it, how many members are going to serve on it, how often, you know, there's some clear parameters and just on, you know, frankly, more planning behind such an effort before it comes to council. You know, I also just think that this is, like, personally for me, just in the realm of fantasy. But so I don't think it's a good use of time. But beyond that, if other members wanted to work on it, I just feel like it's just not as fully formed as I would like to see some sort of subcommittee before a resolution comes to council.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. I think there's a lot of detail in this resolution in terms of what the key items are that are being asked, one for staff to be working on. And they're large items. Just looking at number 5, establishing guidelines and rules for participation in a future pilot program. Number 6, creating a list of community-centric benefits to count as pilot credit. Those aren't small activities. Those are really substantial items, and not. I think they're really important to have in the list of what it takes to create a pilot program, but I don't think it's quick work. You know, having read through some of the documents around this, this is a substantial program, and it requires a lot of interfacing with our partners in our community to establish what those might be. I mean, one of the if I'm remembering correctly, one of the pieces around Boston was that they didn't have them established quite as clearly, and then they made it more official. And so anyway, this is a big endeavor, and I don't think it's a bad path for our community to be going down. A lot of communities do have this, and I think it's an interesting model for a community that has so much. I think 33% of our property is nonprofit. It's an interesting piece, but there's a reason that these properties are tax exempt, because the federal government says that they provide benefit without providing taxes, and so we have to go into this, I think, with a really strong partnership led approach to this. And anyway, I still am concerned about the March timeline. I think this is an ambitious project, and I think it takes a long time. I was a lot more comfortable when it was saying somewhere in 2022, because that's a year and a half, but this is a big effort to put on staff's back, I think.
Councilmember Song.
Can the sponsors speak to how this effort differs from what already is being done in our policy committee, and how we've actually already dedicated staff time and have voted on our policy agenda supporting, taking a look at the Headley and Prop A. Can you give me some context on how these two efforts would compare?
Councilmember, there's something.
Sorry, was that to staff? Who was that to?
Let me put this question to staff. How would staff envision this being different from that effort?
Yes.
This effort would be have a lot more engagement with it, with the community, whereas the policy work that we'd be doing with Headley and Prop A would be trying to engage with other communities around the state on that singular topic. It'd be a lot more detailed type work and unique. I would characterize it as a kind of harder on the pilot because you don't know where you're going to go. Headley, there are some general answers that are out there. It's a matter of building support for. So it's just the different nature of the topics, I would say.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Heener.
Thanks. I'll just say quickly, I think they're completely different. And one is, when we do policy agenda, we're urging the state or a federal government or other community partners or county partners or whoever it is to act in a way around laws, to change policies, to reconsider things and so on. And this certainly could have a home in a policy agenda statement. And, maybe it should. And maybe that's part of what we come up with. We ask the policy agenda committee to consider this. And, we could also do this, the policy agenda committee could weigh in on this. We could ask the state to get rid of the 130-year-old law or whatever that allows the university to, as an example, and this isn't university specific, this is all nonprofits, and thank you for the list, Mr. Markey, but to use a university as an example, to allow the university to state that they're wholly public when really only about 6% of their funding comes from state tax dollars. And so they're not, as just one example, the university is a public university, yes, but they're relying on an 1800s law to exempt themselves from even consideration of property taxes. And all nonprofits are like that. And so, yeah, policy agenda could certainly get involved in this and say, hey, state, take a look at these antiquated laws and the relationships and effects they have on communities that have a large percentage of their land off the tax rolls because of a large nonprofit presence in their community. So I think that the things can work together. And just my last statement would be that, this wasn't developed. This wasn't something that I just kind of, threw at you. This was developed in working with their city administrator and our legal staff. It was fully vetted and comes before you as such. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I'm hearing a lot of interesting perspectives in sort of an interesting combination, I guess. So I'm hearing that this is sort of a ridiculous idea to even try, and that we should have a much more conservative idea about waste, like waste of staff time. And we and that this is the right perspective given the challenging times that we're in. And I guess this might be a good moment to remind folks that we rather casually and proudly added $650,000 to our budget. So I hope that there's majority support for thinking of creative ways to generate more revenue, because that's what this is about. And so you can say that it's pie in the sky and dismiss it and say I don't know whether it's like too hard or impossible or such a good project that it should just take a really, really long time and we shouldn't try at all. That's all I have to say. I hope that this gets support. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish.
I have just a clarifying question. So I'm looking at the list of things that are asked for in the resolution, and it sounds to me, and I guess this question is actually for Mr. Markey now that I think about it, but it might also want to follow up from Councilmember Hayner. It looks like items 1 through 4 are part of the state mandated process that is already being done. And it's items 5 through 8 that would get onto the terrain of requiring stakeholder engagement and the invention of a model that doesn't clearly exist for Ann Arbor yet. And so if that is correct, and if there is interest in seeing this as a phased project, would it be possible to not put 5 through 8 on the March 31st, 2022 timeline and just stick with 1 through 4? I'm just asking, I'm not offering that as an amendment.
Are you asking Mr. Markey that question, Councilman?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Markey, is it the case that items 1 through 4 are what you're already doing? And Mr. Hayner, Councilmember Hayner, or Councilmember Umlawi, who mentioned phasing, would you be willing to remove 5 through 8 for now, or exempt them from the March 31st deadline? So sorry, it's a two-part question for two different folks.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll address that question to the council and to you, Mayor. 1 through 4, the assessor's office has initiated that process. We've identified land values at the moment. The building value portion would be the most challenging, not knowing how many we have and then what value we're going to assign. Does it require us to physically measure the buildings? Does it require us to identify what each building is? We have initiated that challenge and that task by the state. State has not set a mandate for us. We have set land values now, and we anticipate doing building values throughout this year when time exists, with also complying with state mandated goals that's required by my office to get done. But yes, we are working on 1 through 4 at the moment. But I don't have a deadline to complete those, the building side of it.
I think Councilor Umlawi and Hayner, both of you, I think, have spoken twice on this matter, unless I'm mistaken.
Is this on the main motion or on the?
That's what I have. If you tell me no, if you tell me I've gotten it wrong, I'll accept that. But that's what my notes tell me.
I was just going to answer briefly and say 1 through 4 are in motion already, so that's why 5 through 8 exists.
I can't remember, to be honest with you. I just have a couple quick things. I don't know if you want to allow me that privilege. I would just say that we have a lot of ambitious goals. We have A20 and Vision Zero. Those are very ambitious goals. I don't think we are, in many cases, detracted by the magnitude of reaching those goals. I would suggest that we're being hung up on this, what's due back, when it's due back, and how much work. I mean, simply, we can just have a report back to council, a progress report by March 31st. It doesn't need to be a final report. It doesn't need to be all these 8 steps need to be completed, but we should be working towards it. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, at the risk of extending this conversation a little bit, I was actually going to propose exactly what Councilmember Umlawi just said, which is if we're concerned about completing this work by the March 31st deadline, I wondered about changing the word final to progress report or progress, so that we could get a progress or an update at that point if a final report can't be done, and then potentially include with a recommendation for a date in the future for another report. Sorry, we're writing an amendment here, but essentially trying to get around this firm deadline for a final report. I would also be comfortable with just getting an update at that point. I guess maybe my question, I can direct a question to staff, is what would be normal procedure if we weren't going to meet a deadline? Is that something that you would just report back to us and we would adjust?
Yeah, Mayor, if I might, if you had the resolution, we would just let you know if we're not going to get there. My concern is probably less about the timing as I think about the situation now, and the latest news that I've learned about the university, in particular about how they're being stressed financially by the state. It looks like is the ability to engage. We can put all the time in the world that we want out there, but if the university is looking at having significant cuts, having a meeting with them about what benefits they're providing to the community and how that can correlate with what they can potentially contribute to the impacts to the community may be a challenging conversation to maintain their attention on. And so I have some pause on just given that practicality. And then if you extend that to schools and others, this is definitely a large task. And the criteria itself may change, right? Depending on the entity that you have. I wouldn't think the criteria would be the same for a smaller nonprofit as it would for, the schools or something like that.
Thank you. I think hearing that and knowing that this might be, ongoing work and we're concerned about that being a final deadline anyway, I guess I would still just propose and hope a friendly amendment to exchange the word final with progress and remove including its recommendations. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Hayner. Is it friendly to the body? Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner? Councilmember Hayner?
Councilmember, your mic doesn't appear to be working. Try it again. I see a yes. I'm going to take that as a yes. We can't hear you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold? Oh, absent. Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC3, resolution to approve amendments to the council rules, moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of whatever number this is, DC3. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. This is another proposed rule change that was discussed in our admin meeting in order to try to end our meetings at an earlier time, something that we're going to struggle with tonight, unfortunately. But of course, we know why. We had lengthy public hearings and a big agenda. But in an attempt to end our meetings sooner, I proposed, and I think others had proposed, to begin the meetings sooner. In this case, we would start our meetings at 6:30 versus 7. And then, of course, there's a second part to this where all public speakers must speak from the podium unless the public speaker is attending remotely. And this is, I think, foreshadowing that when we do return to in-person meetings, that we'd like to have some component of public comment to be able to be done electronically if possible, but that requires some additional work. So this is something I'm in support of. I think if we began earlier, we could perhaps end sooner. I would like to be done by meetings by midnight for sure. That would give us 4.5 hours. My math's right? Yeah, 4.5 hours before we start hitting 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours is getting late before we hit midnight. So I hope this gets the support of the body so we can start our meetings again just sooner, so we can end sooner. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we could split these two into separate votes.
Yes, let's actually, if I may, let's roll with the second. Thank you. Let's roll with the second one first, the change to Rule 7. Can I assume that no one has anything to say about Rule 7? Is that correct? Councilmember Hayner, you have something to say about Rule 7?
Term implications of this are, if we make a change, right now, public speakers must speak from the podium. Well, we recognize that it is by, state resolution, or maybe that's not the right word, but by state decree or whatever, because we're forced to meet remotely, that, it's sort of nonsensical. We don't have a podium. It's assumed to be a virtual podium. And now if we add this and we say, unless the public speaker is attending remotely, is that consideration that, as Councilman Ramali said, we're going to start to allow remote attendance to our speaking, even if, even if we're back meeting in person? Well, that would certainly have benefits for folks who couldn't make it down here to City Council. Ann Arbor residents who, for whatever reason, can't, maybe it's a inability to seek transit at that time of the evening. Maybe, whatever the reason is, they can't make it down here. They want to speak. They have a right to be heard. Well, that's fine. Is that going to extend to people who aren't Ann Arbor residents, who aren't county residents, who aren't state residents, et cetera, et cetera? And so my only concern about that is not, it is a benefit to allow as many residents as possible to have access to our meetings, but I don't want to see this set in such a way that we are, in the future, we are adopting the notion that anybody can call from anywhere and weigh in on our city matters, because I'm not sure that that's exactly what we're looking for. And so, without those guarantees, I'm just going to kind of heed caution and vote no on this.
Councilmember Iyer, I treated your comment as merely procedural, and perhaps you had something substantive to say, in which case I blew over your substantive having.
Not at this time. I'll wait till the next one.
My apologies. Thank you. Councilmember Romlawi.
Thank you. On Rule 7, I think perhaps based on further thought, it may be premature to introduce this new rule. I would like to understand what the future is with the Open Meetings Acts and the state governing how we conduct ourselves in meetings, whether this rule needs to be introduced right now, or if this can just be postponed until we get better understanding of what future meetings will be like with the electronic format and the laws governing our meetings. Mr. Postman, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, they can do that. It's not the intent. I don't think this rule would change anything in terms of just saying what's presently going on. Certainly, you're correct that the state law would supersede the fact that if you can't speak at a podium, that would you would speak virtually. So you don't have to vote on this tonight. It's just recognizing that that's the reality of the situation, but it does not mandate that you need to continue to have a virtual call-in. So it doesn't need to be done tonight.
I'm comfortable going forward with it or not. It doesn't really, I do, my intent was certainly to try to work through this to increase accessibility.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of the changes to Rule 7 and don't share Councilmember Hayner's concerns around that. I actually would hope that we would, there's obviously a benefit to residents, but there are many reasons that non-residents might want to speak to us, whether it's because they can't afford to live in Ann Arbor and they're calling in about an issue, or they're traveling and yet an important issue has come up, or if you're a community that seeks to lead, then we draw national attention to ourselves, and sometimes we draw national attendees. And so whether it's an expert on an issue or just an interested party, I would hate to have us focus in on just having residents be the only folks that could speak remotely.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just want to contribute that this is an accessibility issue, and it's an issue that has been talked about on the Commission on Disabilities Issues. Just the fact that online meetings are creating a really good opportunity for people who are challenged in physically getting to a space. And so I support it. And Councilmember Hayner's point, I actually think when we see what you're talking about, what you're concerned about, I mean, it's fairly revealing. So I'm kind of okay to have that still out in the open. I think the community can see what's going on in it. There's a value to that kind of transparency too. So for me, the accessibility is the primary reason for taking this rule seriously. We've talked at the Disability Commission about the advantages that exist now that feel like second best. Like the best would be if we could be in a room together, but for many people, like this is better. So people who have genuine challenges, not who just want to intrude in a meeting that they aren't really an interested party to. Thanks.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you. I will just remind, the audience, whoever is still listening at this point, that, and us here, that there are abilities, other ways that the public can engage us through e-comment. They can email us during a meeting. It becomes public, becomes part of our meeting records and such. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there are many ways that the public can make an impact and provide us with a statement in their position. I just move to table this until we get back into in-person meetings, and then we can understand what is allowable or not allowable based on the state statutes.
Motion to table, I think requires a second. Is there a second by Song? There is no debate on a motion to table. Roll call. Am I incorrect about that?
If I may,
Please.
No, you're not incorrect, but it's not proper to use a motion to table. In this instance, it would need to be a motion to postpone. A motion to table is something that you use when there's something more urgent that's come up and needs to be looked at first. So this would be a motion to postpone.
Mr.
Postma, can we get clarification?
Yeah, that is the technical definition under Robert's Rules of Order. Some people use a very broad interpretation of something that's come up. I don't think that the possible change in the OMA situation is not contemplated in that. I recommend that you just do it to a date certain, that perhaps in the fall, and it can be revisited. I think that would be the easiest way to do it. And I think that it would be appropriate actually to wait and define this all at once. So I do agree with the motion.
Since it's been seconded, can it be withdrawn and then put forward a postponement date?
Yes, I'd withdraw it and then do a postponement.
Anyone have any objection? Fair points. Anybody have any objection to that?
I would like to postpone it to our first meeting in October.
Seconded by Song. Discussion. I've got Rumlawi and Nelson in the queue. Perhaps we can just go vote. Councilmember Nelson, your hand is still up.
Yeah, it's on purpose.
You have
Oh, you're calling on me?
I am.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
I just want to verify with Mr. Postma that a date in October is not likely to be a date after we resume online meeting or resume in-person meetings. Do we have an idea of a general timeline? Because it's meaningful to me if we've set a date that means that we might have a number of in-person meetings that are effectively cut off from virtual participation.
I don't know the exact timing on it, but if something changes, this could probably be moved forward. So if I'd have to review that, but if you set it,
Ms. Boudry, I think, has an answer to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Boudry?
The temporary change to the Open Meetings Act allows us to meet virtually until December 31st.
That's right.
Or unless the emergency order is rescinded.
Right.
The local emergency order or the state? Which emergency?
Local or county.
It
We
was
have
the
to
county.
be acting under one of them.
It's the county, the local one's not in effect.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks.
Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote. I don't know where we are. Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Sorry, Jen, sorry.
I'm sorry, is there a question? No, my apologies.
Are you ready for the roll call?
I am.
Okay. Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Councilmember, we cannot hear you even when you are unmuted.
Yes.
Now we can hear you.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold, absent, Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Radina,
Yes.
motion carries.
Discussion of Rule 3. Councilmember Iyer.
Yeah, I'd actually like to move to postpone this one as well indefinitely, because I don't know exactly when we'd want to bring it back for sure. Reason being, I think in the workshop that we're going to be having with Dr. Trotman, the issue of council meeting time will be on the agenda. And so to me, it doesn't make any sense to make a change right now when we're going to be having a discussion as a body about what time we should start and end meetings together with somebody who's going to help hopefully guide us through that discussion.
Do you have a time or a date certain?
Well, I don't know. We don't know when the work session is going to be scheduled yet. So I would vote to move to postpone this indefinitely for now.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Grand. I've got Grand and Ramlawi on the queue. With respect to the postponement, do you wish to speak? Councilmember Grand?
Yeah, I do, just briefly. Thank you. Even though this came out of admin committee, I didn't support it. I don't think it really speaks to why we have meeting times. I think there's been some good data that's been released recently that speaks more to that. I also think that there's some reasons why 7 o'clock works. I think for a lot of people who want to spend a little time with their families or partners, other people important in their lives before, between work or just to have time to eat. I think it's important to start at 7. I know there are plenty of times where it's really enabled me as a parent to be able to get a kid somewhere at least where they need to be. And I know that, for example, in past councils, I know former Councilmember Eaton was commuting in from his job. So I think well, most of us are fortunate right now to work close to where we live. That's not always the case with everyone on council, and I don't think someone should be precluded from an employment opportunity just so that they have to get back at 6:30. So I want to be sensitive to that as well. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramlawi on the postponement.
Yeah, I thought Mr. Crawford at our last meeting or during the admin meeting gave us an update on when Trotman was going to have that work session with us, and I thought that was sometime in June.
Yeah, I indicated that he had available dates of the last, I think it's 28th and July 12th. We have not had a chance to meet with him yet to kind of formalize any dates.
So I appreciate that. I don't know what he's going to do that would change time necessarily. I can understand how he would recommend where to put things on the agenda so that we are making the best use of our abilities to make decisions at certain points of our agenda. But I think this is I think regardless of what is talked about there, this shifts things up 30 minutes, lets us get home 30 minutes sooner, hopefully, and perhaps our next day isn't so shot. I understand that the issues that folks have with commuting and families, but those issues still, are relevant when your next day is blown because you're up so late the night before. So, it's 6 of one, half a dozen another, and frankly, I'd rather have it up front than be affected by it days later. If we are going to postpone it, I would rather not do it indefinitely. I didn't know if that was even procedurally appropriate, but to postpone it perhaps till the first meeting in August.
Further discussion, it is an indefinite postponement is in order. That is to say, it is an option the council member has
Can
chosen.
I amend that to a
Let
date?
me suggest that you vote that voting no on it is equivalent to an amendment, and then if it passes, then if the postponement to an indefinite date passes, then your amendment would not have passed. And then, but if it fails, then perhaps we have a definite postponement. Roll call vote, please, on the postponement to an indefinite date.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold, absent, Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Radina,
Yes.
motion carries.
DC4, resolution supporting the For the People Act, HR 1S1, moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Iyer.
It is late, and I will be brief. This is something that came to me through a friend and colleague, Brandon Dillon, former chair of the Michigan Democratic Party, who's working to build a coalition for the People Act. I'm just going to assume folks have read the information. This is something that, of course, has been widely talked about in the news, so I don't think it needs a whole lot of introduction, but it's a series of voting reforms, expanding access to voting. It's a federal bill that has passed the House and is now awaiting action in the Senate. The future of it is very uncertain, and so by this vote, we would simply be affirming our support for it and passing that support along to our representatives at the federal level and at the state level as well, to make them aware.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I know that as a community, I mean, we have placed, and rightly so, great trust in our clerk, Ms. Beaudry, to improve access to the ballot box. And I think we've done a very fine job of that. And I really appreciate the work she's done on that. And I don't know if she has any comments about this, if it would really affect her job in any way, because we are out there ahead of other communities. I think the biggest benefit that this act would have would be the considerations around campaign finance and dark money and out-of-state donors and so on. I think we've seen that play a role in all sorts of elections. And so, supportive of these types of reforms generally. I'm not sure if this is something that should also be added to the policy agenda. I think in many ways, policy agenda we broadly support these types of ballot access rules. So, I mean, it's easy to support this. And, you know, anything that has to do with corruption and ethics is important. So, you know, I just don't, hopefully this won't put any undue burden on our clerk's office if it comes to pass in the future.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC 5, resolution to recommend and prioritize the allocation of the state and local recovery funds. Moved by Councilmember Alawi, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of DC 5. Councilmember Alawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. This is, I think, a pretty straightforward resolution, as was the prior one, but this one a little bit more prescriptive to our local needs and issues. As we all are aware, we will be receiving, or have at least received, some of the $24 million that is coming to our community from the American Relief Act. It's simply that there's been a lot of conversations, not formal and not with any kind of continuity as to what should be done with this money, or how, or we need a roadmap. We need a recipe. We need direction, I think, and this is what I believe this resolution does. It asks our city administrator, our staff, to look at what we've applied for in grants, look at our partners at the county and other communities around us who are also receiving this money all at the same time, which is extremely unusual for all these municipalities to be infused with this kind of cash, to collaborate and to leverage and magnify the benefits that we will get with this money, this one-time infusion. So simply asking, again, our city administrator for direction based on all our different priorities, plans, and applications for federal and state grants, and working with our county partners to best use this money in the recommendations that he has. And that would be by October 1st of this year.
Councilmember Nelson.
I was pleased to see Councilmember Malawi put this on an agenda. I think this is really smart. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. I think this is pretty consistent and parallel to how we make most decisions in terms of getting the meaningful perspective from the people who are our professionals at City Hall. And so I think this is sort of an obvious thing to support. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
We do have a lot of water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure needs. And so hopefully this doesn't, I would hope that when our spending plan comes back, it includes those as prioritization as necessary. Secondly, I just want to point out that in the second bulleted, or rather third bulleted whereas clause, we just for the clerk's benefit, there's a doubling, a typo. It says after that, it's fast charging stations, and then it says State Street corridor improvements twice. So I just want to point that out. I'm not sure where State Street corridor improvements are going to come into play in spending this money, but I know there's problems down there, and which is one of the reasons why we tried to get the TC1 in that area started first. But I appreciate the looking forward look at this, and can fully support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer.
I have a question for Mr. Crawford. I guess in the absence of a resolution like this, how would you plan to communicate to develop a plan for using this money and communicate it to council?
We would talk internally about some projects and recommendations that had the feasibility to be achieved during the time frame. Probably communicate with the county and to see if there's any coordination that can be done with some of our partners, as well as any other entity that had funds. And then look at our plans and see what priorities can be delivered where we have active projects, and then bring those back.
is this resolution in conflict with that at all?
No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, sort of on line with that. It's I think this is pretty consistent with how staff would operate. I think it's good that we're kind of setting our expectations. The only piece in here, and I'm glad to see it's a whereas clause, is that the whereas clause, the final one that talks about the priorities for allocation of funding should be established and be in alignment with the draft City of Ann Arbor strategic plan. I think, I think we've done some good initial work on that as a council. I do think that it's still definitely in draft form, and some of the equity pieces, we as a council probably still need to have some discussions and make sure that we're really bought in, and we've taken the time to make sure that that's really, we've adopted a strategic plan. So this is it's not part of the resolved clause, but just wanted to point to that as maybe just a small point of caution. But looks great, and glad we have something kind of officially out there.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Well, I appreciate the positive feedback that I'm getting from my colleagues on this one, and I appreciate the help from staff in drafting it. This is simply just to give us a roadmap, a North Star in finding the best and most responsible way of using this money. It seems to hopefully have the support, and we can be just, I guess, even more, keep using the word responsible, but I think this is the best recipe for that, and allowing staff to, again, come back to us and show us all the things that we've outlined and where this can be spent. So thanks, and I'm raveling because it's getting late. Sorry.
Further discussion of DC 5? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC 6, resolution to request that Councilmember Jeff Hayner resign from the Ann Arbor City Council. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC 6.
I received a question. We received a question initially.
Please.
And I'll try to dispatch it promptly. The question is for me to outline charter and rules that allow for circumventing the due process in this situation. And let me just say that the question is ill-phrased, and what I mean by that is there is no due process circumvention, and I've written on the due process in many memos, and I'll go through just briefly. There is no property or liberty interest that would be implicated in this matter for a procedural due process, and for substantive due process. It is not an issue of the deprivation of a fundamental right, and it doesn't shock the conscience under the legal terms. And what that all means is that the resolved clause at issue, from a legal standpoint, and I don't want to insult either the drafters or who it's aimed at in this, but it is not a legal. It has no legal consequence. It has no legal bearing. This is not a resolution removing Councilmember Hayner from the council. That's covered under the ordinance. And so this is, if I characterize it, it would be what we talked about before in March 18th memo. It is just speech by the council or action by the council in response to other council members' speech. And so that's what this is. And so I think that I hope that I've answered the question being there is no due process circumvention.
Discussion, Councilmember Grand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Postema, for saving me some space to have to address those concerns. I really do appreciate appreciate that, because there certainly has been that narrative out there. This is not something that I've looked forward to. This is not anything that I took any pleasure in drafting, nor something that I want to spend time. And it's too bad because we really accomplished some incredible things in terms of progressive housing policy this meeting, and I was hoping we could focus on that. And it's not the way I wanted to end the evening. But that said, there are a couple of issues at hand here. I think I outlined the arguments in the whereas clauses, so I'm not going to go through all of them. But just to say that there was real harm done, and I believe that there's a pattern of behavior that we're revisiting. Use, not trying to limit anyone's ability to have free speech, but understanding that there are consequences for that speech, and it is our right to also speak, as Mr. Postma said, and render some sort of opinion about how we feel about it. And for me, the harm and the pattern of behavior crossed a line that I think it's important for us as a council to say, this doesn't represent our community. These aren't actions that when someone looks to our city, how we want to represent ourselves, and it really does distance members of our community from their government. I think that it can really actually have a chilling effect where people in the community don't feel valued, don't feel comfortable. And so it was important, although we are still going through with this parallel process with the Rule 12 and the reprimand process, that we act swiftly, and that we come forward at this meeting with some sort of statement to the community. To me, this action, I really don't honestly care about whether or not it's restorative for Councilmember Hayner. I care about whether or not this is restorative for our community. And I think this is an action that just speaks to who we are as a council, who we are as a community, what we value, and that there's just some behavior that's unacceptable, and there's no context in which it is acceptable. There's been no action of remorse or apology, and frankly, based on the pattern of behavior, it wouldn't make a difference to me after what was done was done. So I would hope that this would be a unanimous statement that this crossed a line, and I'll leave others to speak. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish.
Some residents have written to ask me not to support this resolution because it makes too big of a deal about a word or two. I was talking this through with a friend who referred me to a book that Michael Eric Dyson wrote as a sermon to white people. The sermon explains why white people need to stop saying a certain word. I will not say that word in what I read to you right now from that text, though Professor Dyson uses it 5 times in the passage I'm going to quote. He writes, "I am not arguing there is evil magic in white lips to call down violence with words. But that word has such fantastically evil resonance because it comes as close as any to suggesting the racial violence that it describes. The word says lynching, castration, rape, rioting, intellectual inferiority, Jim Crow, second-class citizenship, bad schools, poor neighborhoods, police brutality, racial terror, mass incarceration, and more. It has no rival. There is no rough or refined equivalence between the term and the many derisive references to white folk. Those terms don't evoke singularly gruesome actions. There are no examples of Black folk killing white people en masse, terrorizing them with racial violence, shouting cracker as they lynch them from trees, and then selling postcards to document their colossal crimes. Black folk have not enjoyed the protection of the state to carry out such misdeeds," end quote. This idea that this word has no rival because the white people's violence for which it stands has no equivalent in Black people's violence suggests to me that we white people need to stop saying it, even if it is only to quote a song title or to make a point in a philosophical debate about free speech. I am sure that every one of my colleagues agrees with me that these words are vile, whether they choose to vote for this resolution or not.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I've struggled a bit with this, and partly I think it was some of the whereas clauses, because my reasoning for voting yes for this tonight is a little bit different, but I come to the same conclusion as the resolution sponsors. There's the obvious use of language that is unacceptable, but it's the context as well that language was used in that that further makes me believe that this was it is important for us as a body to stand up for what our values are. So it's impossible not to go back to the first use of the Hunter S. Thompson quote and the context in which that was being used in, and the context it was being used in is to attack essentially an editorial where our local paper was asking folks to stop attacking local journalists, that they and their families were being put at risk. And it was in response to this that Councilmember Hayner used his original offensive quote. He initially doubled down in an interview with a student paper, saying that was okay, and then he later issued an apology for that, which some of us questioned in April. But it was then, the community has come out with a recall campaign, and it was in that article, in that interview with the journalist that this last offensive language was used, and he in that article, not only did he use very offensive language, he defended his original language that he used. He negated his initial apology. He went back. It's now been 2 months, and he's essentially said that we should attack members of our local community, and he's done that using very offensive language. And so, for me, part of restorative justice is that the offender takes responsibility. That's a key component of restorative justice. Not that I necessarily think that needs to be a part of this, but that's lacking for those who are calling for it. Beyond that, I know folks want us to be focusing time on policy goals, and I do too. I think this is an embarrassment for our community, but another part of our responsibility is to stand up for what our values are, and we do that all the time with different resolutions that we pass. And for me, as uncomfortable as this is, it is a statement about what my values are, the code of conduct that I think that we should embrace, my commitment to our code of ethics, my commitment to civil conduct and discourse. And so that's why I feel like I need to vote for that tonight, not because I am happy in any way that this is in front of us, but because I feel like it is our responsibility. And, I think Councilmember Hayner has every right to use the language that he wishes to, but there's a certain responsibility that we take on when we sit in front of this body, and resigning seems appropriate if you want to behave in a different way.
Councilmember Song.
I will be voting in favor of calling for Councilmember Hayner's resignation in light of his continued use of slurs. As an ESL learner myself, I use this language to empower myself, my community, those who need help. Language should not be used to diminish and humiliate others as a tool for hateful ideology or to emphasize any sense of aggrievement. This is echoed in conversations with Black constituents who've asked me to remind colleagues that in this year of 2021, we should not be having a conversation defending the use of the N-word, even in quotes. I've spoken with Black parents, Black city commissioners, Black local elected and religious leaders, as well as with Mr. Hampton, the president of our local chapter of the NAACP, who has assured me that this resolution will be discussed at tonight's NAACP meeting. I'm sharing some of their words with permission. We are so tired of having to fight to be heard. We are trying to raise our children, survive the pandemic, memorialize community members we've lost through violence and virus. And yet City Council is saying not only that our feelings don't matter, but they can speak on our behalf. That is not right. Do not victimize us. It is demoralizing when it's predetermined that First Amendment rights trumps all when we expect officials to speak and act as allies. Why do you expect victims of racial slurs to defend ourselves and fight alone? In this day and hour, officials must be held to a different standard. The fact that there's a back and forth on this is incredible. Does City Council believe it's defensible to use racial slurs in meetings with constituents at their place of work? And this last sentiment is what motivated me to check with our own code of conduct and discrimination policies that we enforce as a city employer. City staff who use anti-LGBTQ slurs and racial slurs have been terminated, suspended, or required to attend mandatory counseling. Our policies do not require direct harm and are actionable as part of our expectations around how city staff conduct themselves publicly, particularly when they are easily identifiable as representatives of the city. BIPOC community members look at our votes in support of Juneteenth, the Crown Act, DEI officer position, and even the anti-Asian hate and harassment resolution as being disingenuous when we have a council member who has yet to apologize for his most recent slurs and insist that he is the victim. That wouldn't pass muster here within the city, and it shouldn't be tolerated on this body.
I'm going to be supporting the resolution. The predicate facts here are well known and, to my knowledge, not in dispute. The voicing of racial and homophobic slurs is 100% unacceptable. The word in question today, as Councilmember Dish articulated through the reading, is an unspeakable obscenity and has been used for centuries and to this day to demean and dehumanize and to enforce and perpetuate white supremacy. It is taboo and it is not to be uttered, period. And the voicing of this word in any context whatsoever by an elected official is not acceptable. We should not accept it, and I certainly do not accept it. The voicing of the word severs employees from their employer. It severs community members from their government. It pushes them away from us, and this is profoundly hurtful. This is contrary to our mission. And these harms, these true and deep harms, will not abate on their own. And the only method to heal this harm is through contrition and decisive penance, both performed by the person who has inflicted that harm. That is the only way to achieve the goal. And to be specific, what is needed is an apology to the individual with whom the gentleman was speaking, to the community who has been harmed, and then a resignation. That is what's needed here, plain and simple. Further discussion. Councilmember Hayner.
Yes, it's quite clear in Council Ethics Rule 3 and Charter Section 4.4 that I seek recusal from any conversation or vote on this matter. So before I call a vote, I would ask for your permission to recuse myself from said vote in keeping with our ethics rules.
Would you like to be recused now? Is there a second on that? Councilmember Medina, is there any objection? All in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Mlau, are you objecting? All in favor? Opposed? Or recused, Councilmember?
Yes, Mayor, just one point here. The recusal in a situation like this would not prevent Councilmember Hayner from speaking on his own behalf, even though a recusal might, in other circumstances, prevent that. But I just think it's important to say that, because I think he's correct and properly did identify the ethical rule, but it would not prevent him from from doing it. So I don't want him to feel compelled not to speak if he so wishes.
Thank you. Councilmember Amlawi.
This is such a dark hour. Dark hour for so many different reasons. The dark hour for myself as well. I'm not going to support this resolution. And because of that, I will suffer greatly because people are going to suggest that I'm condoning the abhorrent behavior and the hurtful language that Councilmember Hayner has used. But that's not why I'm voting no on this resolution. I am troubled by the pattern of behavior this new council has taken. There is a pattern that started before this new council was sat. One of the sponsors of this resolution warned us that she would become a seek and destroy missile. I feel that this resolution was brought to the admin committee in the wrong spirit. This resolution did not belong in the admin committee. The admin committee was called to a special session to discuss a sworn complaint. This resolution should not have been part of last week's meeting, which, by the way, was abbreviated and didn't even allow for all public commenters to comment. And the public comment portion of that meeting is scheduled to resume on Tuesday, tomorrow, or later today, that is. I feel there is a process to handle this, and that process is ongoing, and that is through Rule 12. The harm that's going to be the harm that's going to come out of this resolution and the acts preceding this resolution are going to be great and everlasting. And that I hope the community will forgive me, the ones who are going to paint me as a sympathizer of bigotry and hate. That's not what my no vote is about. This is stripping an elected official of his position, or suggesting, I should say, stripping an elected official of his position. There is a process for all that to occur, and that's a process that's going on as well outside of Rule 12. There's a recall going on. I will raise my hand again.
Councilmember Amlawi.
There's a recall underway by residents of the First Ward. That's where much of this should occur, along with Rule 12. I believe that we are setting a dangerous precedent. There's a very dangerous precedent that's being set today. And I understand the hate and the wrongfulness of the behavior and the language that was used. And I hope, again, that my no vote is not twisted and manipulated to suggest that I condone such terrible behavior, because I do not. And those folks that do know me know that. And, you know, I guess what they say, politics is a rotten, rotten profession. And I think I know why after what I've witnessed. And I don't know what to say, but this is the darkest hour that I've been involved in.
Councilmember Song.
I'm just troubled by the idea that virtual slurs that our community reads, hears, has graffitied, that we see graffitied, you know, over the course of the history of our country, in people's daily lives, isn't being centered here. this has happened before at this table, where a council member directly expressed his own pain, his own experiences, and yet that wasn't centered, it was dismissed. I would encourage my colleagues to speak with Black residents, constituents, elected leaders, and tell me who the victim is and who's suffering and what their darkest hours are. It's the least that we can do as council members who apparently can do this when it comes to other resolutions and who can empathize and show compassion when it comes to other diversity-oriented efforts, but apparently not for this. And that's shameful.
Councilmember Iyer.
I think the most dangerous precedent we could possibly set tonight is to not speak with one unanimous voice in condemning the language and agreeing that anyone who chooses to use such language unapologetically shouldn't sit at this table.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner's recused, Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold is absent, Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Dina,
Yes.
motion carries.
DS1, resolution authorizing summary publication of ordinance number 2114, an ordinance to amend section 5.15, table 5.152, and section 5.16.6 of chapter 55, Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, amendments to accessory dwelling unit regulations. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, second by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion of DS1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. Do we have a closed session today, Mr. Postema?
No, we do not.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. Do we have communications today from our city attorney?
No, Mayor.
We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, please enter the number on your screen, 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273. 2148 942-1273 2148. Once you are further connected and you wish to speak, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. Once it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you with the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment?
Or with the phone number ending in 941, do you have a comment?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Mojgan
Yes, go
Sababi
ahead.
Isfahani. My name is Mojgan Sababi Isfahani. Ann Arbor City Council would like to pose as a progressive, anti-racist bunch. Your actions are anything but progressive and anti-racist. Ann Arbor City Council has failed to clean our water. They have failed to build public housing. They don't even have the decency to stand up for $15 minimum wage. But worst of all, Ann Arbor City Council is a racist bunch. At a time when globally millions are standing up and saying Israel is an apartheid racist state and they should be penalized for butchering people of Palestine, at a time when thousands of Ann Arborites show up at your doorstep chanting, cut off military aid to Israel, at a time when students at Michigan passed resolutions to boycott Israel, to sanction Israel, at a time when students right on the rock, fuck Israel, boycott Israel, at a time like that, when people of Ann Arbor have spoken loudly against racism, you pose as anti-racist, but stand firmly behind an apartheid racist state that is Israel. Every single one of you have the blood of the children of Palestine on your hands. No one believes a word of what you say, which is you're anti-racist, you're anti-white supremacist. You are racist. By your actions, it is clear to all of us that you are racist. Mr. Mayor, by your actions, you have shown us you are a racist. Every single one of you, no amount of jibber jabber by Ms. Dish or gobbledygook from Ms. Iyer will make it any different. We know you are a racist
30
bunch.
seconds.
We demand that this body pass the resolution. We are against military aid to Israel. That is the very least you can do to show that you are not racist. The only way you can redeem yourself is to pass this resolution, or forever you will be remembered as a bunch of weak, racist people.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677. Caller with the phone number ending in 677, go ahead.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes. And Councilmember Hayner, you have now been asked to resign by your Ann Arbor City Council colleagues who have passed a resolution following their processes asking you to resign. In doing so, they joined the DSA, the YDSA, GEO, and Value Black Lives LLC in passing resolutions asking you to resign. And what I would like to know is, will you please resign in the hopes that you can undo some of the harm that you've done to our community, and in the knowledge that if you continue to remain on the city council, that you will be continuing to do harm to our community. We want to be a community that we can be proud of. We want to be a safe place for LGBTQ people and for Black people. And that cannot happen when one of the leaders of our community unapologetically defends his use of homophobic and racist slurs in any context. Please quit harming our community. Please resign. Please. So I would like you to answer tonight and I would like you to answer in the affirmative. Will you resign? Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936, do you have a comment? Caller
Hello,
936,
hello.
go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Wow, it's 1:35. I don't have the energy to make my brain work too good right now, so I'll just read some part of a Twitter thread that I thought about and wrote just a few hours before this meeting began. Tonight, let's see. Tonight, one of the main items up for debate is a new housing development located next to the University Golf Course. We are in a local housing crisis with the backdrop of a national housing crisis. I recommend perusing the A2 Council hashtag on Twitter to get more info on this. I haven't been advocating as much for housing as I have in the past because Councilmember Hayner has been using homophobic and racial slurs, and I've been helping with the Hayner recall campaign. We've raised $7,000 to remove you from office so far. Tonight, Council will vote on a resolution calling for Hayner to resign. It'll be a difficult conversation to watch. Council members Nelson, Ramlawi, and Griswold will likely continue to defend Hayner, complaining the process has been rushed. It's been nearly 2 months since his first use of a homophobic slur, and touting conspiracy theories. I'm of the opinion that we can't be silent when our elected officials use such language, and we can't stand by and do nothing, or else it legitimizes this behavior. Hayner claims it is his First Amendment right to say what he wants, and I don't dispute that. But as a community, we can say that this is unequivocally unacceptable and demand accountability. In a national political climate where we've had openly racist, white supremacist, insurrectionist politicians elected to the highest offices, it is all the more important to take a stand when bigotry creeps into politics, no matter the level of office. Please tune in tonight if you can, or check in with local coverage from Michigan Daily and MLive. It is slightly amusing that Hayner is invoking the First Amendment in his defense, as he has relentlessly attacked the free press. His initial use of the homophobic slur was in a conversation about an article describing increased threats of violence against journalists. Yeah, so I guess that just about brings me to the time, but I would like to thank council members for taking these steps. And you know, although it's Hayner's choice now to resign or not, and please resign.
Time.
I'm glad that this step was taken.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 231, do you have a comment? Or *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Yes, this is caller 231. I'm disgusted by this hypocritical display of some obvious racist bigots on the council. As was previously pointed out, with the people of Palestine who've been oppressed, the council had an opportunity to speak out against that oppression and remain conspicuously silent. But that's not the only issue. A previous caller maintained that the context doesn't matter. Any use of the N-word in any context does not matter. Really? Really? So, Erica Briggs' use of the very word in question in her newsletter, unredacted, that is, according to that standard, should not be acceptable. I've not heard an apology from her. Okay, I'm looking at you right now. Look into the camera, please. Yes, you use the word unredacted. So now this council has a problem. It has to explain to us why context seemingly matters, but doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it matters. It doesn't matter when it's Jeff. It matters when it's Erica, because Erica's on our side and Jeff is not on our side. So we changed the rules. You have no argument to counter that. Your practice shows you for what you are. This is cancel culture brought to Ann Arbor. You are ruining our politics. The Black community should be outraged that this is being done in their name. They should be. And so should the LGBTQ community. Their causes are being manipulated by people who are interested in power. You want Jeff Seat. You want your 8-vote majority. That's what you want. You're not fooling anybody. That is all.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 965.
Hey, this is Joe Spalding. I kind of want to talk about some stuff that's going on at the Capitol that has been going on over the last 6 weeks in terms of an attempt at voter suppression, but also I just thought it was interesting to point out, having called in, for the last almost year now, that Jeff, if you're a descendant of Johannes Hainer, we're somewhat cousins. My great-grandmother, her grandfather and grandmother were Hainers that were descendant of Johannes, the New Yorker, German immigrant. So just thought that was interesting. But more importantly, the Republicans in the state legislature are attempting to circumvent the governor's veto, and I'm just going to kind of cut right to what their strategy seems to be at this point, because there is a kind of a slurry of bills that, it seems, given especially the resolution about HR 1, this council in particular would be interested in, and also the folks in Ann Arbor want to know a little bit more about. And it looks like the governor is going to be vetoing most of these bills. The Republicans are going to be looking to leverage that or slingshot that into some messaging momentum to help fuel a ballot initiative that would circumvent the governor's veto the second time. And that's important to know, because that requires a whole heck of a lot of education to get folks informed about what's out in the field, and if there's people trying to pass a petition around that's doing things like, the State House is considering the Elections Committee tomorrow doing things like stopping groups like Rock the Vote from having access to the qualified voter file. Rock the Vote's, they've registered tens of millions of people over the last, I think, 16 years. And they need access to the qualified voter file so they can tell in the field who is registered already and who isn't. And the state, the Republicans are acting as if there's some sort of weird nefarious hacking going on there, when the reality is they want to make sure fewer people vote. And so what I want to do, my only point here is I want folks to help spread the awareness that there is a concerted effort to try to lower voter turnout. And the important thing about higher voter turnout in elections is that higher voter turnout is that's what holds politicians accountable at the end of the day. And I think there's some issues specifically locally in Ann Arbor that the city frankly wouldn't have if voter turnout were higher. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 344. Do you have a comment?
Good evening. My name is Mark Daskin, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm here to comment on the tabled resolution from the May 3rd, 2021 meeting dealing with a conversation about the Palestinian people and Palestinian Americans. Any such discussion initiated by City Council is wrong. The issue is beyond the purview of the Council. While some seek to initiate such discussions, they ignore blatant anti-Semitism in Ann Arbor. For the past 18 years, a group of individuals have staged a demonstration outside my synagogue every Saturday morning. What may have begun as a misguided political protest has morphed into a vehemently anti-Semitic demonstration with signs that read, quote, "Jewish power corrupts," and, quote, "resist Jewish power." There is nothing political about these signs. They are blatant and virulent anti-Semitism. Yet there are those on city council who ignore this in their own city and prefer to foment division and divisiveness by focusing on issues that are happening over 6,000 miles away. For those who would hide behind the First Amendment, claiming it is the demonstrators' right to stage this protest, would you vehemently defend the First Amendment rights of people who staged a weekly protest outside the local Catholic church or outside the mosque in Ann Arbor carrying incendiary signs? Would you defend the right of a group that chose the public sidewalk outside a local ethnic restaurant as the home of a weekly protest about the Syrian civil war? What if someone created a website about hatred and bigotry in Ann Arbor? Would you defend the rights of that person? If you would not promote the First Amendment in each of these cases, I suggest you examine your motives for your inaction about the so-called protests outside my synagogue. For those who single Israel out for condemnation, censure, divestment, or boycott, remember that the definition of anti-Semitism adopted by the U.S. State Department and many other nations, including Germany and France, states that using a double standard for Israel is a form of anti-Semitism. Elie Wiesel, a Nobel laureate and Holocaust survivor, stated that indifference is always a friend of the enemy, for it benefits the aggressor, never the victim. The silence of City Council with respect to years of ongoing anti-Semitism in our city speaks volumes about the community's indifference, and it is time it ended. This is especially important during this period of rising anti-Semitism across the country and in Ann Arbor. City Council must condemn the actions of the protesters outside Beth Israel congregation, but let Ann Arbor and the world know that this is not what
30
our
seconds.
community stands for. You should pass such a resolution now and at least every quarter, as long as this hatred and bigotry persists in our city. Every member of City Council should be on record as either opposing this anti-Semitism or condoning it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Ralph McKee from the 5th Ward. It's been a long night. As Mr. Story said earlier, all of us are tired and our brains not working that great, but I wanted to make a point that's different from a different topic than anybody's raised tonight, but I think is important and shouldn't get lost in the shuffle. And that, I sent you a long email today about the recent developments in the Gilman case. The group of card activists that have been working on that for many years were deeply disturbed by what the order that was submitted recently by our lawyers and Scioto Township lawyers and the county lawyers, because it is directly opposite of what the decisions that were made by each of the elected official bodies in those jurisdictions. And it's very troubling how that happened. I don't have time in the 3 minutes to even go into the basics of that, but I would really strongly urge you to read the email that I sent today. And this is not just me talking. This is the several experienced lawyers who totally agree with what I sent. One of them is Mike Moran, who is the Ann Arbor Township trustee and is a longtime trial lawyer and who clerked for the U.S. Supreme Court. We are very troubled by the actions of our own counsel, both inside and outside, in putting in an order, submitting an order which goes against the rejection of the CJ and now adopts it without even speaking to you about it, I'm told. And I think you need to ask the blunt questions that were set forth at the end of that email before making any other decisions about how to go forward with the Gelman matter. That's what I have for this evening. It's unpleasant news, I'm sure, but that needs to be done. Same as some of the other difficult subjects that you have dealt with tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534.
Good morning. This is Tom Stolberg calling again from Lower Town. I know it's late. I've got 3 minutes. I won't use a moment more than the 3. Mr. Crawford, I know I've complimented you before or asked you to pass on compliments again to your staff. Ann Arbor really is a wonderful city. There's a lot of credit to be given to a lot of people out there who make it work. The staff that works at the city, for the most part, are wonderful. I've gotten to know a lot of them. The citizens of Ann Arbor, for the most part, are wonderful. Sadly for us, when we watch a council meeting, we're seeing Ann Arbor at its worst sometimes. I wish that were different. For the last couple of years, I've watched council caucus on Sundays. Maybe if more than a couple, maybe it's a few now. I'm losing track. Usually, Sunday night caucuses are very collegial, and we see what council could be. It's wonderful. I wish you, those of you who don't attend Sunday night caucus, would you please just watch it as an example of what city council meetings could be like? Thank you. I'd appreciate it if you just do that one small favor for me. Those of you who don't attend, just watch it one time. And to those who do attend, I thank you. I thank you for putting in that extra time. It matters. It matters to us citizens. Now, I would like to get a little bit serious here and call for a resolution at the next meeting for another city council member's resignation. I'd like to call for city council member Joe Spalding's resignation. If somebody could put forth that resolution at the next meeting. I listened to the admin meeting last week, and to hear Joe Spalding, who runs this town, blackmail and threaten a couple of the other council members, saying, you have to do what I say, or I'm going to be there in November, and I've got the goods on you, and I forget what he said after that, but somehow he's going to ruin them. Can we just pass a resolution so we can make council member Joe Spalding resign? Whose Ann Arbor is this? Mayor Taylor?
30 seconds.
Is this your Ann Arbor, Mayor Taylor? Are you the leader? This kind of person, this kind of Joe Spalding, who, by the way, does for a profession, look up Five Corner Strategy and see what they do. They are paid to promote developers' projects. They're paid to do what Joe Spalding does. I think it's a conflict of interest. I think we should ask Joe Spalding to resign from our council. Please, next council member, somebody put forth that resolution. Thank you very much and have a good night or morning.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 684, do you have a comment?
Good morning, everyone. It's late, so I'm going to be real brief with you here. Eric Sturgis from the First Ward. I was looking up on Wikipedia, and the idea was to insert ground forces into hostile territory, search out the enemy, destroy them, and withdraw immediately afterwards. That's what a seek and destroy missile is. So, Councilmember Song, for you not to be outraged that someone would say that to another council member is very hurtful. That she considers that council member an enemy and that she wants to search out the enemy, destroy them. That's unbecoming of a council member. So, council member Song, what you said, I agree with a lot of it. And it would have a little bit more veracity if you were consistent in the way you applied your thinking. So I would ask you to ask that council member to openly apologize to council member Ramwali if you truly care about every minority in the city. Our only Palestinian member on council is told that he is going to be searched out and destroyed. Don't look at me blankly. Do what you're supposed to do. Be consistent. And maybe DC6 will actually be something that people will look at and say, you know what? their actions are consistent. Right now, the fact that we are okay with comments like that, but we're not okay with other comments, is very hurtful to a lot of us. So I just want to let you know, and again, I'm getting this off of Wikipedia. The idea was to insert ground forces into hostile territory, search out the enemy, and destroy them. Search out the enemy and destroy them. That's what a seek and destroy missile is. So just thought I would make us aware of what was said from one council member to another. And I hope that people would see that that's unbecoming of a council member as well. Thank you. You have a great night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number ending in 867, do you have a comment?
This is Blaine Coleman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This has spoken unanimously on one thing for almost 20 years. This council has unanimously turned a cold, hard, racist shoulder against the Palestinian people for 20 years. This council, right up to this minute, has unanimously decided that Palestinian human life is not even worth defending with a simple human rights resolution. This council unanimously views Palestinian life as something worth so little that not even the simplest human rights resolution can even be introduced in the council. Not one member of this city council, not one pitiful member of this city council, not one, is willing to introduce a resolution that simply says we are against military aid to Israel. Not one council member is willing to introduce a resolution that simply says, quote, we are against military aid to Israel. Not one. And this is at a time when Israel just finished murdering hundreds of Palestinians. This is at a time when Israel just finished murdering hundreds of Palestinians with the military aid that comes out of your pocket. And even at this time, not one pitiful, contemptible city council member dares or cares to even introduce a resolution against military aid to Israel. Not one. That tells me that this entire city council is either racist to the bone or has utterly surrendered to racism. It works out pretty much the same. So don't dare pretend you're against racism. Don't dare pretend you're against racism when you are racist to the bone.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? We have a motion, please, to adjourn. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Medina. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.